Girl, who you snuggled up with? Sound like my kind of party. Snuggle party. How's everybody doing this evening? Let's turn the phone on. Packing up, packing. Yep. All right. How's everybody doing this evening? Good to see you. Good to see you. Miss Robin. Let me start from the tab. Lil Dev. Robin. Gigi. Where we at here? Bridget. Salty. Thank you for being here, Salty. We got Kira. Hello, beautiful Kira. We will get you straightened out here momentarily, Miss Kira. I assure you of that. Toe Beans. Hello, Miss Robin. Who else we got here? Ceresia. Hello. CP. Cosplay. Good to see you. Queen Ashley. What's up, baby? What's up, Lane? You tell me. Lexi Texie, good to see you, beautiful. Miss M, good to see you. Autumn Haynes, what's up, baby? How you doing? Sarah, good to see you. Dawn, good to see you, lovely. Nika, how is that? Put Pitbull, mama, how you doing, baby? So um, tonight, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go over some old stool. Now, this stuff is almost exactly 10 months old. So it is a lot of people may not remember, they may not have been all the way in tune with Jody's stool that far back, right? So I'm going to be bringing some of the stuff from this channel that we're on currently, bring it forward ahead into time, because I feel like a lot of it was overshadowed at different times and for different reasons. And not to mention that tonight, I wanted to invite Tiffany to come over and give her take on a couple of things. There also is there's a new channel. It's a pretty cool channel too. If you're not subscribed, I would ask you to go over there and check it out. It is called Bitch. Is that what it's called? What's it called? Hold on. It's called Bitch Clips, right? There it is. Bitch Clips. Here it is. If you're not subscribed to Bitch Clips, man, please go over there. I'll just put the link to this video, and you guys can go over there and subscribe to that. It's gonna be. It seems like it's gonna be sort of that MVP of the clip channels, and that's a beautiful thing. I've really grown fond of the clip channels, and really, as of late, really seen the benefit, the huge benefit, right? It's so beneficial to be able to have a great clip channel like Deets or Dazed and Confused, Heels in the Air, take your pick, right? There's so many great clip channels. And what they do is they pride themselves on being there for all the content. And then when the very pertinent aspects of what we all need to see transpire, they get brought forward. And so really they do the work for us. If you don't have the time to to dedicate to watching all of that. So um, without further ado, you know Tiffany Marie, that woman, she's gonna always run late, and I love her for it. So this first part, I wanted to just go through myself, or rather, it'll be acceptable to go through it myself. It's pretty funny too. This is back in the gap. The gap is back in the day. It's that gap of memory between now and then. This was back in the gap almost 10 months ago. And this was back when Jody Stool hadn't made her emergence into the YouTube arena yet. So everything was on Facebook. And back then, she really would personalize a video for you, almost like Cameo. If you knew how to say the right things, she would get a hold to it. And yeah, Bridget Cedar, she's smoky too. It's a lot of great clip channels right now that is really, really doing her thing. Yeah, she's worth the wait, absolutely. And you know what? If she doesn't make it, she doesn't make it. No harm, no foul. I know it's a lot of different discussions firing up now as we speak. Hello, Miss Lippy. Lippy cuts great clips. She's sort of one of the godmothers of this stuff too. So, man, I sure appreciate all the clip channels for, first of all, for doing so much of the work, and secondly, for being such a big part of keeping these clips alive, right? Bringing them back for us to look at, right? So, to Lippy, to Days, to all of you, Bridget, Dietz, Salty, any of you, you are much loved and much respected. So this first one is going to be about a 14, 16 minute. She's coming. Okay. Thank you, Lippy. About a 14. Hey, Piper. Good to see you. Lovely. A 14, 16 minute video of really just to be honest, it's me and Jody Sue going back and forth. Now this was really before. Hey, Crimes, good to see you, baby. This was really before Jody Stool, knew how to seclude herself on the island of glass and throw stones. So it's gonna be a good time here for about a good 15. It is some beautiful crickets going on. Yes, yes. Yeah, it's that Clip That crew, baby. It's that Clip That mafia. So y'all go ahead, smoke them if you got them. Y'all are more than welcome to smoke in my house. Well, on my porch with me. Where we at here? Yes, baby. Hey, Nana. Good to see you, baby. So this one here, tailor fitted, especially for me. Hey, Brent. Good to see you, baby. And thank you. Let's please. That sometimes has a bearing on the algorithm, right? A lot of times you'll see these things held back if the chats are, a little bit. Yeah, let's shake her out, Lippy. You ready? Are you ready? Again, it's gonna be some information in here. I believe. Kathy, thank you so much for smoking with him, baby. You got some bright, bright pink smoke right now. Ooh, lovely. I'm on what they call Oreos exotic. I've got a few different little flavors, but right now I'm on that Oreos exotic. So let's get it, baby. Here we go. So let me pull up the iPad just so I don't miss the lovely, beautiful Tiffany Marie. Um, let's see here. All right. So this first clip, it may have been one of those things that's been lost in your data bank. I mean, we've been given so many things to look at. And again, this was, there you go, November 29th. So it has been quite. It's actually yeah, it's almost 10 months now. So should be interesting. This was when it was still pretty fresh. There was a lot of information going, here and there, and so now, excuse me one second. I'm trying to pull up my StreamYard on my iPad so as I do not miss Tiffany. One second here. My iPad is running extremely slow. All right. It's amazing how I never believed people when they said that Apple stuff, um, when they started making. making new stuff. Damn. What the hell, SA? What? Hold on, wait. I'm about to get sucked in. Okay. Still ain't got it right. What the hell? All right. We're good to go now. Damn, I just had too many memes. My man, man. Say. Hey, I just lit the Joker, man. I'm already. All right. I'm sorry, all of y'all's, man. I'm sorry. Okay. I was like, this is what I did. I like muted it over here and then came over here because I got two of me in here and unmuted me here. And I'm like, man, hold on, man. Why does it keep? And I'm like, yeah, that's that good, man. Okay. So, Lily Rochelle, what's up, baby? I'm so sorry, Crimes. All right, here we go. Without further ado. The triggering back out, Mr. I'm a god. Go talk to Chase about it. I ain't your damn play toy. You're not gonna scare me. You're not gonna threaten me. You're not gonna make me back the fuck down. All right, so this is where it starts. For the life of me, I mean, I would have to go back a couple of videos on mine and then try to go to other people's and try to get a context of what was going on between her and I. It does get a little comical. So if you got a PP, like you might want to go ahead and do that now. This is my standard MO back in my troll day. This is one of my this is one of the all-time greats. This one here is epicness. Here we go. You got the wrong bitch on the wrong day from the wrong motherfucking hollow. I'm telling you, you do. You know, it was strange. Sometimes it's a hollow and sometimes it's a holler. Now, she said hollow pretty clear. Listen. Day from the wrong motherfucking hollow. The wrong motherfucking hollow. I don't get it. Like, somebody in the chat tell me, is that two different fucking things? We got a holler, and a hollow. Man, what the fuck? What if you get the hollin' and the hollow? And it sounds holler. The holler. So she's running her mouth right now on Facebook. Meanwhile, I'm calling her while she's on the Facebook. And for anyone that doesn't know, what that does is that automatically cuts into her live stream signal. So when I call her, it kills her signal. See? Yeah, it's a little. It's just a little bit of a, you know, it's a little bit of a what do they call it? Just wanted to what? Okay, all right. She says she'll be right up. As long as the person doesn't already have you blocked, you can disrupt shit like a motherfucker. Moving forward. I said, just talk to me, Jody. Hold on, let me make this a little more clear, so the folks in the back can see it. Oh yeah, there we go. Only you're this tenacious at something useful, like being a decent human being. So the interesting part about being a decent human being is, as long as I'm never a suspect in a fucking neighbor kid's disappearance, I'm always gonna be a better person than you. Holy shit! Like every time, I'm gonna be better than you. Hey, geez. Holy cow. That is a hell of a misappropriation right there. Holy shit. I went from keys to Jesus. Jesus. Hey, geez. Damn, dude, you can't even spell my name right. Okay, so you hear those dings? No, the trailer camper tires are not low. That is me messaging her like QRS, just like hitting keys, and then like I hit 2 keys, return, 1 key, return, 1 key, return, 1 key, return, 1 key, return, and just do that over and over and over. You got to look at the fuck. You got to look at the fucking. Look at the mug on this dude. Check this shit out. She's fucking really distressed about all these messages. What's interesting is look at this Jody stool right here. This is a whole different toilet seat than this one right here. This one looks like the mother to this one. Holy shit.
Go sit in the fucking corner with Andy. I'll practice that shit. He couldn't get it right in 26 years either.
Lippy. But Adam, I was acting up like a bitch. Hey, yeah, I'm burning the motherfucking beans tonight, ain't I? Hey, no, Salty. It just got started, baby. Just wait.
Go do something useful. Go help Summer like you say you do it.
She should speak up. Your oil alert notifier is going off, Jody. Hey, Jody, your fucking camper's out of level. That's the ding you get when you go on battery backup. Hey, her easy bake oven is done. Yeah, she's cooking weed brownies in her easy bake oven.
Go do that.
What are you doing? Thumb muscle neck ass girl. I call her a thumb. What I say? I gotta remember that one. I ain't flexed that one since. I call her thumb. What I say? Thumb muscle neck ass girl.
Go do that.
What are you doing? Thumb muscle neck ass girl.
She's scared. She's terrified. You got me in double streaming over there. I don't care.
It's because you're talking shit, but you won't let me talk to you about the shit you're talking about. Ooh-wee! What's up, baby?
Hey. Some muscle neck ass girl.
I hit her with the thumb muscle.
Oh my god. Whenever I was listening to that, some muscle neck ass girl.
Bro, I think I easily messaged her like 200 times right there.
I was wondering whenever I was listening to that today, or yesterday, whenever it was I was listening to it, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, did she not know how to put her shit on Do Not Disturb or what? Golly.
Hey.
She wanted that smoke.
That's when she liked it the way the meat tastes. That was back then.
Yeah,
she was liking what I was stuffing.
Yeah, she liked that shit.
She was liking that, bro. Like, look at the face on that thing. Holy shit. Like, you know, it turnabout is fair play. I mean, I'm sure my face is aged like a motherfucker too, but holy shit. Oh, is Tiffany here?
Is she?
She's not in the back yet. I think she
No, I had to unblock her. So she wasn't blocked in the studio, but like you had her blocked on your profile. So I had to go and unblock her on your profile because
a whole other channel.
Yeah. So this is a whole, like, you've basically for the last few months, you basically forgot about this channel. So
yes. Clip channels are gonna have some fun tonight. That is right, Deep South Dreamer. You got that fucking right. Anybody want to see that again, but in fast mode? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see that again in fast mode.
See what?
All those messages come in her fury.
Oh,
You want
yeah.
to see that in 1.25?
1.25. That's slow still.
Okay, let's look at that at 1.50 then. You win. You know that's
Oh,
the problem though.
man.
Like, I can't even understand it. So this is for the ladies. I can't understand 1.5. So y'all can. I get it. I'm gonna do it. This is for y'all.
You're this tenacious at something useful, like being a decent human being. Hey, Keys, this is mine on offense. Damn, dude, you can't even spell it right. Go sit in the fucking corner with Andy. Go practice that shit. You couldn't get it right 26 years either.
You left your blinker on, Jody.
Your car door's open, bitch. Put it on your fucking safety harness.
That's her backup
What are you
beeper.
doing? Thumb muscle neck ass girl.
Okay, this was like the inception of her being streamed, right? Like nobody was. Well, no, I take that back. People were streaming her like that, but for whatever reason, I seem to have pressed the button that was hidden from it for everybody else. Now, since this has happened, and I think we can all agree that salty. Since this has happened, she definitely has grown quite the callus on her love muscle. So, like, you're not gonna get to her like this no more. Like, this shit don't fly no more. She was brand new. Like,
No.
this was when.
And you know
This was,
what?
huh?
Benny, she was only interested in you because you was cutting for Dawn and Candace. That's why. You were the opposition.
Now what am I?
You're still the fucking opposition for all of them.
So really, I've been probably one of the more consistent entities in Jody Stool's life because
For sure.
she was, and this isn't a play on anybody else. What I'm getting ready to say is that Jody Stool has been capable of tricking people into believing the bullshit that she spews. And then once people realize what's actually going on, they move away from her. I already knew what the chick had going on. Now, I'm not going to say anyone committed to trying to assist Jody Sue for any other reason than maybe they wanted information. And I believe that's what the motive was. Like, if you see other people failing miserably with trying to have correspondence with, these different people, at certain times, stronger characters, they want to have their chance to, converse with them. And,
Yeah.
And I tried, I really did. Like, I tried for, I don't know, maybe 2 really solid months, at least every other day. And then when I would make contact with her, it would go on and on and on and on and on.
You
And
know, Benny, in your studio, you have an unlisted of all of y'all's messages back and forth.
really,
Yeah, you do. It's there. It's in your unlisted. All of y'all's Facebook communication back and forth. Mm-hmm.
yeah, I definitely think that that's going to be what I'll go after for tomorrow. Will be the stuff about the messages. Now, we'll go ahead and get through this. There's not a whole lot really more to go. Where we at here? Oh, there actually is a lot more to go. But I do want to get. I want everyone to hear a couple of things that Penny has pointed out. Penny Fizzles pointed out about some stuff. Oh, there's Tina right there. All right. How you doing, Miss Tiffany?
Hey,
Hey.
how you doing?
Good.
Thanks
I
for
guess.
inviting me, Benny.
Thank you for joining me on such a very short notice. I
Sure.
really had wanted to try to get a hold of you a little bit earlier, and I just had lapsed, and then I know you were busy, and so we were getting a little bit of a late start. But then I don't want to keep you all night, so I can get back to this stuff, the comedic stuff. What I want to focus on
No,
is I have.
plenty of time. I just stopped at McDonald's. I was like starving. I never eat
What'd you
McDonald's, and I was on the phone with Penny, actually. I called her back because I had missed her call earlier. I'm like, girl, I'm going to get myself a quarter pounder. And
Yeah.
I'm going to run to grab cigarettes, and I'll be a little bit late, but I'll be there.
No
So
worries.
Did
no,
you get the whole? Did you eat the whole thing though? Because I think you
right here. I haven't touched a single part.
really.
Well, do you want to
No,
eat and come back, or you just tell
no,
us?
I'm
You tell us
fine.
what you want to do. Okay.
No, because
Okay.
you're here, Penny's here, so I'll just take a bite, mute, or whatever. I'm not a big
Okay.
eater. I probably won't even eat the whole thing, so no worries. I'm here.
So
So
what
what'd you find?
well, I found a video of Jody that was sort of back when she was kind of tailor fitting videos for people. She was really, and she would really, hone in on you. This was This was November 29th of last year. So,
November 29th.
um,
Okay.
it's about a 16-minute video, and we're about a minute and a half in. It was really it was a part where I was trolling her, but in this,
Mhm.
there's some good information. But the real thing that I wanted to focus on tonight um, is the stuff from Bitch Clips.
Mhm.
There were a couple of videos from Bitch Clips that I felt like needed to resonate a little bit,
Oh,
and then
perfect, because I haven't seen this yet, and I got it in my text,
oh,
but I haven't had a time to even click on it yet.
well, then we can run that one now, and as we're
Okay.
running through it, if you want to comment or whatever, just let me know. Um,
Okay.
the
Cool.
lineup after we get through the Bitch Clip stuff. Um, I want to touch on a couple of things from Marlena, referencing Summer and some of those other things.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that Marlena is definitely someone that we don't talk about enough. And I understand, she is a lot more private than anybody around that area. And I had said the other day, that kind of stands out to me a little bit. Now, I totally respect that. Um, I think that if people want to remain silent, they have that right. And I
Absolutely.
can totally understand why they would want to stay silent at this point because look at the craziness. And she has a little one that was close with Summer. So there might be a lot that keeps her offline. And it's probably a really good idea and the smartest way to handle things as a mom when you got a little girl that, was around the wells a lot, was there the day before, possibly. We've heard some things. She was there that day. I don't know if that's true, but Marlena definitely stays below the radar. And you kind of have to wonder if that's maybe a red flag. I don't want to
But
put,
No,
but
speculation.
does she though? I mean, she talked to Lips.
Yeah, I
Now,
know.
do you think that she knew she was being recorded and it was okay with it being put out, or do
I don't
you
know.
think that?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I
So
don't
it's like,
okay with it, Penny, because from everything I've ever heard about Marlena, she doesn't want to be on the internet. So I do have to wonder. I don't know. Only Lips would know that. Marlena would know that. But I can't see Marlena wanting to be recorded and shared out. But if Lips could prove otherwise, even with a text saying, yes, I gave Lips permission to record me. I'm fine with that being put out. It was something I wanted to clear up or whatever, then I would believe it. But with Lips, in my opinion, anything's possible. I think she would totally record somebody and put it out without giving a shit.
oh yeah. Well,
absolutely.
so if the mods can drop Benny Keys with an S work email at gmail.com if Marlena wants to clarify whether she knew she was being recorded or not. It's Benny Keys with an S at gmail.com or work email.
Correct.
Benny Keys work email. So that kind of streamlines because most people email the Altitude Films
That one
and
it is so overloaded and saturated that's going to kind of be the new email. And but yes, exactly. Fizzle, Marlena, would love to speak with you, and I don't have any intentions on putting you on the line or nor the information contained in our conversation if you so chose to have a conversation unless you wanted it. And so it's just kind of a standing offer. And, I understand that, time is of the essence on a lot of these things. So we can talk about things privately. Now, before we get into this video with the B clips, Fizzle, there was a message, a question, or no, kind of a question / statement, sort of a, does anyone remember this? And I don't want to put out the subscriber's name. She might or might not be in the chat, and I haven't seen her. I've been looking for her. So would you care to read that or tell us what we talked about earlier?
Yeah, so somebody hit me up in Discord and she was saying about, she mentioned, has anybody been able to disprove Fred Hill saying that Candace was pregnant before Summer went missing? Another question I believe she had was something about the SDA church being under investigation. And then the other one, what was the third one? Shit. Tiffany, do you remember what it was?
No, because I think those are the only two things you asked me about when we just talked.
There was 3, because my reply to her was, I don't know, and I don't know, but I will talk to other creators and ask the question. So, okay, Candace being pregnant, SDA church, and then the third one was, had anybody else interviewed Marlena Crawford besides Lips? That was a third one.
I don't think anybody else has interviewed Marlena. I really don't.
Yeah.
Something tells me I don't recall anybody actually talking to Marlena. Not that I know of. And I think I'd remember because Marlena, well, actually, I've always questioned if she was the one in the car with Candace. So if I had heard anything with Marlena, I would remember, I think.
But, okay, so, but wasn't there like a thing going around that Marlena was somebody that Dawn had been seeing on the side?
See, I don't ever remember hearing that one either.
I did, but I what I can say is I heard it, but I never heard a substantiation. So, but I can corroborate that the question was raised.
Yeah.
And it didn't, and I don't want to speculate, far and wide, but with, Mr. Wells, the promiscuity we know about, it seems feasible. Not to put those two in a relationship that they're not, but there's other neighbors that or neighbor, and the contention with Jody Sue and Don that's been made. That, I don't know. I did hear that though, but it never was corroborated or substantiated.
Yeah, that's it, Alicia.
Yes, that's it. So, Fizzle and I, we talked a little bit about the situation, like deducing on, could Candace have been pregnant before Summer went missing? And Fizzle holds the opinion and the belief that there could have potentially been a pregnancy there that wasn't necessarily reported.
But then I talked to Tiffany and she's like, she had heard that rumor, but it was before she was pregnant with Summer. So we have
I did hear that one too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we have the same rumor, right? But different time periods. Now, the reason why I think it could have been is because with all 3 of my pregnancies and my labor and deliveries, I had them without any medication. They were all natural. I mean, truth be told, I could have had them at home and it probably have been just fine. Maybe aside from them telling me, hey, don't forget to breathe or whatever, but
The breathing code. Yeah.
yeah. So, I mean,
Ooh, don't
could
forget
it be
to-
done?
That was the best advice I ever got. And I'll tell you what, that works for when you're in pain or anything. Don't hold
Well,
your breath.
they made me breathe because they was like, every time you keep holding your breath, like your
Yep.
baby's heart rate drops. And I'm like,
Instead of-
oh shit. So I'm like breathing. And I'm like,
I
ah,
was
fuck.
holding my breath like crazy. I'm like, oh my gosh. They're like, stop holding your breath. It's going to make
Yeah.
so much sense. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, you have to breathe. But so, aside from that, like I didn't have any other sort of like, intervention in my process. So could
I
it be
was-
done? Does she have a baby at home and it be, undocumented? Of course. Of course. It could be.
So
Yeah.
I personally feel like it was more than likely. See, I don't think Candace was pregnant before Summer went missing, like right on the heels of Summer going missing. But I do absolutely believe that she got pregnant with a baby girl right after the boys, right before Summer, because it's
Yeah.
been said by family members and such. Hey, Jenny.
Jenny, you're muted.
I'm so glad she's smiling because yesterday she was so sad.
Yeah.
So good to see her
Yeah.
smile.
Yes,
I just came
ma'am.
by to say hey.
Hey, baby. Y'all got a situation going over there?
Yeah. We did, Adrian switched her channel over, right? So it's newly branded and everything else. And we had a conversation about that. And then we're going in a few minutes to talk about Sherry Papini over in Albuquerque. So whenever you guys are done,
We'll come over and join you.
But
Yeah.
I was like, oh, my favorite peoples. I have to go say hey.
So what is her new name?
Mama Sassy.
Mama Sassy?
Yeah, there's the mama part because she's a mama. And then the sassy part is what her nieces and nephews call her. So
Her nieces
That's
and
like-
nephews are sassy. I love that. All the
I
little
know, I
kids
think it's cute.
call me TT. That was my name, like TT.
You
Oh.
remember? Do you remember that movie Homeward Bound? The little kitty cat's name was Sassy.
Yeah.
Girl, you're going to make me cry with that.
I love that movie.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, it was. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, we just, so we're not covering the loaf anymore.
Mhm. You're not going to
Ever
call them.
again?
Whoa, you're divorced?
Yeah.
From loaf, yeah. She's just not important,
Mhm.
Fair enough.
right? But
That's okay.
I think that other people do a great job with it, and it's just too much, right? For me.
I
and,
know that
for
you're
Adrian.
extremely valuable to the loaf situation, right? I'm not trying to guilt you.
Oh, no,
I actually
no,
enjoy very much all of what you bring to the table when it comes. Jenny, you and Adrian both are really
Yeah.
knowledgeable about things. So if we ever need help, would you be open to
always.
talking behind the scenes? Okay, cool.
Always. Well, not even that. I'll come up and be on panels with you guys. I've got,
Okay,
if
cool.
you need videos, I've got videos. It's not that. It's just, I don't want
Yeah.
her to have my attention anymore. I slept last night, like through the night for the first time in a really long time. And I missed her live and I didn't care.
Really? Good for
Right.
you.
I didn't record it. I didn't need
And
anything. It was
So exhausting. And you might feel different
Mhm.
later down the road if something, substantial comes out of the woodwork or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah. Well,
I
anything.
totally respect that. She's exhausting. You need a break.
Any-
from
She
that.
is.
anything to do with Summer, like as far as her case, we are not stopping on that.
Yeah.
We're
No.
absolutely still working on that. It's just we're not going to cover her. I just, she makes me feel gross.
Yeah.
Like she absolutely disgusts me. And I think I've got enough information that I'm going to put together some videos of the timeline for the 15th and debunk all her crap and
Nice.
just set the videos out there. And anybody is welcome to use them. and we'll do a live about it and say, look, we pretty much said she's not relevant. You can choose to think she is if you want, and we're going to move on. So
Yeah.
You know
You know
what?
what? For the most part, you guys, you know, what's been going on hasn't even been on panels or lives or anything. Like, you know, so I mean, it's not a major shock to me that you guys aren't going to cover her anymore. And, you know, I'm totally in support of that. Because for the most part, like, that's kind of what we've been wanting to do, is not give her what she craves, you know?
Mhm.
And, I mean, sometimes we do it out of, you know, our selfish motivations to like make fun of her or whatever, but,
well, because we're angry.
yeah.
For me, it's
But so
because
I
I'm
totally
angry.
get it. Yeah.
I do
But
too.
at the same time, like, you guys haven't been live about her in so long that it's like, I'm not surprised, you know, and
Well-
it doesn't, as long as you're still recording her, because it has to go on the database. You never know when she's going to flip shit, you know?
I just want to take a second to say that 469 days ago, Summer Moon Utah Wells went missing from the Hawkins County, Tennessee, Beach Creek, Ben Hill area in Tennessee. She was 5 years old. She was 3 feet tall, 40 pounds. She has blonde hair, blue eyes. If you have any information about her whereabouts, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND. That's 1-800-TBI-3463. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're still here, Summer.
We love you, Benny.
I love you guys.
I have to
love
tell
guys.
you guys, last night, Benny called just because he knew I was upset. And
Yeah.
people that say, you know, whatever they want. But Benny's a good guy. And we
You know,
love you, brother.
I love you. I got my base core of people, and you know, outside of that, I don't care if you hate the dirt I live on. I don't care.
I be trying to tell people.
I don't care. You're not gonna get him. Like, it just doesn't bother me. Like, I'm here. I'm here to do what I want to do and cover the things I want to do, and I just don't get. I will tell you what. There are probably less than one handfuls of people on the internet that can really get my goat. And for whatever reason, it's Jody Sue. And it's not anything that she's capable of saying or doing to me personally. It's the things that she's done to this situation here.
Yeah.
I can't, also go through my life, despising someone. I will never use the word hate, and it's not even a despise for the sinner. It's a despise towards the sin. Really had to kind of objectify that in my life, in the last few months too. It's like, you don't hate the sinner, you hate the sin, you hate the behavior they're exhibiting. You don't know enough about these people personally to even fill your life with a real hate for them. What you're really loathing is the sin, right?
Yeah.
That's where I've got to sort of jump off the boat. Like, I can't, I've got to stay right there, because if I take it any further, you turn into Don B, right?
Right.
That's not a good look for anybody, right? It's a dangerous looking.
It's a special kind of stupid to turn into Don B, though.
No, absolutely.
Can I say
Like,
something?
to actually say you're gonna blow somebody's head off online, like, you gotta be so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I dealt with
like
a detective today for 52 minutes concerning Don saying he was going to blow my head off online. So it shouldn't even have to be that, right? But it is, and you've got to take it serious, because if I never had an intention of ever going back to Tennessee, that'd be one thing. But I intend on coming back pretty soon, and so because I intend on coming back, I can't be wandering around doing whatever I want to do as a free, law-abiding citizen and have to worry about ducking some dumbass 4'2" Smurf with no hair saying he's going to blow my head. Right? Like, the dude's already proved he can stalk other people and do it efficiently.
Oh, you're talking about Don B. I didn't know who you called a Smurf with. That was mean. Can I interrupt really quick?
Absolutely.
I just want to address someone in the chat, because I once made fun of Jenny's database, and someone just came in here, and this was back when, right, Jenny? Back when me and you didn't know each other, and I was like, your database. Well, Puppeteer, someone, I don't know, I've never seen them. They laughed at the database. And I want to say that I once laughed at the database too. The Puppetrator. Yeah. Do you know how important it is what Jenny has done? It really is. And the amount of time that she has dedicated into logging every single piece of
It's fucking
information.
legit.
You cannot put a price on that. And Summer deserves it so much for somebody like anybody on YouTube, one of us, anyone. And it's Jenny. And I want to thank you, Jenny, because I've never even apologized to you for that.
You don't have to do
No, I do, because I really did laugh at your database. And I know that
I
probably
told you none of your stuff was in there. It was like,
Well,
"You have
I
my
hope
stuff in
you
there." I was
put
like,
it
"No,
in.
not really."
But
It's a beautiful community.
this is the thing. If there comes a day that there's something they need that's gone, Jenny has it. And so much has been taken offline. There are lives that have been hidden and erased. You'd never even know they existed. Jenny has all those things. And there's really, really important information in all of the live streams that have gone on, even if it's just 20 seconds out of one live stream where someone might have mentioned something that means everything, but we just don't know it yet. Jenny will be able to provide that and give it to whoever might need it. So to laugh at the database, I get it, because I did it at one time also, but it was ignorant of me to do so. And it was super ungrateful, because if there's anything I want, it's for Summer to get justice. And seriously, it wasn't really a laughing matter at all. And I think that I did a major disservice to Summer by even laughing at the fact that Jenny was taking such good care of documenting things. Do police want it though? The Puppetrator? Well, maybe they don't today, but what if they did in 2 years from now and they can't
They've
find
wanted
it?
her
She
database on another
acts-
case.
Exactly. She
Her
has handed
database is
over
pending
a
case.
previous database of hers to a DA on another case, and it was used. So there.
What if Summer needs it? And what if justice for her depends on something Jenny has
And it's so
documented?
comprehensive. It's
This
so
is the
comprehensive.
interesting-
Some of the entries, I mean, really all of the entries they'll be cited in at least one or two places. And some of these entries in the database have multiple sightings, like where it was set at. Is it factual? Where did it come from? Law enforcement. Like, it is to the T. And I tell you, when I say it, like, a database suggests to me that there's no mistakes and that it's all there.
Mhm.
And that's what this is. There's no mistakes and it's all there. Now, I can say, if I were to take just an inventory on the fly, as far as I know, I think you're only missing one video. Is that right? You only missed one live out of everything, right?
And last night's loaf.
So
Yeah.
2. That's it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is so thorough, so thorough. So
Well, I have that one. I recorded it.
Awesome.
There you go.
Oh my God. Would you share that with me, please?
I will.
And let me expound on that really quickly. Like, so the initial design, and I'm not speaking for Jenny, I'm speaking for what I know. The database's original design was to include public access.
Right.
But then seeing the way this community is, she's like, there's no way with a right mind. And with speaking with many colleagues, they're like, no, keep it private. Like, you can't allow it to turn into a Wikipedia where people can go in and just, manipulate the information that's there.
Right.
So it is what is in that database. It would make your head spin. It absolutely would.
So the Puppetrator What is wrong with y'all if I ask a question? So it's not necessarily that you're asking a question, it's kind of how you're coming off. So I put your comment on the screen, it was addressed. And
Yeah,
I
there's
don't
no
know how
problem with
people
asking
are
a question.
responding to you in chat. However, there's plenty of people here who haven't done a single thing to other people and are being attacked or targeted or whatever from other people on YouTube, and they haven't done a single thing. So whenever somebody like your name comes in here when we haven't ever seen your name a single time otherwise, and asking questions to our friend, we will become defensive of our friend and her hard work and her diligence to her work. There's just no way to ask something that is questioning what she's doing and the reasoning or what it's worth
But then
without
again,
us taking a little bit of offense to it. So for you being a new person in this chat, have a little mercy and grace and maybe consider how you're coming off when you're talking about our friend and all of the work that she's put into it and the questions that you're asking. I've never seen you in here before. And everybody who is a regular here knows you haven't been in here before. So when you ask certain things, it might come off as a little bit of rude, but I think that everybody on panel answered you gracefully. So,
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the best that I can do.
that's it.
Because I'm someone who actually laughed at it too when I was being salty with Jenny. And like, I wasn't being rude to the person, or what. I've never seen them before, but I wasn't being rude to them. I was seriously like being honest because I want them to see it is important. It's important this summer. And
is.
whether you like Jenny or Benny or Penny or me or Dazed and Confused or whoever it might be, you have to at least respect the fact. Do you know how much time, and not even time, but time away from your own family, time away from your own life to make sure no stone is unturned on our part, whether law enforcement ever needs it or not?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We don't know. They might need
Peace
it.
out. Intolerant.
Thank you for
Bye.
your comment.
Echo
And
chamber.
yeah.
See you, dummies.
So
Can
You
I,
this
motherfucker.
You're not
Again-
worth it. You're not even worth the air. Don't even let them distract you. They're trying to distract. That's all.
can
I just
If-
blocked them.
Good.
I need to
Oh.
hop down. I need to hop down and run over there for just a minute. But I wanted to say really quick, it's not.
Like,
First of all, people don't know what I have and have not shared with law enforcement.
Correct.
So that's not for anybody to know. Second, it's not for law enforcement anyway. The database is not. It is for the DA when they find out what's happened this summer.
Dummy.
So
it's so valuable, Jenny. It really is so valuable.
Thank you. I just
You
don't.
can
I don't think
attack me.
people
You call me a dummy. Don't call these ladies a dummy, man. I'll be the dummy. Let me be.
Take that link. So if you mods go ahead and get that link, I want to know who the fuck that person is.
They'll never come up. They never do. Drop it. Come. Yeah, I would
No,
like.
I don't. I'm not dropping the link. I'm saying mods to click on that channel and grab the link of that channel.
I got
All right.
you.
So I want to preview. This will be like the world premiere for Tiffany. She's not seen the video.
I haven't seen it.
I
I
know.
sent it to you like 8 hours ago. Get the fuck out of here.
I want
She's been on
Jenny
the
to
run.
say. Don't go.
I'm sorry.
I'm guilt tripping her. I love Jenny. I
Guilt
really
tripping.
do. She's such a
Like
sweetheart.
I really want to say, but I've got.
I
that
know you gotta
scheduled. I'm
go.
running late. So, but thank you, Beanie, for sending me the link and
I love you,
asking me
baby.
up. And I love you, Penny, and I love you, Tiffany. I love you, Benny.
Aw.
Love
And I love all you
you.
guys. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Do you want to see this shit here? Because I want to see it. Now, I've watched it like 2 or 3 times today.
I'm nervous. I don't know what it is.
Well, but that's the thing, because I already know it's like I feel like maybe there's the potential that the way I'm interpreting the video actually isn't really the direction you were moving with it, because you've been really taking these angles. I've been listening to you, and you'll take these angles, and I'm like, ooh, shit, that's a good one. So, so I think
Sometimes
this one
they come out of nowhere. Some of this stuff
They
I've
do.
always felt, but then while I'm live, like a lot of nothing I've ever done is like planned, except sending myself the links
Yeah,
I need
but
to go over
as
some of this
you're talking,
while I'm live.
I'm
Like,
seeing it in my head. Like you're talking, and I'm like, huh. I remember
Yeah.
that. I remember that screenshot. I remember this. I remember that. And I'm like, fuck it. All right, well, let me go looking for it.
Thank you, Incognito. I unfortunately, I'm not. I know who Nerdy Addict is, and I know that Cam and them are having a get together. I hope that they're laying down some good stuff. So here we go with the bitch clips. If you're not, I put the link in the chat. You can go over and you can subscribe right from the video there. Please do. This lady here or man here is really putting it together. So again, Tiffany, if you want me to stop anywhere, you can go
Okay.
ahead and just say pause or stop or whatever, and I'll hit the button.
I have a pen and paper here, so I'll let you play it right through. I'll write stuff down if I
Okay,
think there's
cool.
something. That way I don't interrupt it.
Perfect. Man, you came prepared. I love it. Here we go.
This lady needs to be in a straitjacket.
Just like this.
For real. I love the way that starts.
Hell yeah.
This is somebody who's in desperate need of mental health care immediately.
Oh yeah. Yep. Wait, do I gotta what's the issue with the sound here?
Gil, Candace, and Jody do have some. Sounds good.
Nothing's wrong with the sound.
You can hear it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't hear the sound. Oh, wait.
Can't hear you now. Can't hear the video either.
Headphones always screw shit up, I noticed. Yep, you're muted, Benny. Nope. Can't hear you.
No, we was good before you put the headphones on.
Yep.
There, how's that?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Now we got the train quite naturally. So
I love the sound of the train. Have something on each other. Sammy Sparrow, what if Jody Sue targeted
Benny, mute out.
What if Jody Sue Ron knew about Benny? Start over. We're good. She's like, mute out. I'm like, start over. Start right over.
Okay, I was. You know what? I got confused because I'm thinking Tiffany is talking on my video.
No.
I got you now. Okay, I got confused. Now, if I mute out the video, the way I have it set up right now, if I mute out the video, audio will go away. So the train won't be going on forever. Just a couple of more.
Just wait for the train to pass. That's cool. I love the sound.
Good to see you, Connie. Good to see you. I'm glad that we got this situation all straightened out. Jody Sue's family coat of arms ties in the back.
Damn. Damn.
That's a good one.
Gigi's got jokes.
Gigi got jokes. Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Gigi got a whole bunch of jokes. Okay. I think he's just about gone. So let me go ahead. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Now he's gonna blow that horn some more. It's the same guy. Like it comes every 16 hours, and it always happens when I'm on live. And that fool.
Benny, is it a long black train?
No,
or is it like a regular? Like
it's a regular. It's like a regular. Train. A lot of it is coal. Like they're bringing coal from Dallas out to East Texas. Yeah. So, but
there's probably a minimum of how much they have to blow it before they go to each crossing.
Well, this dude is just flagrant with the horn. I'm just like, man, dude.
They have to when it comes through a residential area. I ride the
Yes.
train a lot. Like when I go to New York, I always jump right on the train because it's 3 hours and it's over. You're right in Penn Station, so like right down the road from me.
To go
Uh,
right to go right
yeah,
downtown New York City.
yep, yep.
Wow.
And I got the train station isn't far from my house, so when it comes through, I hear the train all the time. I love the sound of the train. I don't know why, but they'll even when the train's going real fast through areas that aren't residential at all, they'll blow that train horn. But the one that's coming through you, I asked if it was like a long black train because it sounds like it lasts way longer than the trains that come through here last. Usually it's like a quick couple
Yeah,
seconds or whatever. Yours
that's what
lasts a
I'm used
long
to in the city. Out here, I guess, I don't know. It must be he's going past a whole bunch of
time.
intersections that I'm just not aware of.
Yeah,
But holy cow! But I think well, now
it's
of
not
course the
loud
cops
like it was
the cops sound
before.
like they're chasing somebody now.
Oh my
They
god.
came for you, Benny. Somebody called you a welfare check, my
Yeah,
friend.
Nicolina again. Jeez.
Oh boy.
All right. You guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go.
This lady needs to be in a straitjacket for real. Like, this is somebody who's in desperate need of mental health care immediately. You feel Candace and Jody Sue have something on each other. Sammy Sparrow, what if Jody Sue targeted Candace? What if Jody Sue Ron knew about how careless Candace was with keeping her eyes on her kids? What if Jody Sue saw Candace pull in the driveway and pull back out and saw Summer hanging out on the hill?
Ooh.
And said, "Hey, Summer, come here. I have a popsicle for you." Who's to say that didn't happen? Who's to say? And I'm not accusing anybody. Just a thought. If anybody knew Candace's coming and goings and how long she'd stay gone, or who's to say Candace didn't say, "Hey, Jody Sue, my mom's taking a nap in her trailer. Could you just..."
Pause that right there.
What?
So Tiffany says, "Who's to say that Candace didn't say, hey, Jody Sue, my mom's taking a nap. Can you watch the kids?" Now read those messages. It's literally Candace asking Jody Sue to watch the kids.
On March 17th. Yep.
Yeah.
A different year, but nonetheless, when she is, it's history. You know, it's that Candace is absolutely okay with asking for something like that of her neighbor. You know what I mean?
And if she was doing it in 2018, I mean, do I think Jody was like, "Sure, I'll watch your kids"? No, I don't think Jody was into watching anybody's kids. I don't think she even likes her own, but I'll say less. So if she was angry with Candace, like maybe on the regular, and it's just a thought, it's like it's a theory, it's speculation of sorts, but say Jody was irritated with Candace and things were building up. We know she was always complaining about them to other people. What if Jody said, "Oh yeah, that's a perfect opportunity to move in on what I want to do," or because there was a doctor's appointment that day. Now, what did we hear first? And I said I wasn't going to talk through this, but now I'm thinking back to, remember the story about the babysitter that was supposed to watch Summer that day? Summer wasn't planned, I don't believe, to go with Candace and her mother at all. Candace was trying to get a babysitter for Summer. So could it be possible even that she was babysitting that day and no one knows? I have no idea. But
Who was the babysitter she was trying to obtain?
it was a young girl. Does anybody remember? I think the only person that I remember documenting that was Make This Go Viral TV. she put that out, and I remember it's got to be up on her channel.
I remember that too. I don't remember who was said to have been supposed to watch,
And
but I do remember the story.
Yeah. So it was said that Candace was trying to get a babysitter that day, and the girl was supposed to babysit, but she didn't end up babysitting. And there was
I remember that being on Facebook, Tiffany, that somebody was like, I was supposed to watch, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I remember somebody saying that on Facebook back before I had a channel.
And that just came to me now, like as I'm sitting here. So even outside of what I had just said on this clip, I never even thought to say that either. What if
That's
Candace
the name
was
I
like,
remember, Dazed. I remember the name Dazed is saying right now.
please tell me that it wasn't that name, I'll die.
I don't
Let me
know.
go
It's going to take some digging through Facebook groups.
If I can go, I'm going to go to Make This Go Viral TV. Let me go see if I can find that while we're doing this. And
Okay.
let's see if I can find
You
that
want me to
video.
go ahead? You want me to move ahead with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going. I'm thinking maybe that's something to ponder and think about later on. Yeah, keep playing it. I'll search for this.
We can't hear it.
He's muted. That's why.
Sorry.
I got to run to that gas station. Remember the gas station that got added in just recently? Is that where Candace took a run to? She had to run out real quick? Could that be? Is that why the gas station was introduced late into the story? Who's to say Candace didn't say, hey, Jody, real quick, could you just keep an ear out? I mean, I'm not saying it happened, but just a thought. Seeing as how, Jody said that Candace went to her for pretty much everything. Sugar, Band-Aids. Yes, she did. She was complaining about Candace and Don and the kids like months before that in those text messages.
All right. So this is an interesting aspect to me because I don't remember this really being talked a lot about this. But if you guys can read that, it is from the stool to Andy, and it says neighbors were fighting loud, kids screaming, then heard someone say, pull it, then gunshots screaming.
That was right before the Jose incident.
So is she seemingly referring, because it seems like she would know what Don sounds like, right?
Yeah.
Probably clearly knows what Candace sounds like. So she says someone, but were there ever gunshots?
Well, Don said that they shot at everything up there. Remember when I had Ziggy ask Don about the bullet holes through the refrigerator?
Yeah.
And Don's answer was, well, we shoot at everything up there. So Jody says she heard those. She said she heard those gunshots also, and that she thought there was one for each person, basically, because she woke Andy up. Now, I do believe she heard those gunshots. There's clear gunshots through the freezer door. But
so we think that the gunshots
from 2019.
Yeah.
That's a good point, because Don likes like when confronted about the gunshots, he doesn't even know how they got there. So that's interesting. I think clearly probably Don just went out there and shot the refrigerator, to blow off some steam and probably scare Jose. But what's also interesting is Andy's response. Like, Andy's response is just okay.
Right.
And then like, what the fuck ever.
Yeah, because there's a lot of text messages or other screenshots in between all of these shown here that she's like saying the most shit, like always complaining about something, always bugging him. She's always got to stick up her ass about something. And he's just like, okay, can I get the grocery list? Okay, yeah, no, I wasn't fucking anybody at the grocery store. Can I get the grocery list? Or okay, yeah, I'm stuck behind a wreck. Like I'll be there in like 50 minutes or whatever. Like she's always complaining to him about something, and at this point in time, he's just like, I asked Andy. I said, Andy, when did you know it was over? And he was like, before last year when all this happened, it was about 2 years before that. So it's like at this point, he's just like going through the motions. He's not even trying. He's just like on autopilot, basically.
Swamp Thing said, I miss Yard Fridge. Me too. It was a character in the story for a while, right? And then it just sort of disappeared when we asked how it got killed. It's like, I don't want to talk about that anymore. But I gotta agree with you, Swamp Bees. Like, it had 3 nicely grouped shots. And I think me and Tiffany may have talked about it, but we did. And I was like, Tiffany, those weren't pellet gun holes. Like those were a much larger caliber round than a pellet gun. Like he likes to talk about pellet guns up there and stuff. Like that clearly was, either the black powder or something different. Like those black powders, they go 45 caliber, 50 caliber, they're pretty large shot. So, and they look like large holes. So
Benny, do you want me to send you that video?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
I could send it to you. I'm actually still looking for the one about the babysitter. I think I might come in right up on it. I lost my spot, unfortunately. But so I had to go back through. But I can send that to you after this is over too. I'll write a note to myself for the refrigerator video, because that is also important too. Jody did say she heard those gunshots also. So here she heard gunshots in 2019. And then again, I think gunshots were a normal thing up there, kind of in a way. Like Don seems, when he said we shoot at everything up there, I was thinking, what an odd thing to say. You got kids running around up there and you shoot at everything up there? Interesting. Just strange.
Yeah. And maybe I'm expecting too much out of this text, but as articulate as she tries to pass herself off as, unless there was like 25 shots and you couldn't keep count of them all, kind of seems like she would have said, I heard someone say, pull it, and then 3 shots or 4 shots or 1 shot. And it, it's probably me, but.
You know what I don't believe in this one sentence, this one text message there? I don't believe she heard pull it, because I don't think that, and not that it matters. I mean, it happened in 2019 or whatever, but why would you remember what happened before hearing gunshots? Usually you're not going to be paying attention until you hear gunshots. That's when, now if she would have said, I heard gunshots, and then,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But not before, and then I heard gunshots. So, unless someone was screaming it really loud and she was outside, then sure. But how are you going to notice 4 words before hearing gunshots? Wouldn't you hear the gunshots and that would draw your attention, and then you would
guess she could probably notice screaming. I would pay attention if I heard what sounded like children screaming. I would be like, what the fuck?
But
and I would, I would.
It's a quick thing, right? Like
such with those acoustics too. Like, so now the acoustics, you're not like now in a conversation between her and Andy, she doesn't have to try to explain the acoustic dynamics there, right? So like sometimes it's this and sometimes it's that, and it's just let me ask a question. The situation with, is this the night of the situation with Jose, October 21st, 2019?
14.
Is that when-
That happened in 2020, October 2020, right?
right. So
Yeah.
this is a completely different situation where
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
saying it. So Jose wouldn't even been there at that time. So this
Right.
allegedly would be a completely different situation minus Jose. And what had confused me was that it was in October, and I knew the stuff with Don and Jose happened in October, and I thought it was 2020, and it is. So this is almost a year to the day, another situation with a gun. I mean, it's very interesting. I don't know. I don't know. Let me ask your opinion on something really quick, Tiffany. What do you think about the June 9th correspondence between Hunter H and Candace, where it basically looked like it looked like not a repeat because it happened first, but the details that you see from the Facebook on the 9th between Hunter and Candace, it's about grandma being in the hospital, him wanting her to come visit. It essentially looks like the initial bones of what happened on the 15th with the Facebook.
So I do think that there is a possibility, and I never was of the mindset that there was even a possibility that Summer could have gone missing before that Tuesday, the 15th of June. I never gave any credibility to that because the TBI always said she was last seen, and I weighed very heavily on that statement. But if you pay attention, what they say is she was last seen by her family. So it's her family members who've reported this. That tells me the TBI is reporting what they were told, and that is that Summer was last seen that day. I also think, and the reason I say this is because I think there's a possibility they could have, and when people used to bounce this back and forth, I'm like, I don't think so. But now, today, a year later, over a year later, I think it is possible that they could have used what happened a week before to create a story. But I would hope that all of these places have so that would debunk this, right? If the hospital cameras show Candace hair being dropped off, and so if everything lines up for the TBI and the FBI and Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, they know everything that was told to them was true, then I wouldn't like per se, I don't know, I wouldn't think that it didn't happen the way that they said it did, like the sequence of events. But I think it's a major possibility that they used details. And think about it this way. If you tell a teenager, hey, can you explain to me what happened? There's a possibility they might get some details confused with the 9th and the 15th easily, especially if an adult, right? If an adult is saying, like, say mom or Candace or whoever is saying, do you remember XYZ? Yep, I do. And they're not going to elaborate. Oh, but that wasn't the week before. That was the day Summer went missing. They're just going to answer straight up, yeah, I remember that. And it's going to sound like, to who's listening to that story, it was on the 15th. Right?
And it's not necessarily a lie.
Right.
If asked for you, if they don't know that the stuff on the 9th happened and they're just asking and things happened synonymously on both days, yes, you wouldn't be lying just by saying, yeah, that happened. If they didn't dictate to you it was the 9th or the 15th specifically, you could
Definitely.
lean. Yeah.
Yep, and the kid wouldn't even think anything of it if the question wasn't posed as, Hunter, can you please tell me on Tuesday, the 15th of June, it's going to be probably, so explain to me what it was like when XYZ. When Hunter answers that question, there's total room for him to say something happened that might not necessarily have happened on the 15th. It might have been just a week prior. And he's not going to think on anything of it. And law enforcement is probably not going to really think he's talking about a different day because they're not specifically stating, well, you were with them on the 9th and some the text messages prove XYZ. And I'm saying XYZ because I don't know all the particulars and I don't want to screw it up. But there's so much room for error with that. The 9th to the 15th. So easy to get things a little jumbled up and certain stories to be told without, like you said, necessarily lying because it did happen just 6 days prior or, and that's such a short amount of time. But I do think it's absolutely possible that on the 9th, maybe, I think it's possible that what happened on the 15th could be very similar to the 9th and that
Absolutely.
Things could have been mixed up between the two dates and things could have been relayed.
So let's talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. I think that.
Sorry, I feel like I'm not able to like really put into words what I'm thinking. So I apologize trying to explain how I'm thinking.
I think I can do it. So it's like if you had tuna on this Monday and had tuna next Monday, if somebody's just asking you about tuna, but they're not saying what day, you could make it for both days and it would still work, right? Like it especially when it comes to the word salad, right? I mean, if they're not being specific. So let's say if the police don't even know about June 9th, they're only asking questions about the 15th. Well, they know stuff happened on the 9th. I mean, it's their life. Things happen on the 9th. So if they had what looked like a dry run on the 9th, if the police don't know about it, yes, they could generically blanket that for both days, right? So now the one thing I want to ask you with all of this, and I'm not necessarily an opponent or a proponent because I don't have enough information yet, but what we do know is that you said that, and I guess it's widely known, that the people from the hippie house have recanted, correct? About the camera situation. Is that right?
No. So it is the creator who said, and it was Walgreens. So the creator who said there was surveillance video of Summer on the 15th at, I believe it was 1:18 p.m. That this creator said that they had Summer on surveillance at Walgreens. And that creator said, I never said that. So it wasn't the hippie house. It was the creator who said Summer was on surveillance and they had her alive on surveillance on the 15th. Now it's being said, I never said that. Don't know what you're talking about.
So, but she was seen at the Sonic, correct?
I never have heard confirmation of her being seen at Sonic. I've only ever heard Cam and Allie talk about the hippie house, and I've heard another creator speak on Walgreens, and that creator said that they were working alongside law enforcement, if that helps with,
Okay.
you know.
So I guess
But now
I guess
they're saying it didn't happen.
one of the things I'm contending is that up and down this road, there's a potential that the vehicle came actually past more cameras than we even know of, right?
That area's got to be saturated with cameras. If you look, there's a
Doorbell
girl.
cam, all sorts of things. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. What did you say, Benny? You were cutting out a little bit. Mine does that when I'm showing maps also. It's super annoying.
Yeah, it bogs it down.
Yeah.
That there's not knowing the dynamic of potentially all the people's doorbell cams, but there are a plethora of cameras going down where they were at.
A lot of businesses through there.
Yeah.
Lots of businesses through there. Walgreens. There was a girl, I forgot her name is Jordy or something. She was driving around back in the beginning. And I remember looking at her driving through Kingsport. And I said to myself, how many cameras are in this area? There is absolutely no way.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Love, it means the world to me. I'm so sorry, Tiffany. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
So
lots of cameras there.
Lots of cameras. Now let's move forward in this other video really quick. I did want to point that out, is that if there was activity over here on the day or the afternoon of the 15th, it stands to reason to me that potentially that could have been captured on many cameras. So, I don't know what that means in the scheme of things. But let me ask you, do you remember, Tiffany, if the windows are tinted in that Subaru or not?
The Subaru? No. Because what I do remember, and I wouldn't say no if I hadn't have seen Molly Golightly walk up to the car and you could see Candace straight through the window.
Yeah, you could.
And her window was up. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Does anybody know if maybe the front, because I know it's law in some states that the front windows cannot be, the back windows can be tinted. I don't think they're tinted. I know I could see Candace directly through that window. There was no tint on her driver's side window. Let me look at, you know what I can look at?
There was a video of Summer playing in the back seat, remember? I've been in the vehicle several times. I can't remember if they were tinted or not, but I guess I'm just hoping on a dream that that there's some way they could substantiate.
Well, she wasn't in the Subaru, right? She was in Candace Harris' truck.
Oh yeah, in the truck. I'm sorry. Yep. Yes, right. That's right.
So Candace Harris' truck
is not.
Even if they weren't tinted, though, Benny, I always say Summer was in the middle. Now, I'm just throwing this out there. How is it possible a camera would be able to catch, unless you could hear Summer, see her moving, maybe moving her arms, maybe like her legs? Sometimes kids will swing their legs or something, or maybe she was playing around with her knee, or who knows, whatever. If they saw motion from her in that middle seat on a camera, but you'd have to really be directly next to that window to see into the middle on a surveillance camera. I don't know what they've got, but keep in mind also, Summer has Waylon, who's very young, about the same size, could pass off as the same size. And I'm not saying that that's an absolute thing. It's just throwing it out there because I don't trust these people. And I'm worried that maybe this is what we're missing. But law enforcement's going to know if they saw Summer on cameras or they didn't. If there was no visibility of her, that's a problem.
No, I agree, because with there not actually being any corroborated information, and then to add to that, Tiffany, you have that strange dynamic where they won't show, and you've raised hell on this point. It's like, why are they using, if they have the milk footage from that day, why is that not the one that they're pushing out as like, this is what she looks like, right?
Yeah.
They're not using that one. And even the news told you, right? They said, well, we're not using it because law enforcement didn't include it. So
No. So hold on. Let me make sure, because I don't want to make. Sometimes I feel like I might say things and then it gives people the impression that law enforcement said it. But what Ansley said to me, Benny, was we are not aware, which I don't believe. And I'm not saying Ansley's a liar, but I don't believe she's allowed to speak on certain things. So she's got her boss, who's probably, they know what they're allowed to talk about, what they're not allowed to talk about. What she said was, I don't want anybody to get the impression that I think she's, a liar and just saying whatever. I don't think she's allowed to talk about or confirm, deny certain things. So she said, we are not aware of the video that you speak of. Keep in mind, I did send her the link to video, the actual video. I sent that to her first, and then I sent the message to ensure she would see the actual message. So she said, we're not aware of the video that you speak of, but we are aware of what you're describing as a photo, because what they did was they did put the photo out so TBI's first photo of Summer on Twitter was the milk jug photo. And so there was a photo and a video. They actually took a picture of someone's phone, and that was the photo that everybody saw of Summer first right off the rip. It was Summer on the milk jugs, that of her sleeping on the milk jugs. That was the first photo they had put out. So Ansley confirmed she knew about the photo, but did not know about a video, and that they did not include that in their timeline because they only used what was given to them by Candace Bly and Candace Harrer. So,
so I had it backwards. I apologize.
So it's okay. I might have made it sound that way.
Let's. I don't want to speculate. I'm going to theorize. I hate the word speculate. Let's theorize for a moment that potentially something happened on a different day than the 15th. So what you have is you have, you've got CB, and what it would clearly appear to be is a proof of life video, so to speak, right? Like here she is in the vehicle, XYZ, but the fact that they themselves didn't include that into the media package to WJHL, do you find that problematic? I kind of do right now.
So I do find it problematic if, well, it'll be a loaded answer, Benny. So I find it problematic that they wouldn't use that as a part of their timeline if it really happened that day. Because why would they say that the last known video of Summer was at the swimming hole? So WJHL has said the last known video of Summer Wells at the swimming hole. I believe that was at the 1 year mark. I think it was around the 1 year mark. The last known video of Summer Wells, and they used the swimming hole video. They did not talk about the 309 video, which was allegedly, the 309 video was after the swimming hole video. So, but if by chance law enforcement is saying, we are not going to address this video, we don't want WJHL talking about this video because we need to use this as some kind of, maybe they have a certain tactic, right? Maybe leaving that video out is important to them, then I'm fine with that. Whatever they need to do. I am
I agree.
perfectly fine with them leaving whatever out that they need to, if it's going to help in some way get answers. But if that video is not from that day and they don't need to use that as any kind of tactic to get information, I wish they would say. I wish that they would say this video was not taken on that day. And
Correct.
keep in mind also, some people will say, well, that would mean Candace lied. That would mean Candace lied to Teresa at criminality, not to law enforcement. So if Candace did not think about this, why would Candace give that video and photo to Teresa, but she wouldn't give it to Ansley Daniel? And Ansley Daniel says, we've only used what her mom and grandma gave us. Why would Candace only give Ansley or WJHL? Why would she only give the swimming hole video if the 309 video was from that day? That boggles my mind, because as a mom, and we all know, I mean, I'm a certain type of mom. Candace is a certain, we're all different as moms. But if it were my child, I would want them to have the very last, everything, that the very last moments that I had captured would be exactly what I wanted put out. I would be demanding that the TBI use the photo of my daughter that actually looked like her. Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So I do find it problematic, Benny, that they didn't include it, but it wouldn't be problematic for me if there's a reason why they're leaving it out and it matters to them to leave it out, and they think that possibly leaving it out can bring more answers, then that's fine. But if there's nothing to that video, I wish they would tell us. I wish they would, but in a way, I almost feel, and not 100%, but I feel like Ansley kind of said it without saying it. But I don't want to assume either with what she said to me. That was a hard situation because I worded it in such a way that I was really trying to get a straight answer out of her. And she saw through even what, I mean, she's smart. She's not stupid. I feel like she almost saw through my technique in asking her. The way I worded it was so she really couldn't avoid getting away from telling me what I wanted to know. But she was like, girl, I know what you're doing. You know what I mean? But I almost think too, she might have gave us the answer without saying it. But I can't say that for sure because it would be completely irresponsible of me.
It would be. It's theoretical.
Yeah.
Before we get back to the bitch clip, and I don't want to keep you long. When you got to go, you just let me know.
I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm totally fine. Whenever you're done with the live, I don't have anywhere to be, so I'm happy to be here, Benny.
Thank you, and I really appreciate it because you have proven to be quite the powerhouse of knowledge on this. I want to know what was your take on what my cursor is right here, and I want to know what you know about this. And this was 10 months ago as well. So the TBI, they executed a search warrant, right? So when I've covered this is probably the 6th time or 7th time now, but I like to go back to this as a high point because when you think in terms of the word executed and search warrant together in the same statement, what you're imagining is that someone has something and that they didn't just hand it over, so that they had to go to court, get a search warrant, and then someone had to come either knock on the door, break a window, kick a door. You can execute a search warrant in many different ways, but what's interesting about that, and let me stop there. Tell me what what your take on this is.
What was the date, if you could refresh my memory on that? What was the exact date? I know it was 10 months ago.
Getting paid in
November
construction.
Would you mind playing that, Benny, just so I can
Absolutely.
familiarize myself with it again?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I do have opinions on it.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to know, because this is, to me, this is a very high point. And after we play this, I'd like for you to rebut, and then I'll tell you what I know about the situation and what is very interestingly dynamic about it.
Okay.
First tonight, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation took to social media today saying they're once again seeing a slew of misinformation being spread online regarding the search for a missing Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells.
It's been a problem for months. Ansley Daniels tracking the story. Her family, Summer's family, reported her missing nearly 5 months ago. Ansley's now live in the studio with an update on the case. Ansley?
Josh and Sarah, in that series of 6 tweets, the TBI says that they've recently seen an uptick in misinformation about the case of the missing 5-year-old. Those tweets also reveal that numerous search warrants have been executed and any potential digital evidence has already been collected, including social media accounts. Summer Wells was reported missing by her family June 6th.
Now, what's interesting about that is that for the most part, I mean, between June 15th and sometime probably late June, early July, within reason, we even have the receipts for the seizures. All or most of all that we know of, other than what Candace referred to as a phone with CM that she hadn't turned in, all their accounts and everything had been looked at. This is June, July, August, September, October, November. This is exactly it's 5 days short of 5 months later. They serve a search warrant. I'm going to continue on.
15, sparking an Amber Alert and a widespread search in the Beech Creek community of Hawkins County. That search lasted for several weeks. In those tweets today, the TBI reiterated they are still working daily with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI in Knoxville in that search. They say that those efforts have included numerous ground searches, dozens of aerial searches, dive teams in area waters, and K9 search teams. The TBI also says they have checked all available surveillance photos and videos in the area as well, and they continue to say they will not give up until Summer is found. Now, Donald Wells and Candace Bly will be speaking about their missing daughter in front of a national audience the next 2 days when they will be on the Dr. Phil Show. You can watch that here on News Channel 11 at 4 p.m. both Thursday and Friday to hear what they had to say. Now, following the Dr. Phil Show on...
They just kind of skirted over it. It was really bland. Now I want to know what you know about it.
Wow. So they have to execute search warrants for phones. They can't get around that. So, well, not that I know of. As far as I know, in any situation, when dealing with digital footprints, phones and such,
got to be a chain of,
especially if they're,
got to be a clear-cut chain of custody for sure.
Yeah. So, and I believe they were prepaid. Maybe not all of them, but I know that it was said Candace Harrer had prepaid, that she had to put minutes on her phone. Remember when they said that they shut the phone down, they had to turn it back on because they had to put minutes on. And so that means to me they're going to have to go through whatever, if it was like Straight Talk or whatever, they have to execute search warrants for that, the devices and such, the phone calls, all of it. They have to do that in order to get the information. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to go through those companies for the phones and such. So my opinion on them executing the warrants for the digital aspect of this is normal, but the part that matters is potential evidence. It's not the fact that there was an executed warrant or anything like that. It's the potential digital evidence. Potential evidence is what matters to me. I don't care how many search warrants they execute. I wish they would execute a lot more search warrants than they need to. Not than they need to, than they have. But the fact that they spoke on potential evidence tells me they've got something.
You want me to tell you where this particular search warrant was executed at?
Yeah, please.
Jody Brown's mom's house.
But it's digital, so help me with that, because
now
if
that
it-
could be SD cards, it could be cameras, it could be
Yeah.
phones, it could be tablets. But
Mhm.
this particular one was served at I don't want to say her name. I'm sure everyone, well, maybe not everyone knows Jody's mom's name, but this warrant was served at Jody's mom's house. Now, the interesting part about that is that if a lot of you remember, there was a point in time where Jody had put Boog out, correct? Or to some extent, there was a situation, and Boog ended up at his grandma's house. Now, I'm not suggesting that it had anything to do with Boog. All I'm doing is saying that he went there. I don't know who took him. I heard he rode a bus. I'm not suggesting. I'm only saying that there was a time that could have overlapped, but this search warrant was allegedly served there. Now, the interesting part about that to me, Tiffany, is that search warrants aren't public information. So to me, what you have right here is a clear-cut police leak. They leaked some information. Now, this is 5 months, almost to the day, 5 months after she's went missing, and they have new warrants with an S. Now, I don't have an opinion about the plural nature unless, like you said, it was multiple devices. But so when you connect all the dots, you have a search warrant that was executed. It was executed at Jody Sue mom's house, and there was potential digital evidence collected in the search for Summer Wells found at that residence.
Let me ask you, so do you have anything that you can show us to prove that that's where it took place? And is that the address that we all are aware of, that that Jody is currently, the red truck is parked outside?
I can talk to you about it privately.
Okay.
Is
All right.
that okay?
Yep,
Fair enough?
totally. Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
So we know within great reason that that's the situation. In fact, I may have not talked about it 6 or 7 times. This may have been the 3rd or 4th time, but I always like to go back to it because this is the thing that's so interesting about this is that when I focus on this, Jody Sue seemingly gives it zero interest.
Yep.
Like
Pay
she
attention to
won't-
what she ignores, because what she ignores is what she doesn't want anybody talking about.
He doesn't even let it push her buttons. I mean, I haven't identified that it pushes her buttons. She's seemingly like, I could tell her that her eyes are crimson gold and she'll call me a dumbass. But when I talk about this stuff, she won't call me a dumbass. And I find that so interesting.
She won't speak on it.
She will not speak on it.
It matters.
Yeah.
In my opinion. If she won't speak on it, it matters.
It matters. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I could say that I can say loose leaf that what I've said is part of the database. I can say that. So
Okay.
yeah. So it's a sticky situation. Now,
So what do you think about when Pruitt said that they've literally combed through everything and nothing?
I think that it would be so to even say that. So that in itself is loaded, right? So when someone says we've literally looked through everything, my logical mind, my logic is different than other people's, but my logic tells me when he says they've combed through everything, it's everything they've had available to them. Not necessarily everything in the realm in the life of Summer Wells, but just everything available to them. Because, I mean, even Candace was able to go on TIR and say that she had a phone they didn't have.
I know.
Yeah. So if it's one of those track phones, then
And
you got to
Jody
start,
said they never even took hers. They
right?
never even looked at her phone or Andy's, anybody. I mean,
So
and
you've got the
oh, go
loose leaf deal that maybe the feds could dig in the backside and they don't even know. But that starts sounding like some James Bond stuff, right? Like it really
once
does.
they have that warrant, they don't need to ever ask again. So,
No, and the reason
Mhm.
the reason why I feel like they didn't have, and this could be completely skewed and biased, but the reason why I feel like they didn't have access to Don's phone from the backside is because while I was there in December, we had all made an informational missing report on Don when he ran off on his little bender,
Mhm.
and they could not find him.
They couldn't find him. That's not a good sign.
Oh,
So you're
and that
telling
was,
me,
yeah, they
oof,
couldn't. Let me tell you, Tiffany, and I don't mean to talk over you, but they, even while Cliff Evans and Pruitt and all the boys were there, they were all sat there around Candace trying, like she was downloading the OnStar, whatever he calls that thing.
Mhm.
They were downloading that and seeing if maybe there was a way she could try to figure out how to get into the app. Now, also, while Don had the vehicle on the way back from Knoxville to Kingsport, he made a report to us that he thought someone was behind him shining a red light on the dash, like from a gun, like a red dot laser. And
Really?
what we sort of deduced was that maybe someone was trying to activate the OnStar, and that the light he was seeing was, he was very heavily intoxicated, that potentially the light he was seeing was from them activating the OnStar or attempting to, or whatever. Because I don't think anyone was following behind Don Wells with a red dot on the dash. But he actually called on the way home and said, somebody's behind me with a red dot on the dash. And then he talked about it again when he arrived back at the hill. So, yeah, I mean, long story short, while he was out there, now, unless they were just painting it off to us there on the hill that they couldn't find him, and they actually could, but were trying to see where he was at, then they painted it off. It was a good performance because they made me believe like they actually, Don was a stick in the wind and they couldn't find him. And it was problematic. It was very problematic in the time. So, yeah, I mean, his probation officer was very interested in where he was. CPS was interested. And in fact, CPS, they had called the next morning he went missing. And Candace, I don't know if she snitched on him or was forced to tell them where Don was. So they were informed that Don was a stick in the wind. CPS then called Don's probation officer, and Don's probation officer then called Candace and then was pressuring Candace like, I need to see Don today. If I don't see Don, he's going to jail. And now you see what's going on, right? So it was a very just
when was the date? When around what date was that? Do you remember?
The date that sticks in my mind, and somebody in here may know for sure, the 12th or the 13th of December. Yeah. Yep.
December. Okay, because I think it's very possible people could have followed Don around at any point in time. They could have been messing with him or whatever. Now, do I think he saw a red light? I don't know. Who really knows? But I asked the date because I wanted to know. I actually wanted to know about. Oops. I wanted to see.
I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. 423 Chase. I wanted to see if he was around because I don't know. It just kind of entered into my mind. Like, I wonder if that was around the time Chase was around, because who's to say he didn't fall in? You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And in fact, there was, there was actually many people that may have been involved in surveilling the situation that we
Right.
just didn't know. I mean, we've got Don B that's come out of the fold, and we know he's been doing a bunch of weird surveillance kind of stuff. So you're right. It is highly plausible someone could have been messing with him. But as far what me and Tim Mullins and the PIs and a lot of us were like, yeah, we believe that it was probably them trying to activate the OnStar some kind of way. So now I did an extensive little impromptu interview with a man that was he worked at a Subaru dealership and was very informational, and he was like, yeah, no, the cops can call and we can definitely reverse ping it and find out where it's at, no problem. So they just gotta, the right guys gotta call up there and they make it happen. So it's interesting. But there's a call over on Lips, and maybe you probably have spoke on it, but it is Candace called Marlena around 7:30 the night Summer Wells got gone, saying she was gone for a half hour. Now, I can't say that I've watched this, but Penny wanted me to load this up and get this in front of you and get your reaction to this, because I believe the way you're going to decipher it is going to help me really fit this half hour in somewhere. Because I think you probably
I know I heard this, but I couldn't even tell you what's on. It's been so long. But before you play that, I wanted to bring attention to the fact that clip that you pulled up, I just went to check. Jody was actually the day after. So the potential digital evidence that was featured on WJHL was the day before their interview with Jody. Interesting that they may have even done that interview with Jody day before, a couple days. I don't know when they actually met with her, what exact day, but isn't it very interesting that they put out potential digital evidence headline the day before their interview with Jody Sue, the neighbor who heard the scream, was November 11th. The potential digital evidence was November 10th. That stands out to me.
Yes, let me go ahead and just show everyone the receipts. So you got December 10th on the search warrant, right? Now let's go over here and we'll go WJHL, Summer Wells, neighbor, here's scream. We all know the thumbnail. And that was November 11th. There it is right there. Probably less than 24 hours. That is super interesting. And that is a great connection, whether it's actually means anything or if it's just coincidental. But
yeah,
either way, I like the way your mind is thinking.
It might mean nothing, but when I saw November 10th, I said, hold up. When did they put that interview with Jody out? And it was literally the day after. I don't know why I felt like it was November 18th. I don't know, but I thought it was the 18th she did that interview. I guess I was wrong. It was the 11th. But I think that it's very interesting that they're so close together. But like Benny said, it might mean absolutely nothing.
Absolutely. But I mean, just so close together like that. It is. I would dare to say that this is, they're less than 24 hours apart. Knowing how, like, I know when this thing got published, and I think I know when the other one got published. So I feel safe in saying that those two events happened less than 24 hours apart from one another. Or at least the publishing of the videos happened in that way. So it's extremely interesting. Good catch. That's damn fine catch.
I pulled up video. It's neighbor of Summer Wells. Neighbor of Summer Wells says she heard a scream shortly before she went missing. WJHL, someone was asking in the chat, November 11th, 2021. and there's 164,000 views on it. That's a hell of a lot of views on that neighbor, huh? But
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't put it to the share screen on. I apologize. Here
that's
it is.
okay.
Right there it is. I apologize. There it is.
Yep. November 11th. That's striking to me. But I wanted to say also, a lot of people are under the assumption that if Starlink wasn't on in the Subaru, that it couldn't be tracked, and that is false.
That is
Any
false.
car with
Categorically.
GPS,
Yep.
it's
So
always going.
the OnStar deal, or whatever the name of it was, silly name of it, I don't remember. I know it's not the name. Starlink, yes.
Everyone knows
Starlink. Yep, Starlink is actually its own company. So when you would want to access Starlink in a law enforcement dynamic, you would not actually call Subaru. You would call Starlink independently. Now, the Starlink is just a service, and whatever vehicle decides to buy into the Starlink, they can put those in their vehicles. It isn't specifically for Subaru. It's showcased in the Subaru though. So it's like the OnStar. The OnStar is in many makes of cars. It's just the competitor to the Starlink. So
like my car has GPS in it, and I don't pay for it. It's not on. But if I went missing, they'd be able to find my car. All you have to do is go through my dealership.
Absolutely, for sure. I wanted to play the call with Marlena and Candace and see what your take is on this mysterious half hour, because we sort of got a segue into the half hour, or not specifically 30-minute time span, but with the dispatch call, we had the dispatch information saying that the parents called in. They said the mom went for a walk. She came back, couldn't find her, and they've been screaming for her since, right? So that then when the Wells did their first full-length interview with WJHL, Candace specifically, she was prompted, and as you guys know, in their full length, the questions from the reporters were cut out. But you can gain from the context of her reply that the question would have been about the details of the scanner call, the dispatch call. And Candace's reply is I don't walk anywhere. I'm scared of the snakes, the bears, the coyotes. So there is a discrepancy on whether or not she was gone or not and what she was doing, because some people claim, and the police, I do believe, could allegedly be one of those, that knows she left the hill in a vehicle for the second time. Now, what the call suggests, the dispatch call, it suggests that she left the hill for a second time, but the second time was for a walk and not in a vehicle, correct? But she comes back and cleans that up and says, no, I didn't walk anywhere. And so what that really does is it eliminates a second walk or a second movement from the hill. When she says, no, I didn't do what the dispatch said, what she's really saying is I didn't leave a second time.
Can I share something with you guys? It'll only take a second. That really made me, about, I want to say a week or so ago, there was a fire in my area. It was a illegal burn, okay? And the odor coming through the air was that of something very rancid, and it wasn't trash. I have no idea what it was, but it was so bad that I did call the fire department. Okay. It takes a lot for me to pick up the phone. I don't usually call or bother anybody, but I was very concerned about the odor, and I'm never going to elaborate on what I thought it might have been. It was so bad. I was running through my house, shutting the windows.
Oh my.
When I called, I actually was listening to Broadcastify to see, because I didn't want to go be nosy and drive down there or whatever. I knew where it was. I took a ride real quick to see exactly where that was coming from. And all I had told the dispatcher was, I'm calling about an illegal burn, and I want to make you aware that the odor coming from the smoke in the air is really concerning. I'm very worried, and it's not something that, I made it really clear that it was
Like
very,
it was
very alarming. It smelled
of
rancid.
biologicals burning.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
When I listened to Broadcastify, they never mentioned the odor at all. And they said that the caller was worried about how close the fire was to the house. And I never said anything like that. And the first thing I thought, and they checked it out and they said everything was fine. They cleared the area really quickly. They checked on it, said that the person was just burning some wood. Okay. Maybe I'm nuts, but I don't think so. Whatever it was overdone. I trust law enforcement and the fire department and whatnot. But the first thing I thought of was, holy shit. What if, I've always said dispatch didn't get it wrong. There's no way dispatch got it wrong, but they got it wrong with me.
Yep, you heard it. And you know what? I've also
I was
had
shocked.
Yeah, and that is a clear difference. So
Yeah.
you almost wonder if the dispatch uses a little bit of restraint when calling in on certain things so as to not gas these cops in when they walk into a situation. I don't know. I'm just wondering. Hey, Mr. Carlos, good to see you, sir.
Hey, Carlos. That's my buddy.
Yeah. That is a great point, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Because,
and I'm not saying that dispatch got it wrong with Summer, but it was the first thing that came to my mind, and I was thinking, wow, I've always said, I trust dispatch 100%. But when I listened to the dispatch on something, I actually called in, and I know what I stressed about an odor coming from the smoke in the air that was concerning, nothing about the distance from the house, like nothing. It was so crazy to me. And I mean, nothing in life is like 100. Maybe there was a little bit of but those calls are going to be there, right? The 911 calls are going to be there. Maybe one day we'll actually know what was said. I want to trust the dispatcher on Summer's, call. I'm not, and I really even hate to say it, but it happened to me and I was like so bugged out by it because it made me I wasn't even really thinking about what was going on that around me. I was like thinking about Summer and the dispatch call. And then I started questioning a whole bunch of stuff, but I just wanted to share that with you because I thought
thank you. I think that's a good point. And what that does is for me, it certainly, it helps me retract a little bias. I think it's like, knowing, and I think I discussed that when I've discussed the dispatch call before. I've raised that dynamic that, that yes, the dispatch is capable of, butchering what the caller is trying to report.
Yeah, they're human, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. So I want to play this call, and I want to get your take on it. This is Candace and Marlena. And here we go.
She told me when she called me, she said that she was in the kitchen. Yeah, she called me the day that she went missing.
Oh, okay.
She called me at 7.
I want to get that one out there recorded too, but okay.
She called me at 7:30 that night and told me that Summer had been missing for like 30 minutes and that they were out there looking for her.
All right. What's interesting about that is if she calls at 7:30 and says she's been missing for like 30 minutes, that would make the time she's gone, right? What time would that make it? 7 p.m. Mm-hmm. We know that's not true because the police were already on the scene by 7 p.m. Hoo-ah.
Would Candace be calling Marlena at 7:30 with law enforcement crawling all over the area, sending choppers and
stuff?
What a strange,
That's very strange, isn't it?
So what if, so listening to this, I'm thinking, what if Candace did call Marlena and she said that Summer had been missing for 30 minutes but it doesn't mean that it was 30 minutes before that specific call. We know Candace is
Good
a
point.
little bit, you know,
Good point.
that's
Good
what
point.
I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Like she called at 7:30 saying, hey, she'd been missing for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Doesn't actually mean that she went missing at 7. She could have been missing for 30 minutes starting at 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock
Possibly.
or, yeah. Like a 30-minute period, she didn't dictate well. There's a 30-minute period she was not in the play, and now she's missing. It's an interesting tidbit. I'm going to back it up just a little bit.
Okay.
I want to get that one out there recorded too, but okay.
She called me at 7:30 that night and told me that Summer had been missing for like 30 minutes, and that they were out there looking for her. And I was like, well, then you need to call the law.
That's certainly okay. Now there's a little more context. So if at 7:30, like we know that's not true. So I guess it almost answers itself. Like I'm not here to say that Marlena's a liar. She may just be wrong on the time. Fair enough?
Sure.
I mean, because at 7:30, the police already been there for what, 27 minutes, 28 minutes?
More than, well, yeah, about 26 minutes or so, because it got there at 7:04 as far as we know.
Yeah. So
But what if, well, you keep going. I'll write it down and say it after
Okay.
so I don't throw off the conversation.
no worries.
I've been missing for like 30 minutes, and that they were out there looking for her. And I was like, well, then you need to call the law. If you haven't found her, you need to call the law. She's young. I said, and you need to call somebody. Dawn wasn't.
They're saying it was 6:30.
Well, I got to call at 7:30.
Okay. Wow. The cops should have been there by 7:20 or 7:05, I think, or something already.
Yep, Lips is
And
right.
Candace never went
7:05.
for a walk. When she told that shit, she was lying straight the hell up.
Okay. So do you
How does she
must
know that? Marlena,
There you go.
how do you
There
know
you
that?
go.
Can you
How
play
do you
that
know
one more time, that one little part?
Absolutely, I will.
That
The
stands
cops should
out
have
to
been
me
there
the
by
most.
7:20 or 7:05, I think, or something already.
And Candace never went for a walk. When she told that shit, she was lying straight the hell up. Candace
what do you-
never walked around that place at all.
What do
She
you
never
think
went
she
for
was
a walk.
doing? What do you
I
think she
think
was?
her and her mama was doing whatever drugs she got that day.
Something's wrong here.
Ooh.
Oh my God. Okay.
So-
Okay.
So let me
Wow.
ask you a question really quick. I want you to go. You got the floor. I'm sorry.
No,
You got the
go ahead. Ask me the question. My mind is blown.
floor.
I
She
didn't
said
hear
drugs. She said
She's
drugs.
confirming. Yes, she's confirming the drugs that they got that day. So Marlena, I'll be straight up. Don't hold it against anybody here or Benny or whatever. But Marlena is telling you Candace did not go for a walk that day. The only way she could say that as sure as she did was if she was there. I question the 7:30 thing. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, unless this happened on the 14th and she got a call at 7:30 on the 14th. And that is the only explanation, unless Candace was saying she went missing, 30 minutes before she called the police, but she's saying she hadn't even called the police yet. So that is out of the equation. I don't
Correct.
believe that.
You can't believe that.
Call the police. They'd already been there for 26 minutes. They were
Correct.
called an hour before this. So she already had
Now-
called.
Is there a possibility
Hmm?
that Candace could, and I like how we're playing devil's advocate on each other. Is there a possibility that maybe Candace could have called her in now? So what we do know is allegedly an officer gave her some liquor, right? So
Right.
if she calls at 7:30 and she may have already had some, is it possible that Candace, and let's split it off into two deductions and keep it low. Let's say one side could be that she was already getting loopy and intoxicated and just said the wrong time, or that she, I don't know, let's say was trying to get some attention from Marlena and just straight up lied to her about the time. Like, because I don't know enough about Marlena, but I do know Candace has lied to me. Now, if anyone else out here knows of anyone, any situations where Marlena has blatantly been untruthful, I don't know. But what I can and will do is agree with Tiffany and say that could not have happened at 7:30. Now, that's not to say that Candace didn't make the call, but the police would have already been there during that call. And it seems like that early on the call, what are the police going to be doing the first 20 minutes on the call? Talking to the parents extensively. So I almost even question, could there have been a call at 7:30? Because it seems like they'd have been tied up with police talking, in my opinion only. So I and again, I don't want to call Marlena a liar. I more want to say, but then again, at this point, over a year later, Marlena has probably looked at, or allegedly looked at, these calls and all this interaction between her and Candace over and over and over again. So I don't know. Like, is she making herself a liar right here?
I don't know, but it makes me wonder if this happened on the 14th. And I don't want to sound like I'm,
That fits in with what Jody is telling her mother-in-law. Is it her mother-in-law?
well,
They were searching for the guy.
slid out of Jody's mouth that she tried to clean up that she couldn't. And is Marlena talking about the 14th? I cannot imagine. That doesn't make any sense. And also what stands out to me is dispatch says mom went for a run. She's been gone for 10 minutes. Marlena says 30. That Candace said 30. So dispatch says 10. Marlena says 30. Strange. Was that a slip up of Marlena? I don't know. I wish I. And also, Marlena's voice, Crimes Has Consequences, said it too. Did she say no anywhere in here?
I can run it back.
Hmm.
You know what's interesting is that so Candace, the only time we've actually seen Candace say anything about the walk is on the news. And on the news, she said she didn't take a walk. Right? So what?
I don't want her run anywhere. But
right?
I think
walk or run anywhere. She's saying right there, she is agreeing with Candace, but Candace is still calling her a liar. The issue is that Candace isn't referring to the WJHL interview. Candace is referring, Marlena. Marlena is referring to the dispatch call. She's not she can't refer to when Candace said, I never went for a walk on the news, because she's agreeing with Candace. I'm reading the name. She's agreeing with Marlena on the news. She's saying, I never went for a walk. Marlena is also saying she never went for a walk, but she says she lied when she said it. Well, we never actually saw Candace call the dispatch and tell them she went for a walk. So that's very interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Very interesting that Marlena is almost saying what it sounds like she's saying to me. Also, you could stretch it to make it say that Candace might have called Marlena and told Marlena she went for a walk. Also, because now she's disagreeing with something that, she can't disagree with what Candace has said publicly about the walk. I know I'm reiterating myself, but this is very strange right here. It's
very strange. Actually, this is only a 1 minute and 10-second clip, because there's a little bit of an intro, and I've got 4 things standing out to me.
Tell me yours.
I did all those things. So the 10 minutes and 30 minutes, telling her that she called the night that Summer went missing at 7:30. That she told her to call the police, but the police had already been there. God, what else did I say?
Let me pull it up again.
Yeah, let's listen to it again. And I want to see if you notice she says the word no, please let me know.
Okay. I am. Let me see if I can find my. I had my timeline I made with their texts, but I looks like I may have hid this joker. 1 second.
Jetta from Texas says, how did Marlena know at this point she don't hear dispatch call yet? Well, actually, Jetta, I can't answer your question, but your question is very important because Marlena would, well, no, because when she talked to Lips, she had heard the dispatch. So scratch that. I don't know. I got to think about that.
I guess I don't have it on here yet. I don't have it on this computer yet. Doggone it! It's only in my StreamYard, but I didn't pay my bill, so it won't let me pull it up. Let's go ahead and listen to it.
Okay.
There's something weird going on right here, like, and it's not. Yeah, this thing isn't sticking in my craw like it did when it first came out last month. Like this is I don't know what's changed, but something seems fishy right here. Ooh, we got the stool.
Yeah, she called me the day that she went missing.
Oh, okay.
She
I
called
wanna-
me at
I
7.
want to get that one out there recorded too, but yeah, okay.
She called me at 7:30 that night and told me that Summer had been missing for like 30 minutes, and that they were out there looking for her. And I was like, well, then you need to call the law. If you haven't found her, you need to call the law. She's young. I said, and you need to call somebody. Dawn wasn't.
They're saying it was 6:30.
Well, I got to call at 7:30.
Okay. Wow. The cops should have been there by 7:20 or 7:05, I think, or something already.
And Candace never went for a walk. When she told that shit, she was lying straight the hell up. Candace never walked around that place at all. She never went for a walk.
She said she didn't walk around. It's only the dispatcher that said she was on a walk. That's it.
No, they said she went on a run. And I think it's important to know run, not walk. Think run, not walk. Because a run could be a run to the gas station. A run could be a run to the neighbor's house. A run could be, I'm going on a run. See, I don't ever say I'm going on a run. I always say, I'll be right back, running to the store. Well, actually, I say running to the store. So there you go. Coming right out of my mouth. Running to the store. But I'm not running to the store. I'm just, so there you go.
Yeah.
Went on a run. I think it's strange to call it a run because if I needed to call law enforcement and I had a missing child, I would tell them I went to the store. I wouldn't say I went on a run. I think that's odd because it can be misconstrued. I want to make sure I gave them the most accurate information. Oh, Benny, I sent you the babysitter video, by the way. It's in your text messages. So what if, see, Marlena should know that. Marlena should know that, but she actually makes me suspect of her because she's saying Candace never went for a walk. Okay, Marlena, but you'd only know that if you were there and you know where Candace was and what she was doing. That puts
like maybe
Marlena
when she
on
made
the
the
hill.
call. I'm sorry.
It puts her on the hill for me.
It
Puts
does,
her on the
doesn't
hill more than it puts Jody Sue on the hill, actually. That's
does.
not okay. Yikes. Wow.
Yeah. Babysitter speaks out. This is strange. She does
Yeah,
put
it is.
herself on the hill because what she's acting like, and it's clicking to me now, what she's really, it seems like she may have slipped and done is said that she may have been there when the dispatch call went out and then left, theoretically, right? Like, let's assume Candace did say that she took a walk or a run or whatever to the dispatch. Like you said, then does that mean Marlena would have been there on the hill and heard her say that? And then now to Lips is saying she's lying when she said she took a walk. Or is she just reacting to what she believes the dispatch is saying Candace said? It's a thin line, but I agree with Tiffany. It kind of puts her on the hill.
It does. For me, it does because of her statement. And it also puts her on that hill telling us she was doing the drugs they got that day. What do you know about that, Marlena? What drugs did they get that day? Since you know so much.
And there
Damn.
again, like with the war of the words, right? You're like, so does drugs mean just multiple pills in a bottle, or does it mean more than one kind of drug?
Right.
Right. Like, I don't know. I mean, because, and also like, and I get it, like out there when I've heard people refer to pills as drugs, like getting their drugs, like here where I'm from, like when people talk about going to Walgreens, they're like, I'm gonna go pick my pills up. So like it's a clear defining to me. And so for me, I do get a little bit clouded with other regions vernacular when they refer to prescription pain pills. So is she calling prescription pain pills drugs? Or is she calling, is she referring to a street narcotic? Because to me, drugs means street narcotic, pills would mean medicine, right? So I don't know.
I would never call a prescription drugs. I would call it a prescription or medication so drugs to me do not fall into the category of anything your doctor prescribes you. Drugs are illegal. That's my definition of them though. So I guess it's all what you believe. Yeah. Now she's saying that they were doing the drugs they got that day. Marlena, how long were you at the house that day? How long were you up there? And
I don't feel like people do pills, they take pills. See, there again, it's some more word salad for me. It's like when people do drugs, it's like, it's got pipes and
doing
like
pills
straws and dollar bills and right. Like when you do drugs, you're sniffing something or smoking something. That's how I feel about it, right? That's my opinion. So let me pull up this. This is a video that Tiffany wanted us to look at. This is MGTV. It says Summer Wells babysitter speaks out. If you're not subscribed to MGTV, please
the right way to
take a moment
is with real red wine vinegar made from
go
red grapes.
over. There you go, Mamita. I guess I didn't think of that.
Benny, thank you for playing this. And I'm so glad it came up earlier when Penny was up here because truly, I have been meaning to go look for this video, and she's the only one that I ever remember documenting this story from the babysitter. Now, I don't remember how in depth she went, but they did not want to take Summer with them that morning, and this proves it. Are you sharing your screen, Benny? Do you know that you're done?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
There we go. Here we go.
I took Summer on outings to the park, etc. Such an outgoing personality and full of love and life, or life and love. I've taken her out about 4 times. The last 2 times she cried and begged to stay with me. Candace asked me to
I want to put the CC on. I know some people
watch
require
her the day
that.
she went missing.
Benny, I'm going to have a smoke. I'm going to run outside for a cigarette while you're playing this, just so you know that I'm not here at my computer.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Sure
right.
thing.
But I'm going to be listening.
Okay. All right.
I had a doctor's appointment. I am blaming myself. I haven't been sleeping. By the way, I have bought Summer clothes, shows, and 2 toys for Christmas. The nice shoes that you saw in a coffin picture is the one I bought her. To my knowledge, she only put her in those shoes when they went on vacation and a few other times. When I picked her up, she had on shoes that were made for like a 12-year-old. Candace tried to mention what she liked during the interview, but missed a lot of things she liked. She liked Barbies, unicorns, Lion King toys, and Grow toys, but the Lion King toys were her favorite. She cried when they cut her hair. Her mother said because it wasn't hard to care for. I didn't ask Candace, just Summer. They have cut her hair. And it appears that there is some things cut off here that I'm not able to read. But this is the picture and the shoes that she's referring to. It's a lot wrong with this picture. Very disturbing. Starting with her face. We already know her hair is cut, but her face is unhappy. The position that she's standing in. The placement of her hands. Her frail body. And clothes that don't fit her. Pajama pants worn with a sequins top that appears to be dingy and dirty. This baby is not happy. And these pictures are very disturbing. What the lady said was very disturbing. Enough that this family should be locked up, the parents, until they figure out what happened to Summer. I don't understand how two people can come up missing in the same family. Rose Bly, Candace's sister, missing without a trace and never found years ago. I did a video on it. I can't remember what year she went missing, but she's never been found. And according to reports, she was actually watching Candace's children at the time, like she was a guardian of her children. But this is very disturbing. The lady recounts of her time with Summer and the things that she said there. I'm wondering, have she been brought in for questioning? Because this is a problem.
You're welcome,
This
Days.
baby has been gone for weeks at this point, and still, they're no closer today than they were yesterday, than they were weeks ago. Let me know what you think about this in the comments section.
Okay. Now, I want to say, and I'm not going to back it up and show the picture. I'd heard Tiffany refer to the positioning of her hands, Little Summer's hands, on more than one occasion. And it really, pardon me, it really, that hasn't struck me like it just did right there. I never having had looked into a lot of that scenario when it comes to children and the sort of things that could be going on in their homes that could create particular types of behavior. Yeah, Autumn, like that picture is really difficult to look at in the way it was. She definitely, it's almost like when you pinch your finger or something and you grab onto it because it hurts, kind of deal. Like that's sort of the feeling that I got from that picture, and I think that's maybe some of the same feeling that MGTV got. That was actually very, very startling for me to see it that way. Yeah, Tiffany, that's the word, self-protective. Wow. Never really seen her guard herself in that way. Yes, Miss Benson. I've not seen that before. That is, yeah, Gigi. I agree. Like I'd heard her say it many times. Definitely heard Tiffany say that statement, self-protecting. But I didn't, like, I hadn't, I guess, seen the thing that really grabbed a hold to me was like, that's what it is. And now I just saw it, and it's not even a scenario. It's like after it went off, it clicked. I'm not even going to bring the picture back and show it. Like, I apologize, Miss Audra, because it didn't actually click to me until it went off. I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, that's more than just putting your hands down in front of you because you don't know what to do with your hands in a photo, right? Like a lot of people, you know, they don't know what to do with their hands in pictures and stuff. And I have found no evidence of M being Pruitt's niece. Sorry. Wow. Thank you for that, Tiffany. It's very eye opening in many different ways. Wow. So we have another one. Damn. Another video here. And that one we'll get to when TM comes back. While she's taking her break, I want to go ahead and run the rest of this. And this is the Bitch Clip stuff. Again, if you guys aren't subscribed to Bitch Clips, please take a moment. You could do it and still be listening to us. Go on over there and subscribe to Bitch Clips. So we're going to go ahead and run the rest of this while we're while TM's taking her break.
Remember the text?
Reaper's losing his shit. Has me and kids on edge. I hate this place. No, it's been nothing but car noise. People in and out, neighbors screaming.
Because fuck that. And I dare.
Yeah, LeBrier. Yeah, I've seen him, but for whatever reason in that context and all of that, like, bam, like the face. I mean, you've got her at what looks to be a fun place. Her face is painted. And all of a sudden you've got this moment that's been encapsulated in time. And just take a look at it. You're like, wow, what the hell?
One of the little bastards to stick a toe in mine. That's how I'm gonna play it. I'm not fucking around. So, anyway, I mean, I don't even like other people's fucking kids. Like, that's the thing. I don't hear it, goddamn shit. I don't hear fucking kids screaming and crying.
Thank you, Tragedy Pimps.
I will lose my goddamn shit.
These fucking neighbors are blasting, what you call it, Godzilla at 2 a.m. They're so loud. I can't stand these people. She was even taking video out her window of the dirt bikes and the kids playing, and you could hear them. Why was Jody taking video of the trees out her window?
That's a great question, Tiffany. And I'll answer it in my opinion. It's seemingly an obsession. It's an obsession.
Just so she could hear.
Hey, Yanni, good to see you, lovely.
The dirt bikes going and the kids playing, and you can hear Summer laughing because they bothered the fuck out of her. Jody hated those kids. She hated the noise. She didn't want them near her. She couldn't stand her neighbors. Jody would have lived in Beach Creek by herself and been happy as a clam.
I agree.
She couldn't have it the way she wanted it. And that's what I think. So when she was recording out the window and said, hey, I can show you how noise travels on 125, I took a video. Why do you think she took that video?
So sorry, Yanni.
Because it was before Summer went missing.
So sorry.
She took that video to let somebody hear how loud they were. These are the fucking neighbors. Listen to how loud they are. That's what that was for. She hated her neighbors.
It's a video from the main house, out one of the windows, looking out towards the back porch. And then, I sent to India someone probably griping about the noise, honestly. But I'd hazard to guess that it was from the season prior because I was not in the main house last year. But that was their dirt bikes and them and their screaming and noises from the main house, which is a little harder to hear than the cabin, but that's, but that is their dirt bikes and them yelling in the background. Over there, it's the kids and the dirt bikes from the main house. And, like, our main house and theirs, right? The cabin's even closer and picks up sound even more. And both of those videos they're in full
foliage, which had not come about yet the day that summer vanished.
This lady needs to be in a straitjacket for real. Like, this is somebody who's in desperate need of mental health care immediately.
Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. I'm still taken back by this car here. While Tiffany is still on her break, I'm going to play a little bit more of this other one really quick. Yes, Miss Q, I agree wholeheartedly, lovely. Let's take a moment here really quick and let's run the flyer again. Okay. This is Summer Moon Utah Wells. She was she's disappeared from Hawkins County, Tennessee, in the Beach Creek, Ben Hill area. She was 5 years old. She's now 6. Her height was 3 feet. Her weight was 40 pounds. Her hair blonde, her eyes blue. If you have any details on the whereabouts of Summer Wells, please contact 1-800-TBI-FIND. Again, that's 1-800-TBI-FIND is also scrolling in the bottom of the video. All right.
You got any devils streaming over there? I don't care.
It's because you're talking shit, but you won't let me talk to you about the shit you're talking about.
I don't know if we've met, but my name's Joe Sue.
My name's Benjamin.
Hey,
It ain't
Dutchie.
Keys, sweetie. I just want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. That's what you thought.
Now, this is the thing. Like a lot of people, I do it occasionally too. Okay. Gotta remember, this lady has been a suspect on Tennessee time for now 470 days. Now, of course, during this time, it wasn't 470 days. It is now. Okay. But this behavior has been ongoing. And let me tell you what, although it does certainly look as if it's declined from then till now, I don't know how much it actually has declined. I don't know how much it's declined. I think I have a strong inkling that this is the way that it's been. It's been dressed up differently.
I'm trying to talk to you right now, love. Quit tripping. I don't make no money on Summer, man. My page is not monetized.
Thank you, Miss Tisha. Thank you so much, baby.
She don't even put her do not disturb on.
Jane, don't. That's a good point.
Anyway, so, how do you go to career day at school?
I'll pay the same money everyone else pays for your interviews.
Is this like Andy? Keys, are you pulling my leg? I terrorize you. Use you and your children. I've mentally and emotionally. I'll pay the same money everyone else is. Keys, you know.
Yeah, that part hasn't changed.
Yeah, I just asked her. I'll tell her. Look here. Check this out. Photos. Look here. This bitch put my phone number online. Where's it at? Oh, here it is right here.
Correct, Miss Christine.
This bitch put my phone number out here. What is she talking about? What the hell are you talking about, bitch? Bitch, what are you talking about, bitch?
Look at the difference in her.
Oh, you're back. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Her
back.
physical appearance?
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, hands down. I mean, look at the forehead. I mean, there's just her forehead doesn't have all the lines in it that it does now. Like there is quite a lot different about her.
You know, her skin, even her skin has deteriorated so greatly. It's so dried out. It's does not look, you know, I always said in the beginning, I said, Jody has a very nice skin. It was something I always thought. There's no way she could be, you know, an addict. You know, people that are using illicit substances usually have a lot of skin issues. And now that's not to say that those who have skin issues, because I know that some people have, you know, acne issues or whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Jody's skin always seemed to be very well taken care of. Like she, probably exfoliated. That's a perfect video to pull up to show.
Yeah.
Her skin has deteriorated so much. When she turns her head in the sun, you can really, really see it.
Yeah, she's really, and granted, I'm not here to say that I'm pristine and I look exactly the way that
I'm not picking at her. Like, I've always said, I think her
I know
skin,
you're not,
the
but
skin,
she definitely has declined. And in fact, did you see my cigarette count that I did for her? Now, I smoke cigarettes too, and I know you smoke, but this one here smokes 60 a day, a lot of days, times 15 months. So it came out to about 27,000 cigarettes, almost 28,000 cigarettes at a price, Tiffany.
Yeah.
$11,100.
Good thing she doesn't live where I do. You could triple that.
Right?
Cigarettes cost about $10 less than mine do. I pay 12 something a pack. I don't even know I don't really pay attention. I just buy them, but my cigarettes are like 12. Jody's are like 6. So take that 11,000 and let's just call it 22 here where I live.
Wow.
And this woman complains that she's stuck in a box and can't afford a cabin. Well, priorities, hon.
Well, let me tell you what, at 11,000 for a little over a year, that's
buy a tiny house.
Yeah, that's I don't know. What is it around?
That's a down payment on a beautiful home, actually. A home on the beach, in fact.
Yeah, $700-800 a month. Holy cow! So, $50 a pack here in Australia. Some packs.
No reason why she can't get a goddamn license either. I mean, this is someone who doesn't have car insurance, doesn't have a license, doesn't have registration, but all the money in the world for her cigarettes. And listen, I get it. I've heard it my whole life. Like, you're smoking. It's too much money. Yada, yada, yada. And I get that. If you're a smoker, you're addicted to smoking. You're not going to really see it that way. But let's be real. I mean, you could cut back on, if you're smoking 3 packs, it's probably going to shorten your lifespan by about 40 years.
I mean, when it's terrible for you to smoke even a half a pack or a pack a day, but you're smoking 60 cigarettes, 3 packs a day, like exactly what you're saying. You are just whittling it off every single cigarette. It means so much more.
On my worst day, my worst day, if I'm really stressed, I'll come right under a pack. Okay. But on the regular, usually it's about a half a pack a day. And I consider myself to be quite a heavy smoker. So holy crap.
Wow. That's an awful lot. That's an awful lot.
Half a pack is a lot. 10 cigarettes a day is not good for you. I'm guilty of smoking. I can't hate on anybody, but
no, right.
And I know
right.
It's an addiction, but you can't be sitting around crying because you can't afford this cabin, which appears to be sitting right there. Looks like a cabin to me. A brand new one. Doesn't even look like it's been lived in at all. So is that cabin? Did you see that? Did you happen to see that? The cabin sitting on that property from the Google Earth photos?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I
Don't
did.
Be fooled, people.
No, right. Mm-hmm. No, don't. Now, this next call that I'm going to play, let me put it in the discussion area here. If any of you want to subscribe to Lips, you can go on over there and subscribe. I thank you, Lips, for the fair use on the video and our research and criticism. Without further ado, we'll go ahead and listen to this. Now, there is something that you guys should probably listen for. And I'm not going to tell you what it is that you should be listening for, but it's going to be very apparent. And again, with it, when we get to that point, and I don't know if we'll pause or we'll play all the way through, however it goes. I want you guys to remember the context from the video before with the 7:30, the this and that, because you're going to hear some stuff in here that's going to make you question, maybe even the 15th being the day. Hard to say. Thank you, Mamita. Here we go.
So I don't know what game or whatever they're playing, but then again, my daughter said that they were packing her suitcase to make her go away.
All right, there it is. Do you have a comment on that, Tiffany?
I do, but would you do me a favor and will you play it over one more time so I can get every word that just came out of her mouth with no mistake?
Absolutely.
All right.
So I don't know what game or whatever they're playing, but then again, my daughter said that they were packing her suitcase to make her go away, as she was taking a trip. So I don't know.
Yeah, was your
My
daughter
daughter
there the day before?
My daughter was there 4 days before. My daughter was there on that Friday before.
Which would be the 11th. 4 days before would be the 11th.
For that Tuesday she was missing.
What was it? What was that day like? Was you there?
No.
Now, I want to just tie something in really quick. So with Marlena's account right here, I guess what that could do theoretically, if you placed any weight on June 9th in the circumstances there, this could cancel out June 9th if it was ever a thing, because she's claiming her daughter was there on the hill with Summer on the 11th. So what we do know theoretically through Marlena and through Jay is that allegedly Summer was still there up until the 11th. Let's listen to a little more.
No, her grandmother, Summer's grandmother, brought my daughter home.
How was she? We call her Grandis. It's like Candace.
Now, we didn't get a context on when she brought her home.
Right.
Right? She didn't say maybe it was later on in the evening of the 11th or the morning of the 13th. Like, you didn't get any context there. All you know is that Grandis brought Jay back to Marlena.
How was she? We call her Grandis. It's like Candace, but with a grandma.
Candace's mom is weird in her own way too. I mean, but
I
like
talked to her too.
Candace has got tattoos of her sister that's missing in Ohio or wherever she's missing from.
Wisconsin.
She's got the same. Yeah, Wisconsin. She's got the tattoos of.
Did Chase's BS stuff he was talking about, that was Indiana, right? Not Ohio, right?
Yeah, Indiana.
Okay.
I find it interesting. She just said Ohio.
She did. Ohio just got shot. It just got shot into the barrel of a gun, didn't it?
Yeah.
Even
though we all make mistakes, I always pay close attention to like little slips like that. And it might just be an accident. Easy to get Ohio mixed up with Wisconsin. If it is, people I mess up all the time. I make mistakes all the time, but I'll always remember Ohio was brought up in terms of Rosemary Bly, right? We'll just keep it as a mental note.
Yes. She did
that
just
one
say
time,
Miss Christine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know. I guess I want to be very restraint filled when I don't want to go too much deeper with now you're welcome to say whatever you want. And feel free. I just don't know what I feel about Ohio. Like, what is
I'd
that?
like to know what you think. I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But I want to say too, Benny, you know how you had said we definitely know, at least we know that on the, not the 9th, did she say the 11th? I'm sorry, I forget what day.
The 11th, yes.
The 11th. But keep in mind also the church garage sale on Saturday, where the churchgoers actually confirmed that Summer was running around having a great time. She was seen by the Seventh-day Adventist churchgoers on the Saturday before her disappearance. So I trust that. I do. I don't know if I trust Marlena I'm going to say I don't trust Marlena, and not any personal reasons. I don't have anything against her. It's only the things that I've heard that don't make sense to me that I question. And I guess maybe I would feel different if, she spoke a little bit more on it, or I don't know. I don't feel confident in the statements that she had made in that last clip that she had played, the four things that stood out to me. Candace definitely did not go walking around. Well, how do you know that? Like, I'm very uncomfortable also with the fact that she says that her daughter was there 4 days before, because from what I understand, she left the day before and was supposed to spend the night, but did not end up doing that. So I want to know why that has changed to 4 days before instead of the day before.
Correct. Now, also, let's add into what we allegedly know about the day before. Is it or is it not alleged that Boog could or may not have been on the hill on the 14th when the swimming pool stuff was going on? Is that correct or no?
Say it one more time, Benny.
Is it true Boog was up there around the swimming pool the day before?
That is what Fred Hill said. Okay. I don't know if he was up there with, the swimming pool or whatnot. I don't know how often he visited the wells. I don't know if he hung out with the boys, maybe. I wish I could answer. I don't know if it's true or not. I know people did say that a lot when the Woods incident was brought up. Yes. And I don't know how much of that is accusation. I don't know how much of that is false or true. So I wish I could. I don't know.
Fair enough. Sure. I am now. I mean, for all I know, Marlena may have. I'm sorry.
I said, tell me what you think about Ohio, but after I didn't realize you were going to talk about. Go ahead, say what you were going to say.
It could be something as easy as Marlena has family in Ohio and just had Ohio on the cerebral. But I think for having the contact that we know that she had with the family, and she knows things that even if it's just like what they had for dinner one night that we don't know about. My point is she knows things about the family that we don't know. Right. So, I don't know, like, could Ohio mean something more? Because I'll tell you what, and I'm not going to go way out out in left field, but Ohio isn't far from Indiana. Okay. And I'm here to tell you that even though 423 is a liar, like a lot of people
never forget, Benny, that he said it, and I will never stop wondering. I can't help it. I've never been able to shake it. I've never been able to. And I know a lot of people didn't believe him. I took that really seriously. I got a lot of shit for, caring about that.
This is probably a good opportunity. I didn't mean to talk over you. This is a good opportunity for me to really apologize about the situation, because I wasn't in it and I rendered an opinion about that call with him from the outside looking in, knowing zero dynamics about what was going on. And I clowned that situation, and I should not have, because that was not productive. It was not useful. And overall it was bullshit, because I'll tell you why. Now here I am tonight, and I'm looking at the word Ohio, and I'm back questioning things from my mental Rolodex about Indiana. So it requires me to give you that apology, and I am very apologetic for that, because now it is just weird, because if they say everything is on the table, then that means even stuff. I mean, everything, right? So it's very strange, this Ohio deal here.
I appreciate that you apologize. You know what? To be honest with you, so many people were so mad at me that nothing stands out to me the most when it comes to like who said what about the call. I know I defended myself to the ends of the earth because I was like, listen, he told me she was alive. I don't care what anybody thinks. I don't know if this is true. And who else is saying these things? And I was so shook
Welcome, Gigi.
by that. I felt like I was fearful. And I don't know what I was fearful of, but that phone call scared the fuck out of me. Sorry, I'm swearing on your channel.
No. You got it, baby.
I was like, a lot of people had different opinions and a lot of people shared your opinion on it. And thank you, Benny, for apologizing. But in all fairness, everyone's allowed to have an opinion and feel the way they do about whatever it might be. I have felt a certain way about like with Gavel earlier, right? I was like, listen, sitting here today, I feel a completely different way about something I laughed about at
Absolutely.
you, and I apologize. So it's the same. And I appreciate your apology. It's very rare you get apologies on YouTube. No one really ever apologizes for anything on YouTube. So when you get them, I always accept them.
Like I get out, like a situation like this will come across Ohio, and then I start thinking about Indiana, and then I start thinking about Brad, and then immediately I start thinking of the ask that I made about that call. And see, that's the thing. Like you speak of this very intense, extreme fear, and I had a call that was from some people, and I know it leaked on the internet, and I had that same thing. And
it'll never go away.
It never. Like
You'll
you're right.
always remember that feeling in your gut, like almost as if someone sucked the air out of your lungs, punched you in the gut, and it's like I'll never forget him saying, "She's alive, Tiffany." And I'm like, oh my God. I don't know what to do right now. Why is he telling me this? Why am I on the phone with this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? I was so bugged out. And somebody who I thought was so helpful ended up being someone I thought could possibly really know something about Summer. He explained the way she was removed from the hill, that a woman and a man pulled up in a truck, and that the woman went up on the hill, the backside of the hill. I hate it. I want to puke even talking about it. It makes me so nauseous. And you know what? I never really say this. I don't say like, oh, I'm super intuitive. I feel like, but I like have to catch my breath because when I go back to,
thank you, Lily.
Is it what he said? I'm like, why would somebody explain the way Summer was taken from the hill? And at first, when I answered the phone, I wasn't recording. And I was so afraid he wasn't going to repeat certain things that he said. And actually sitting right here as I'm saying this, I'm like, holy shit, actually, I hope there's nothing he said in the first 30 seconds of that call that I missed and I didn't hear and I can never get back. Because, and I've never thought that before till just this moment, because I'm questioning now, like, holy shit, did he repeat everything? All I knew was I had to run to go get something to record it because there was going to be no way I could. Who was going to believe that? Who would believe me? Maybe some people would have believed me. But what if I didn't record it? I had no way to prove that he said that to me. Absolutely. And what if there is truth to that? Like, I want to cry kind of thinking about it. I don't know why I feel like emotional. That call really bothers me. I know it was dismissed a lot. I think law enforcement would know if Summer was in Indiana and if 423 Chase was a suspect person who would have anything to do with it. But I don't know. I don't know. I have never been able to dismiss what he said to me. Like I want to.
I know you want to, and the oddity of receiving a call like that. Let me tell you, for anyone in the group here with us tonight that is a content creator, maybe you have gotten hoax information, maybe you have not, but I can tell you that as a content creator, I've been doing it for a little over 2 years. Tiffany's been doing it quite a while. She's received hoax information. I've received hoax information. And I'll tell you what, the information that I got, and it haunts me too. But every time you get a hoax situation, you have to treat it as if it's the real deal. And you got to do your due diligence with it. But the thing is that, like Tiffany's situation, these things, when they come to us, they're so gelled in the details. These people can flow the information. And again, I'm not here to say that the people that called me completely, generated this whole situation that they told me that everyone heard. I was very convinced by what they said. There just was some things that didn't really jive. But however, I did my due diligence, but I can appreciate being haunted by, and I say hoax, and that's the wrong word for it. It's, I don't know what the word for it is, but it's when you get this sort of, this clarification, and somebody will come to you and they're passing off something to you very emotionally, like they believe it to be, the law, like scripture. And as a content creator, it's very difficult when you get those things.
It still is, and even now, it's a year later, and it's still even hard to go back and hear it in your mind and remember how you were feeling. And I think that when it comes down to it, thank God, I had something to record with, but I wouldn't have remembered everything. And even if I had a pen and a paper, I wouldn't have been able to write it down fast enough. I was so stressed out on that call, and I couldn't act like it because I didn't know what I was dealing with. That's hard. And he's local, right? And he came out of nowhere. Who's to say that? Yeah, and little Dev says, Jay said on that call, Don had no idea. That is weird. A lot of things he said were really weird, that the people, that law enforcement knew about it already. They had eyes on her. He couldn't tell me who told him, but I'm trying to remember word for word, and I hope I'm not screwing anything up. I think I know the call well enough to go back but if I mess anything up, please forgive me. But the people who told him weren't law enforcement or something like that, but law enforcement was aware she was safe, that she was coming home. Oh my God. And more than anything, right, I want Summer to be alive. No matter what is happening, I want her to be alive. I believe that you can be healed from really traumatic experiences. I don't want her to be deceased. So in that moment, to hear someone say all those things, right, in conjunction with one another, that she's alive, that she's safe, was everything you'd want to hear, right? So
Everything.
A hoax situation, Benny, that is a hoax situation. But I'll always wonder, and I'll never, ever, I don't think there'll ever be a day unless they find her. obviously.
That
I'll
you'll be able
always
to rule.
treat it like it's a little bit of truth. Is there truth to that? I don't know.
Gigi said I
Still to
met
this
him.
day, I can't say that call is 100% false. I don't know.
No, you
And I hate
cannot.
it.
And that's the thing about it, is that it remains, and then you have a situation like tonight where
Mhm.
because these players that are local, right? Like we're not talking about some lady named Marlena that's not local. We're talking about a local chick. So let me ask you really quick: is there a connection between Marlena and Chase that
Ooh,
you ever
I've never
substantiate?
questioned that before. That's a great question. I don't know. I could look into that though.
I think and I'll help. I'd
Mhm.
like to know that, because if there is, you I, when you revert back to Chase in some of the very startling behaviors,
Yeah.
it isn't so much the lies for me; it's the call. Now, it's the call and the. Now, I'm not saying the call is a lie, but it's just shocking things. You got the call, and then you also have the fact that he wanted to get to that shoe. Like Chase he wanted that shoe. He wanted the shoe that was on the property.
Wasn't even the shoes she was wearing
I know.
in
It's
that.
just like and I guess if you take the context and run with it from what
Benny, that
can.
was an old shoe. That was an old shoe that was like one with the earth at the time. It was. I mean, you could see that the shoe had been probably had its own little hole in the ground, like built around it. Like it was so dirty. And the shoes, the recent shoes she was wearing were those green ones. Those were the ones she was wearing, I believe, in the swimming hole. She had shoes on her feet. I believe they were those little sandals. They're what you call them? What do you call those little sandals?
Little gel shoes. Gel
The what?
sandals. Don't they call them
No,
gel?
they had like they were green and purple, and they were like sandals that had almost like triangles in between, like they were open. There's a word for them, and I can't remember what it is, but the one they showed on the news, they're open all the way around, and they have like a little, almost like a little bungee cord looking, like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. I know. I can picture it. I don't know the precise
They're
name.
not jelly sandals. They're green.
No,
They were.
when I said jellies, I was thinking of the pigeon forage where she had the shoes on that were too big.
Oh yeah, the one you just showed. That was in the video you just showed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They were like 4 sizes too big, and
Yeah,
that's
sure.
what. Yeah, the babysitter. Did you notice? Sorry to. I'm all over the place. Sorry.
Me too,
like
a
this.
little bit. I apologize. I'm glad we're on the same account.
Did you see if the babysitter's name was in that? I don't think that MTGV. I don't think she put the babysitter's name, and I'm not on a good rapport with her, but.
Okay.
I don't know if you are, and maybe you could reach out to her and see if she might share that information with you. I know some people were speculating about it being Brianna. I don't think it was, but shit, I don't even know. I might have the post somewhere. I can't remember. I'd have to go back through my stuff. Thanks. Okay, cool.
Could it have been true?
Huh?
It couldn't have been true, right?
No. Nope.
Okay. She was never used in that facet.
What the heck was her name? I remember the post. I remember everything. And I'm so glad it was brought up actually tonight, because no one ever talks about that. It's like one of those things you glaze over. A lot has been forgotten over the last year. So many things in the beginning were important, right? So that's good that it came up and we were able to talk about it and play that video. I can't remember the name of the girl, but maybe that's something someone would want to revisit. I don't know how old she was, but the shoe, Yeah, I remember that. And it was very strange. I can't remember what he wanted that shoe for, right?
Yeah,
Did he tell
it's
me what he
never
wanted it for?
no. Like he needed the shoe. He wanted the shoe. But it was, it seemed like that some of his behaviors, like wanting to help Don repair the fuel pump on his truck. There was a few different things that Brad would dangle to try to get down the hill, and I never could. I couldn't nail down. I can't pinpoint what the motivation was for trying to get an object other than one, and that would be just to have an item that he could say he found that a dog might hit on because it may loosely have her vacated scent on it, like an old scent, just to be a hero to maybe further the scam. Like I don't think that he was ever going to be smart. I mean, he couldn't even steal money from an elderly guy without getting caught, right? So I don't think he had some master plan put together in order to try to obtain an item to try to frame Don or whatever. Like, I think he was just going to say he found it, and he's going to be able to call cops out there. He's going to be able to be on the news. He's going to be able to, probably, whatever money he got, it would have been tripled had he had something that a dog could hit on, right? But maybe understanding, but the guy's an idiot, so probably not understanding that if he were to find an item somewhere and they were to bring a dog and the dog hit on it and said it, the dog, replied to the handler, that's Summers. Now what you have is a scenario where logistically and geographically, the whole search is shifted to an area fraudulently, right? That's what was going to happen.
I didn't even think of that, but that's a great, can you read Gigi's comment? Because this is true right here. And it has to do with this. Remember, he already had access allegedly to shoes, clothing, and a doll that he had found on Jody Sue's property before he ever asked for that particular shoe. She's 100% on that. He did. He said he had already gotten things that were on Jody Sue's property. He had found Summer's belongings there.
Gigi, can I ask you really quick, how, did he just tell you he knew those were Summers? Because I'm curious as to how he'd be able to, and I'm saying he lied to you. I know you're just relaying what he said, but it's almost as if, how would he know that was her stuff over at Jody Sue's? Unless, so you got to deduce it a couple of ways. Unless it was put over there by someone who knew it was hers, or let's say, I don't know, did he see her in it? You got to ask yourself these really hard questions. And I believe that's exactly what he told you. I got to ask myself, how could he know that was Summer's stuff unless he had ever seen her in it in some facet, or if someone took it over there in how that is all brand new information to me right there. So thank you for that, Miss Gigi. That is all brand spanking new to me.
His first ever video was at the Meadows.
The girl spends time over there, Tiff, doesn't it?
Huh? What is it?
This comment by Gigi, this proves that they have clothing. They found clothing, a doll, and shoes. So that is a lot of her stuff. They found some of her clothes, or is it clothing to a doll? I don't know. But they found some clothes, a doll, and some shoes of Summers on Jody's. Why doesn't Jody scream that from the rooftop? He also told me Jody slit her own throat. He told me lots of stuff. Gotcha. Mm-hmm. You drove to Tennessee.
Gigi had a lot of communication with him as well. He spoke with a lot of people. I thought he was kind. I thought he was helpful. I thought he was here for the right reasons. you know, but I'm a really hopeful person.
For
I
sure.
like the helpers and the people who do good in the world. I think those are the people that you should cherish, and there's not enough of them, in my opinion, in this world. So I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, you know, but it's sad because so many people pretend to be something they're not, and they end up being exactly the opposite. In fact, they become creepy, scary, weird, whatever. And he is definitely one of those people. Chase is definitely, and the sound of his voice makes me ill. I
I
hate
agree.
listening to him.
Stay
Hard.
Tiger, that is a fine deduction, sir. Stay Tiger says, unless Mr. Jamie Jackhammer is
Mhm.
lying, then when he says he was allowed unlimited access to everything in and
Yes.
on Don's property, no questions asked. Property is he says property is cleared, right? Yeah, that's a very good point, sir. Very, very nice deduction. So
Yeah.
I don't want to lean to him being a liar, but what you do know, and you're very correct, sir, is that that gentleman had unlimited access, no questions asked, could just crawl around on it, figuratively crawl
Mhm.
around on it and do whatever he wanted to.
Actually, the day that
See you, Goose.
Jamie Wilson went up to Dawn and Candace's to do the dog trail video, I believe neither of them were home, or maybe, yeah,
Correct.
I don't. Don wasn't home. I know that.
Know that much.
Yeah, he was not home, and I think still to this day, they're good. Like Jamie is, you know, I think he's of the belief that the Wells are innocent. I don't want to speak for the man at all. I think he's a wonderful person. I think that he's supportive as somebody in the community who cares about Summer and is willing to help whatever way that he can. And he did give him access. That's what he said. And I've also heard it from someone else as well, that Don was really welcoming to him and that they didn't know each other before at all, but that Don was very welcoming and very kind to him and was happy to let him around. And Don was like, anything you can do to help, you know?
Absolutely.
So.
Tiffany, would you be okay with if Cam joined for just a moment?
Oh, you can let, this is your channel, Benny. You can let whoever you want.
I mean, like I wanted to showcase. Yeah, I'm showcasing your, this is for
I'm
you.
good with him. He's fine with me.
I just wanted to make sure that you were okay with that, because if you were kind of wanting to keep it just me and you, I'm cool with that too. Cam, second, bro. Let me.
I might run out for another cigarette. I want one.
All right. Well, while you do that, I maybe want to pull up another video. Why did I just hit? And I know we got a couple of things going here, but one of the things that I want to really kind of touch on is I rewatched JLR's video with the neighbor at the end of the road there, and felt like that guy makes some interesting comments, right? Like that's just, I don't know. I'm gonna pull it up here after I get this to him. So go have your cigarette, and
I thought that was a great video. In fact, I give him a lot of props. Are you talking about the guy that brought him all around
through the woods and stuff?
Yeah.
That
was amazing. JLR did a really good job with that. And you know what? He kept up real well. You would think JLR was climbing Mount Everest. Like, he kept up.
I agree.
He wasn't even out of breath.
He wasn't. But it seemed like the neighbor there made some pretty interesting commentary.
He did.
And what he really did to me, and we can get to that a little bit later on, but he sort of banded all the neighbors together and put Jody Sue and Candace and them on the outs. Like, we don't know those people around here.
Yeah.
You know?
Same with Andy. He did not want to comment. He did not want to comment on Andy.
Correct.
at all. Like
That is correct.
it was bizarre, but he wanted to bring Jonathan to Fred's. And Jonathan, I think, was a little, I'm not sure about that. I think he's like I'm not packed in right now, guys. So, but yeah, no, I wished he would have taken him up on that offer. I was like, oh my God, please tell me that he brings Jonathan to Fred's, because I am very, very focused on that area of Ben Hill for summer.
Yeah, me too.
Mm.
Me too. I mean, if you lean on anything that CM says, like he says, he can't make it off the hill. So you take everything into account, and I don't know. We'll see how all that plays out. But go ahead.
I think he's right about not leaving the hill. But let me say this. I don't just consider Don and Candace's property. I would just say, how about this? We're just not going to leave Ben Hill Road, the whole hill. Ben Hill. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because Candace went all the way back in the hollow. She goes, I went all the way back as far as I could go. Where's that? It's right there.
Right there.
Right around Fred's.
Yep.
So.
That's getting towards the end. What's up, bro?
I'm going to go smoke my cigarette while you start talking. Hey, Cam.
Hey, Tiffany. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. I just got done doing a live with Nerdy Addict. That's the first time I've ever spoke to him.
That's the drone guy?
Yeah, that came out there, and he played some stuff, dude, that I'd never heard. Some recordings and interviews he had with Candace and Don, that he saw them at the I guess Solomon's Temple parking lot when he was in town, and he played a clip of them talking, and I was like, wow. But there was also that he showed those pictures, and I think I showed them over here on your live of where they were pictures from his drone. It showed the truck with the trailer. You remember that?
Yeah. He also showed there was like another dude there, maybe in an orange shirt or something.
Yeah, he thought that was Chris Coball, the PI,
Right.
and I was like, because he had a picture of Chris wearing an orange hat too, and I was like, no,
Yeah,
that
the body type for me.
Yeah, it was Miss Kathy's husband. I tried to help him. He was like, Candace had a shotgun. I was like, it's a BB gun, I promise. Yeah. But he was, other than that, though, he's actually pretty cool, man. I didn't know his approach and his background, but he made me very aware of some of Tim Mullen and how he acted towards him out there, and it just solidified things that I'd already thought that was happening back then. Tim, I guess, told him he was a private investigator and bucked up on him after Don and Candace invited him to the property, which it's on. He played the tape of that happening.
Oh, yeah.
And Tim Mullen sent him a Twitter message and said, nobody is acting like Don. Dude, I was like, whoa. And just some strange undertones I wasn't aware of before. And I was like, dude, I guess because Nerdy Addict stays on, his Twitter's really his thing. So
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that he. Thank you for joining us, Goose. I've heard his name and it resonates, but it's always on the Twitter and hey Fizzle, glad you're back. Do you have a comment on anything we've covered tonight? And if you do, okay, go ahead.
But right before, I don't know what I missed, but Tiffany was talking about. I had asked a question to Andy in the chat on her live the other day when Andy came on there, and it was about Brandon Carr, the guy who was out there at JLR. That dude right there, that Brandon Carr dude, man, he diverted from a lot of the stuff.
Yes. Do you want to cover that really quick while Tiffany's taking a break?
Yeah. So what do you mean? Which part? Just the whole thing about that.
Yeah, it wasn't crazy long, was it?
Not really, dude. It's just when he took him, when JLR pulled out there. So I found out that dude, Brandon Carr, rubbed me wrong from the first moment I saw him. And he knew them. He knew that those woods too well, coming out right in.
What's the name of that video?
JLR's?
Yeah. Where he's with the neighbor.
It should be Light Hollow, searching Light Hollow Road. But so Brandon, he tells the exact story of when we were out there, when me, Allie, and the PIs were out there searching. And this has something to do with Mr. 423 Chase too that day, because he was supposed to bring that big drone out there and join us for that search. And he showed these pictures of a drone had to be pulled by a trailer. And he lied and said he got pulled over on his way out there. That was the same time we were searching that area down there. Well, that Brandon dude talks about his cousins being on dirt bikes and motorcycles, and law enforcement came out there, but he left out key points about stuff about what about your cousins on dirt bikes riding over potential evidence and trying to destroy it? What about, when JLR asked
his cousin that was doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And knew the exact, he says the exact day and says my cousin and his friend. And that's exactly what that dude, the cousin, told us when he rode up on it. It was scary, dude. Like when we've talked about it, Allie, it really bothered Allie because they came from both sides of us in the middle of the woods and just sat and stared at us with their motorcycles running. Like I was like, this is about to be a moment. And then it was just strange. And they tried to say, like, I asked them about, hey, is there any caves back here or anything? Knowing good and well there were, because I just saw them.
And they said no?
Yeah. It's just like I saw their dirt bike tracks going right to them. And, dude, and, but then Brandon Carr says, well, or JLR asked about a pond back there. Well, that pond that he ends up taking JLR to, he goes the opposite direction and diverts from the pond that's in question, the one that Nita Diver cleared. That trailer right there where that property at the end of Light Hollow is where Nita Diver had a run in with Frank Light, and Frank Light tried to cuss him out. So yeah, dude. Yeah, watch. Yeah, I want you to play a little bit of that.
Gotcha.
Turn it around.
If you want to subscribe to JLR, that's your decision. There you go. There's his link. Appreciate the footage, bro.
This guy.
Oh, wrong one.
I got a question.
This seems fake to me right here, but if you...
It seems staged to you, you said?
Right here at the beginning it does.
Yeah, I agree. It I don't know, like, to pull up on the dude and then end up spending almost, an hour and a half with him that we can see on
and
video.
Just follow him through the woods of
like just on a whim like that. It is just strange. You're right.
Homeboy's carrying a pistol too the whole time.
Yes, he is. He probably knows this guy is batshit crazy is why. Hell.
Did authorities come back here at all? Oh, yeah. Oh, they did? Yeah. So when did they come back? When was the last time they were here?
Dude, when's the last time they was here looking for Summers, Ma? If anybody's looking for Summers, they're more than welcome to. We'd give anybody permission.
Really?
To look at anything. Yes.
Yeah, we're trying to find her. It's been a year now.
Look, brother. Look, I wish I knew for sure they're her parents.
You know her parents?
No, but that's just what people speculate.
Yeah. Is this a dead end?
No. Look, it's a dead end here, but
yeah.
Look, right over here is a pond, and right across this is where they live, dude.
Oh, they live right over there.
Yeah, like there's.
Hi.
It's a different home. I don't remember YouTube.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm looking for Summer.
Yes.
Looking for Summer. Looking like I just came down this road because I.
So they're watching the YouTube about the situation. Clearly,
he's alive.
Yep.
That's
how what's the connection? Like
this dude Brandon Carr moved from. He says, "Oh, I haven't been here but he has. He's like, oh, I didn't come here till 8 months ago.
Where's he saying he came from?
Indiana.
Ooh, damn, bro.
But this dude, when we were out there, and I'm trying to think what month.
Does this dude know Brad, bro?
I think this dude was cracking a bullwhip at us. But when we were trying to leave, like he was coming down a driveway like this big bullwhip. Whap! And I was like, what the hell? And so he knew we were out there, and he leaves everything about us going out there searching, finding stuff. Not to mention law enforcement didn't come pick it up for 3 days after it being reported, and then they drove dirt bikes all over it.
He never mentioned that run-in, huh?
Mm-mm.
Wow.
A mile away from their road.
Yeah, yeah. And you can cross this mountain right here, and you can be in, unfortunately, Fred Hill's backyard.
Fred Hill's backyard.
Yeah. Hey, and it's like, even when the cops come, I tried to tell him, I said, dude, I know, because I ginseng, I hunt.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, I know spots like, hey. And I showed them, they didn't even know where that holler was by that pond there.
Who did? Authorities?
Authorities, no, there's another.
Did they search back here?
Yeah, they searched. The echo search was down there.
How long ago was that?
Gosh, it's been 6 months or so.
So where they all came, drove here, and then just parked and then looked?
They searched 2 different times. One time they parked down here, the other time they walked in. So because some people don't give them permission, this and this, and we're like, hey, my uncle owns, her and her brother owns all this, and my uncle lives next door. We give anybody permission, like anything, anybody need any help. We've searched.
That's good. See, that we need kind neighbors like you guys and others. And there's others that do the same thing, but there's others that say, no, you can't come on the property.
Look, anybody don't help out with this community,
I agree. And
Hey,
we've been out there
it's
handing out
amazing.
flyers. We've been out here just.
Can I have one of those?
Yes. You can.
Hey, what's so hard? You got a minute?
Yeah.
I could
yeah.
Kind of give
You mind if I video and
yeah,
okay, cool.
Want.
Let me come.
Hey, I mean that. When it comes to some
All right.
park, anything.
All right. Thank you, man. And this is good. I'm gonna go.
That's what I'm saying.
Mind, do you mind if you want to show you?
I agree, bro. I agree. Thank you.
Hey, I would be walking around with a shotgun. I'd be put me in a insane asylum.
What's your dog's name? I love dogs. I got a cat.
That's what I'm saying. None of us believe Don and Candace, dude.
They're lying.
All right.
There's no way.
When he walks up through here, you're going to see a little shack. This is a church. This church is it's like the windows are all blacked out. It's kind of weird look, but I'll tell you what's crazy. Marlena Crawford, that was up on the Wells property just before her daughter and was, playing with Summer just a few days before Summer went missing up there. Her dad was the pastor of this church. This church also,
serious, dude?
Yeah. This church also, when Dawn, this is one thing that I would like y'all to pay really close attention to. Brandon admits that Dawn came down here trying to search, and they pulled guns on him and told him, ran him out of there. But one of the PIs took Dawn down there, and
why would they run Don out of there looking for his daughter, but take
exactly
through there, bro?
They admit it, and yeah, it's kind of early on in that, and that's what I was going to tell you to skip a little forward on. But then he says, so Don says to one of the PIs that the pastor of that church owes me coke. That was Marlena's dad, and Marlena's dad has since passed away since this. So that's 3 people that have passed away since this investigation. You got Jose, you have Breonna Tester,
yeah,
and then you have Marlena's dad. Wow. Yeah.
One can a child wander off from their.
So this guy with no shirt on admits that he does cocaine?
No, I'm saying Don told.
Don. Okay.
Early on, and I just pieced this, finding this out.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. Marlena's dad's name was not Richard Crawford, maybe. I'm not for sure, but it took me. I didn't find that out about him being the pastor of that church till just here recently, but I had heard the story about Don saying the pastor of that church owed him coke, and then I was like, oh, it all makes sense now. Huh. So they're all tied, but yeah, when you play it again, move forward just a little bit when they're walking, and he talks about Don coming down there trying to search and them running him off with guns. He also drops 2 names in this that out of nowhere that is very weird. A guy and his brother.
Okay. Let me see.
Even like them old houses, me and my dad get mad thoughts. Where's that? It's the church, bro.
Oh, people come here for church?
Yes, sir. Really?
Benny.
It was.
Hey.
Hey, sorry, I'm back. Can I interrupt real quick? I'm in the chat, like thinking a million things. Cam, I'm so glad that you came up here and brought this up because, and if I know you were just about to get into that, what you guys were just talking. Do you want me to wait till you're done and bring up?
No, go ahead.
So the fact that you or Cam, you said something that was bang on, and that is Brandon knew those woods way too well. Absolutely, especially for someone who just moved there from Indiana. Of all places, Indiana. I wrote in the chat that he's from Alabama, right? Instead of Indiana. I don't know why I thought Alabama.
He's from Indianapolis. Oh, it's a little town outside Indianapolis. He talks about
Yeah.
it.
When he said Indiana in that video, I just about died. I'm like, oh my God. Are you kidding me? This guy's from Indiana. I don't want to hear the state Indiana come out of any of these people's mouths. You know what I mean? So that's like a whole red flag. So thank you so much for bringing up the fact that he knew those woods way too well, because he does know those woods way too well.
What did you think about that reaction?
Huh?
What did you think about that reaction when I asked that in your chat the other day?
The reaction to what? Sorry.
When you asked him a question.
Who?
Andy.
Oh, Andy. Can't refresh my memory. What did you ask? I'm sorry.
I asked him if he knew Brandon Carr.
If he knew Brandon. And what did he say?
Because I said, you know Brandon Carr? I said, because he knew your woods really well.
Yeah.
And he said, he stopped, he paused, and a lot of
You
people.
said he didn't know him, right?
He said he didn't know him at first, and then he switches, he gets angry about it, and then he says, well, I might have seen him at a gas station or something. I was like,
might see him at a gas station.
And then I asked him about Dobbs, him having Dobbs' number on the 14th, and he really got irate.
I noticed that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. And, and this is the thing about it. Like, people are like, they're all under question. I'm just asking questions. I'm not being rude to him. There's no need
Do
to
you
get
think
angry.
it's possible that maybe, and it's just a maybe, remember Jody said that him and Andy and Jackie Dobbs had gotten into a little squabble down there. Do you think it's possible that at some point maybe they could have exchanged numbers, maybe before things got weird? Or, I mean, he was trying to buy the property right there. Do you think maybe they could have exchanged numbers?
Well, this is my take on it. He did buy that property. They said that he had all these damages, and Jody Sue says, well, they exchanged numbers because of a lawyer.
Correct.
First off,
why would you need to do that?
Yeah,
if you have a lawyer.
Law enforcement was there because of the altercation on the 14th. He would have had, law enforcement had all of Jackie Dobbs' information, but yet on the 16th, the day after Summer was missing, Andy calls Dobbs and tells him to get a hold of law enforcement.
Correct.
Could you think that he could have gotten his number through the police report?
I don't. But this is my. He tells him, sorry, Benny, I'll say this and I'll shut up. But he tells him.
No, it's okay. I want to talk about it. It's good.
They tried to tell Dobbs where to go get a motel room on the 14th in Baileyton, and then tried to go look for him there, and Andy admitted to going and looking for him on Fields Road in Baileyton, but Dobbs didn't go to where they had recommended.
No, he said he went the other way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is, and we were talking about this, and this is earlier today. I was talking to somebody that helps me with some research, and they said we were talking about 423 Chase, we were talking about Dobbs, and I was talking about Jody Sue and them going and looking. And I said, I think Dobbs was meant to be a fall guy. This is just my theory, and this is all speculation. I think Dobbs was going to be an easy fall guy. Chase then, when on the day 423 Chase, when Dawn and Candace leave to go to Dr. Phil, is when he asked me about all somebody needs to do is use a pair of needle nose pliers to get that shoe. He asked while they're gone. Jody Sue and them are all talking about. I think they were scrambling to maybe get. Then that's also the same day that he didn't show up for that search, but yet says they went on their own search and found 3 different things, because it was very imperative that we found something, because Sheriff Lawson was going to set the parents up. This is his exact words. This is why I called TBI on him. And it's starting to really make sense to me.
Say that one more time, what his words were.
It's hard. Okay.
Okay.
All right. The day that we were on Light Hollow down there searching where Brandon Carr and JLR were back October, 423 Chase, I just met him. He was supposed to bring that big drone he had pictures of and help with 4-wheelers and everything. Well, he never shows up and says, I got pulled over by Hawkins County and they're searching all of our guns and we got 14 Dodge trucks. And I'm like, well, okay, whatever. Later that evening, he called. He calls me during that one, and he brings up Summer's shoe, and he says, "What about that shoe up there y'all filmed?" And I said, "What about it?" And he said, all somebody'd have to do is use a pair of needle nose pliers and pick that shoe up. And I said, "Dude, what are you talking about? You can't do that." And he goes, "Well, I know. I was just thinking," and I was like, "What?" Could you be? I immediately called TBI on him, but later, and he didn't know that, but I tried to keep him close because I thought he was suspect as shit. And so then later that evening, he goes, "Well, sorry we couldn't join y'all on search, but we went on our own search, and we found 3 different articles of clothing, implying that they found something in the Beach Creek area."
He said he found it on Jody Sue's property. That's where. I
didn't know that part.
Yes. Yeah.
He kept telling me this. I'm sending pictures, but it just keeps spinning. Never got that. Well, then he calls and tells the PIs that night after he says, "Y'all got to find something," because the Wells had just left. It was November the 9th and they were going to be on Dr. Phil. Or no, it wasn't November 9th, because we were in October when they searched. November 9th when it aired. So October, he tells them while they're gone, he calls the PIs and says, a high up official in Churchill has told me that Sheriff Lawson's going to set the parents up. You have to find evidence. You have to find something. I said, well, how's that November 9th? I thought November 9th. That was the date that because it was a date that stuck out to me, but that was the date that they were.
Why does that date stick out to you?
I don't know. I can't think of what was so big on that date.
Okay.
November 9th?
Yeah, what was November?
Me
November
and Tiffany
10th was
situations on the 10th and 11th.
Okay.
Jody came out on the 11th with the Scream on WJHL.
Yes.
The 10th, Benny just went over.
The 10th says Dawn was the Peeping Tom.
And they did a search warrant for potential digital evidence, and they found some allegedly.
Okay. So I'm looking at my whiteboard right here. It says October 16th, live where JSB asked Chris CM about Peeping Tom. November 10th, first time JS says that it was Dawn as the Peeping Tom. But there's something in between there, the 9th, that, like you just said, but October. Hey, Allison, you're back. Hey, what was the date when Chase said that? When Brad Allen said that about y'all got to find something because they're going to set the.
Did you see that, Cam?
Well, no. What? Let me see.
November 11th is when she came out saying she heard the scream.
This is how we got to this too. This is what's crazy.
Hold on, Jody said she said that was recorded, and I don't know if this is true. She goes, they had that interview for weeks. I'm pretty sure she said they had that interview for weeks, but they put it out when they, like, she had a problem with the date that it was put out. Whatever that was, I don't know. But
It's true. That's true, because they were supposed to meet us on Ben Hill for our interview the same day that they met her, and they ended up having to reschedule ours. And that's when Jody Sue tries to say that Twister, remember when I came on your panel?
Oh,
and
yeah.
Yeah, that one's when she
Do
tried.
you know when they actually interviewed her? Do you remember? Because I can't remember.
Allison, do you remember the date when Ansley rescheduled that? What was the date that Ansley rescheduled that interview because they were with Jody Sue? You're good with dates. Was it in October?
It was in October, yes.
So that, yeah, probably the end of October.
Middle to end.
So they aired the scream, the potential scream, and the potential search warrant finding potential digital evidence a day apart.
The end of October was when he made that phone call to me. I think he made the phone call to me on October 24th. It was a Sunday. And was it a Sunday? I gotta go back and look. It was the very last week of October. It was right before 24th. I swear it was the 24th. So he told me Summer was alive in Indiana on the 24th. And like, he told you that a high up official in Churchill told you that Sheriff Ronnie Lawson was going to set up Dawn or whatever. He told me, he didn't say he said a high up person, but he said that they weren't in law enforcement. And they were the ones that told him law enforcement knew Summer was safe, that she was alive, to give it 14 days or so, and Summer was going to be home.
Well, see, he did that twice. Now, he told us twice about first.
How is that a setup to Dawn if they find her and she's alive and they bring her home?
And he also said he wanted to blow Dawn's head off.
Yeah, he did say that. But you see, he tried to tell us. Allie just told me that the day that Jody Sue did the interview was the day that we're talking about, that Brad didn't come out there for the search on Light Hollow Road. He says then that he finds all that stuff, but the pictures.
Actually,
go ahead.
The day that he asked about the shoe was either October 11th or 12th.
There you go.
Oh my God. So a month, all right, 2 weeks before. Hi, Allie.
Hi.
Interesting. Huh.
And we were talking earlier, so this is something that I don't know if I've said it on my channel, but
Benny,
I don't know if you guys have heard.
Sorry, Cam. Benny, will you go back to that page you were just on, and would you pull up that picture of Summer with that 1-800-TBI find while we're talking? That one in the corner, the purple one. No, the one of her holding the bracelet, the necklace she gave. Yeah, that one. While Cam is talking about her. I love that photo.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it is. It's one of my favorites.
When Jody Sue, when y'all guys, I think it was whoever helped put her in the hotel room that night. When they were trying to help her, when she was all scared that law enforcement was going to come after her, she starts messaging us on Facebook Messenger for the first time ever. And Brad is calling us at the exact same time, and they're bashing the shit out of each other. But earlier that day, it was said that they were chummy with each other. But he's talking like it was so weird. And I've got all those messages saved and screenshot. I've showed a few of them, but she tried to misdirect us on the footprints. She tried to she thought that everybody was a cop trying to get her.
That's interesting. So she's totally sketched out by the cops. Okay, you're not fucking criminal. Like, only people that say that are criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And then she says that she couldn't stay in the one motel previous picked for her at a Holiday Inn because Andy is allowed to do he has friends that give him rooms there, and I'm like, come on, man. Actually, and I was like, around here, a Holiday Inn is high end, and
Right.
I can see it at like where Dobbs stayed at the Roadway Inn. Maybe that, but come on. She was like, I need to be in Johnson City or whatever she said.
Hold on a minute. Johnson City. She don't ever talk about being there, going there, nothing. What's in Johnson City that she wanted to be? Or
not Hawkins County. And
not, I know, I was just gonna say.
And 423 Chase lives in that's gray area in Johnson City.
Very interesting.
And I'm sorry, but
it's interesting. It really is. But, you know, there's so many diversions and there's so many strange characters that have come out of the woodwork. It actually, honestly, gives me hope she's alive. I mean, I'm not going to lie. And it's starting to really irk me because the more that time goes by and we look back on all of the things that have transpired, and it would take us weeks to actually really go over everything in order. Like, that's something we as a community should work on, is doing a live stream, like a community live stream. And it's just a thought that entered my mind where we devoted ample time as creators to get on Zoom, because you can have as many people on there as you want. Oh, wow. Where anybody can show up, and literally every day people can take turns going on the timeline of events of everything that has happened and leaving nothing out, going in order and bringing all of the receipts. You know what I'm saying? So that it would be just like, it would probably be hard to do with people's schedules and such, but I think it would be really interesting to look back, go over everything, leave nothing out. Some things matter, some things won't, but think about all of the shady characters, what they've said, their actions. It makes me think the Wells are not guilty. Okay. I hate to say it because in my heart, I feel truly that there was an accident and that it was covered up. That's always what I have felt. But I've moved away from that as time has gone on because of several people around them, but one more so in particular that has said out of their own mouth that the Wells would be the perfect people to set up. And they could be charged easily with no evidence and no body. And then she sat there and laughed. So how am I supposed to feel when everything in my gut tells me it's Candace's fault? That was her mother. She was supposed to be watching her. That never changes, right? You're supposed to watch.
She's guilty of that, yes.
Right.
100%.
So then if so many things could have happened, and I mean, I could sit here, it would take me 20 minutes to explain why I feel the way I do, but we really do have to, if we're going to be fair, no matter what you think. I think that it was unfair of me to just only focus on Don and Candace. That's something I am guilty of as a creator of for 100. I mean, I always took everything into consideration, but maybe I shouldn't have been so close-minded when it came to Don and Candace, and Candace Hare also. But doesn't mean I've changed my opinion on things, just that I think that there were risks around them, the company they kept, the people who were around Summer, the people who knew about Summer. the people they may have made enemies with. I think a lot could have gone wrong around them. And I think they were actually perfect targets, because look at how quick I was to say, nope, it's them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Take this. And
I mean, absolutely.
I agree with you. And this is why it's easy too, because
how much, Pauline?
Think about this though. You know, Jody Sue first comes out, her very first thing, and says, Summer's well taken care of. You think the parents did it, but they didn't.
She
defended the shit out of them. And then, you know, Candace, when we first asked her about Jody Sue and them, she talked about her like she was like some
no problem.
No, I'm like really like glowed over Jody Sue. Then I find out after Jody Sue's walls got torn down and she exposed herself, I started finding out that when she started turning is when she was telling Squall and saying, y'all are shielding Candace. She was pissed off because she wasn't able to feed the narrative the whole time to Candace and Dawn, because we see that Dawn is spouting out everything that Jody Sue was saying at the very beginning. And, you know, she changes her story, says she's down in the creek and says that she can see Blue Roof, Dawn, and the boys, but they couldn't see her. But yet she's searching with them at the same time.
Right.
It says that she talked to Andy when he pulled in. If she was down there at the lower part of the property where that shed is, where Dawn allegedly went first before going up to his property, there is no way that she was down there where that blind was and where that trail comes out that we filmed. That's where she claims that she was, where we filmed that pink bunny rabbit down there under the dirt. She says she was there. You can't even see Beach
what side?
Hill.
Where the dogs were barking at you? That side?
Yes.
Say it one more time, what you said before, so I can make sure I hear it right. She was standing where?
She's saying when the police showed up and when Andy came home, and that she's saying that she is down on the lower part of that property. She was walking the creek. Hold on. Let me share this video and I'll show you. I just put it out earlier today and it's very short. Is that cool with you, Benny?
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
All right. This is gonna this is the reason I've been bringing these and re-premiering these, because a lot of people didn't see them, and now I'm able to put a better perspective on where exactly everybody was and where she's claiming to be. It just doesn't make sense. Everybody knows when this happens down here, you get in the creek and walk. What? That's what she said. I mean, come on, woman. Let me, here it is. Sorry, I had to go through all my content to find it.
Thank you, Pam.
Benny, thank you so much for having this live stream and inviting me up. I don't care if it was last minute or what. I really think this is a great stream.
Me too. And
I a lot
for joining us. I've seen a couple of people in the chat saying that this has been a really good live, and I agree. Like, the dynamic has been great, and then we've got Cam. You know, he's brought in some great stuff too, and it has been. I think that a lot of people could potentially walk away from this, maybe looking at some different stuff and re-looking at some old stuff.
I agree. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Ready.
You're going to watch this. We're pulling in from Beach Creek after this one. This is real short.
Thank you, Casey K. Love you, baby.
right. This is pulling in from Beach Creek Road to that shed.
There's no trespassing signs, but we do have permission to be here. There's the shed right down through here is where Don has showed us in the Subaru that he went down. Right here is
This is the first power line cut, not to Mary Sexton.
Will you put that back? I'm sorry, Benny. Will you go back to where Cam pulls right up to that spot? And
I got it.
I just want to look at. Oh, it's Cam that's sharing it.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I forgot he was on screen.
the shed, we're right here at the shed. There's no trespassing signs, but we do have permission to be here. But there's the shed right down through here is where Don has showed us in the Subaru that he went down. Right here.
Is that where you want? That's that first power line cut out that goes up to their property.
And Cam, do you know? And I don't know if this matters, but I'm just thinking while I'm sitting here, Jody was very bothered by all the noise. Rightfully so. I won't listen to that tree grinding, stump grinding, tree cutting, all that. That is a nuisance. Totally get it. Can't even hate on her for it. But do you think that now this right here comes right up, right outside the other side where you can see straight to Summer Swing? If you come up here, am I correct? You walk up there.
I'm getting ready to show that. That's not, this comes up like right behind the where the gray shed.
The shed that the dogs were barking at you.
No,
like
the little tin one, and then there's the gray. As I pull
Thank
forward
you.
a little bit, I'm going to show you the creek she's standing in and where that path comes out. That's why I did this one. This is what I'm showing. This is the
But
point.
wait, before you go, before you press play, tell me the one that is written on it that says Cameron.
Yes.
Okay. What side is that on? Is it
Thank
to
you,
the
Kylie.
left?
Thank
I'm
you so
looking
much.
at it to the right as I'm looking at it.
Okay, say it again.
Sorry. When you're looking right here, is that gray shed, the one that says Cameron on it, is that to the left? Look to the left. If you were to walk up there, would you go left or would you go right? Where
Okay.
exactly would it be situated?
If you're standing right at this shed at the bottom on Beach Creek and you look straight like at the front of it, the long ways, the front of it, if you're standing looking at this is right behind it. So you would go up. This is actually, I'm going to do this. Let me save that real
Okay,
quick.
you do
This
it.
is only,
I'm sorry, interrupt
only
because it might.
well, this is only a minute long, 1 minute longer, and then I'll pull up the map and I'll show you where all that is.
I don't want to make you go crazy. It's
No,
okay.
real quick,
I
this
just
needs to be
understand.
known because this is a point that I feel
Yeah.
so strongly about right now, and because that woman,
Mhm.
not just her, there is some kind of deflection. She has been so worried
I know.
about this area.
Yep.
And we did a live just in Angel Talks Too Fast. I encouraged her, or I was very happy about her doing the transcripts because I never noticed how much Jody Sue talks when she's talking about this, about trying to look for tracks, looking for tracks. But then, tries to deflect us about the footprints that were actually found just a little bit down from the road from here. And then right at the top of the next power line cut that you'll see is where the other prints of Summers were found with the scent. So she's looking in this area for some reason, mentioning it way before. This is does that make sense, y'all?
Yeah, it does. And it actually bothers me a lot and it's always bothered me a lot because I always think about, and I'll even go back to the phone call with 423 Chase telling me that someone came up the back side of the property to take Summer. Look at this. clear cut all the way up that hill. And some people might say, well, it's pretty steep. It's quite a hike. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
it's not that hard.
I've seen far worse. And look at how Brandon was running through. I'm not saying Brandon's guilty of anything. I'm just saying, look at how he moved through those woods so easily with just effortless. Jonathan, even also, I was like, Jonathan impressed the hell out of me. He was keeping up with him like no problem. So, you
And
know,
the path that you're,
if
the path that
if
we,
you got two legs that work, that's not a hard hill to climb. Anybody can climb up that.
the hidden path that's not clear cutted like this, where that's kind of hidden and that were filmed. I'm getting ready to show the entrance. It's not even as steep as these power line cuts out, and that's the one you're talking about that looks right at her swing.
That's a perfect little hill to run up and not leave any tracks. Would you
Right.
agree?
I would agree 100% with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, look right here. You'll see where I'm talking about.
That they had cleared out for the power lines. You ain't going down in there, are you? Where is the deer blind or the shooting house or the fort?
All right. So if y'all can see my mouse, right here is that path that comes out, that bunny, that's where that soft soil is right here in some soft ground. And to mention, that is the only soft ground in that area. It's so weird. And the creek is right here, and it runs right in front of this little blind that the boys use for a fort. And then that trail goes straight up that hill right here. And then
That's why the ground is soft, I think, Cam, because of the creek.
It's only in this one little round area, and the creek is actually pretty distance far away from it.
Okay. So what do you mean by soft? Explain to me.
And Jody Sue talks about the ground being soft. She makes a point to say, well, because the tree cutters and the tree cutters were working and it rained so much, the ground, she says it was soft, but there were no tracks there. I'm like, why did you feel the need to bring up the only soft spot? And I wasn't here till September the 4th, and it was still soft.
Okay, she brought up the fact. See, I must have missed that, but it's so easy to miss so much of the things she said.
Jody still has a soft spot.
She said, all right, I'm sorry, say it one more time. She said that the soft spot had no tracks.
She said they had just come. This is what she says. She emphasizes it was the weirdest thing. It was the wildest thing that there was a soft spot. It's just the wildest. And I was like, why the hell? And I knew in the back of my mind, I was like, there's only one soft spot that I know. I've walked that whole freaking area. Mm-hmm. And that creek right there that's another thing to mention is Benny, it's only a freaking ankle deep, and on a good day.
Yeah, for sure.
And she says, I had to stay. There's a reason that she was trying to keep her tracks down and keeps mentioning tracks that she's looking for. And she says, me and Blue Roof Dawn, because y'all remember, she tried to take the credit as being the neighbor.
She sure did. She said she was there first.
And then says, well, no, actually, Dawn probably didn't see me because I was standing back in the wood line. So
creeping in there, creeping. Yeah, sure, she probably was. She probably was sitting there creeping. I don't even doubt that. So hold up. Don't forget that Jody said Dom probably just didn't see me because I was sitting back in the woods. That's totally normal to say, right, Jody? So on the day Summer disappeared, you were just sitting back creeping in the woods and Don didn't notice you. That's a fucking problem if I ever heard one. But she thinks it just comes flying right out of her mouth. Like, this is what I mean. And let me ask you, so this trail that's up in here, did you ever show that one, Cam?
Yeah.
Is that the one that came out?
I just re-premiered it.
Yeah, that's the one you showed. Okay. Keep going. I don't want to interrupt you too much. There's so much information that is so important that it's like so important to ask.
All I put right there is all I have typed out right there is Somewhere around here is where the unseen trail comes out and connects to the top of the property directly to Beach Creek Road, meaning a person knowing the property would not need to step foot on Ben Hill Road at all. That's a problem too, because it's always been, well, that's a dead end. Who would go down Ben Hill? Well, they don't have to. They know this property. They just whoop down here at this bottom property, gone. And
Which part does it come out on? Whereabouts? Like, if you could give a house number, not like a house number to target anybody, but like if you could, I don't want to do it really that way. What area?
Benny, I'll pull. If you, it's up to you, bro. It's your. Can I pull this one more thing up? You there?
Sleep. Did he fall asleep?
Maybe. No,
I was adjusting my mic. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm like, Benny's probably gonna pass out.
Hey, I am prone to fall asleep though. Quit playing.
I didn't realize what time it was, but honestly, I don't care because it's such a good life.
It is. It's a good one.
Here you go.
Said they were taking her lumber. Yeah, bitch clips. What a nutcase. Yeah, they're taking her lumber, so they just don't want her to be able to build a cabin.
Yeah,
They're trying to keep her in the box.
Yep. And people keep sending me stuff. They're like, "Why is her mom's truck parked outside of this shed?" I was like, "That's not a shed. That's her house. That's the
her
yard
house."
barn."
Yeah.
And that's like, I'm not trying to make fun, but and even Josh Phillips, the guy whose property that Summers prints were first found in the scent, he lives in a yard barn down there.
Wow.
Who does?
Josh Phillips, the guy who came out on the Facebook groups early on talking about law enforcement finding the prints.
Miss Arkin Sassy, thank you so much for your contribution this morning, lovely. You know it means the world to us, baby. Thank you so much.
So,
all right. This is okay. Let me make sure that this is moving. Y'all can see. This is that shed I passed in the video I just played.
Yep.
Right here. Beach Creek Road. Pulled in here. This is that first power line cutout that you were asking about. Comes out behind the little gray shed that says Cameron on it.
Okay, so hold up. It does come out on the side of the shed that the dogs were barking at you on. It's right to the right. So when you go up that, Cam, if you were to go right, the little house shed is right there. The one with all the garbage out back.
The red dot, that's actually 110 Ben Hill Road.
That's the shed.
That's actually the house for the address.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Okay.
that's where
That's
that
what I wanted to know.
right here.
Summer Swing is literally right across.
Right here.
Look at that. And that's what I was trying to figure out. I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right clearing there. Don did, I know you have to know when Don did the video. Oh, actually, can I send that to you, Benny? It's like a 1 minute or 2 minute video of Don taking a video showing you the line of sight from that very spot at the very opening of that. Don's standing there and he's filming, he's showing you. So, and you can see Dale Terry's granddaughter swinging.
Yep.
And I think this is a huge part, that clearing right there. It could have been so easy for someone to run up there and grab her. But they didn't smell her there.
No, you got that clearing there. The trail that you're talking about that looks at her swing is right there. Looks dead on. And I showed that too when I re-premiered this video yesterday, that it looks
You did?
right. Yeah.
Good.
I made sure to put an arrow. I pointed out from me standing right beside that the gray shed, the siding looks dead on at her swing. And that trail comes out. Here's the little shooting house. Here's Beach Creek right here running down. This is where Jody Sue was following and walking in. Let me go out a little bit. So she gets in the creek over here this is what's weird. She gets in the creek right here in this curve is where she gets in the creek, and she says she walks it all the way around here, and it's still in it, but they don't see her. So she's standing. The only place where that soft ground is right here, where I put this little marker, because that's where that little the trail comes out. Don said he used to be able to drive his 2-wheel drive GMC Sonoma up and down this trail when the boys were little. And then this is
Hold
the
on.
other. Yeah.
No. Jody. Go ahead. I'm not saying no to
Jody
you.
Rochelle, thank you so much for your contribution this morning, Queen. You know means the world to me, baby. Sorry, Tiff.
Don't be sorry, you're good. I'm saying no to Jody out loud. Like I'm hearing something she said, and I'm like, no, I wasn't talking to you.
My
I
bad.
know. I think I know what you're talking about, because this is
Sorry.
what I've been.
I can't even help it. Oh my God.
That's why I've been
Wow.
so hell bent on this woman here. Like, look at this. So right there where I put that
Thank you,
dot,
Avery.
that soft ground, and then
Yeah.
this power line cut out goes straight up to Mary Sexton. You see Mary Sexton's house, but the footprints were found right
That's
around a
awesome.
white trailer. Right
You can
there.
put number 4 on
Can
that.
you zoom
Cam.
that in a little bit, Cam?
I got that's as far as it'll let me go right there.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Put it full screen, Benny. It'll probably show up
I got
bigger.
you.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Click on the
There
box.
we go.
Yeah. There you go.
All right. So
Okay.
This right round, they said a white trailer, and there was 3 prints, 2 to 3 prints, no scent trail, but her scent on them right around a white trailer. I'm guessing it's this one. Comes out right here. That's 132
What
Simpson
about
Road.
that one?
This is where all the cars are sitting. Now check
Yeah.
this out. A lot of people don't know about this. This path goes
Yeah.
up to here, and then this area with all the cars, there's a trail that cuts from the Wells driveway
Oh my God.
right across from Jody Sue's straight to that where the cars are in the path the power line cut.
You know what she told me about those cars?
She said. I thought she said she didn't know whose they were. Right.
She knows who they are.
Hell
She
yeah,
said,
knows.
"Oh, she said the feds, they searched every single one of them, in the trunks, in the cars, every single one."
You know
I
what
said,
Nerdy
"Okay."
Addict told me about that area just now?
What?
He said it is the only area in any place he has ever been when he tried to fly over that area with the drone that it completely lost service. His drone about crashed. Remember?
What?
That's
Really?
what- yes. Remember
What about Barefoot?
What about, huh? Oh, Barefoot. Yeah, that's the other thing. Remember, that's
The
what I was
drone
getting ready to
crashed on
say, Benny.
Barefoot.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Chris Starnes, first deploy, his drone crashed and went down right here where I found the freaking
On the
camp.
other side of that hill.
Right here's his property, Barefoot.
Yep.
This is where I found the freaking campsite. Drone crashes somewhere up in here, right around where the he said that's the only area, and he does drones for a living, Nerdy Addict. He said the only area that his drone lost complete, like it was like a no-fly zone, nothing. Like
That's interesting.
he said a jammer. It was his exact words, like a jammer was there.
Oh, had a super chat question for Cam. Oh, yeah. Murder Candy. They want to know, are you still thinking about coordinating a search this fall for summer?
Yes, actually I am, and I'm just wondering, there's been a lot of problems with some certain peoples that came into town that started turning locals away from wanting people out there searching. So I've encouraged people to try to get their search certifications. That way law enforcement and people will be more apt to let people come on a property and search if you have certification than this showing up and saying you don't. So
You're certified now, right?
Yeah.
Probably that
Oak
should
train.
be something that maybe even I think that's probably something you should request of people. That way, the quality of people that are coming to the area to search are not going to be, they're going to be too many people who are going to be doing the wrong things. It's so hard, man. I just wish that people could be normal for summer's sake. God.
Well, I'll tell you what, bro. I'd be willing to come out with the drone. I might even be willing to get another one, but I would come out with the drones and monitor the searchers and stuff. I mean, I think that's an important thing to do is watch what they're doing, but at the same time, be able to search with the other one, forward.
And I can encourage everybody. Everybody can get certified. All you have to do to get your first, even the lowest level certification, is take an online course. And it's that easy.
Cool.
Cam, when are you planning to do a search for summer?
I wanted to do it right around now because it is where it's getting cooler out. The leaves will start falling, and you'll be able to see more for drones. And we're just gonna have to expect if there was.
So you think November would be better, like when everything's really bare. Like,
maybe
what about
middle October again? Maybe.
October, everything's going to be still probably pretty lush, like orangish reds. Is it still, fall leaves color? Like, isn't it kind of still full? Because I know it is here. November is when the trees turn bare here.
Here around October, it starts getting really cold, and it varies. But it's like last year when we were out, it was in October, and it was perfect. Like, a lot of our footage that we showed from our searches, you can tell you're going to have a lot of leaf litter, but a lot of drones now and the technology that you can get to download for them. Benny, I'll need to tell you about this. You can see it can pick up like a petal of a purple flower out of all the brown leaf litter from way up in the air. And
I got a high tech one, man. So I just got to find out what auxiliaries they're plugging into it. I know you can do a lot with them.
Downloadable.
And I think it would be amazing if you went out there and you did droning and you were able to put together like a beautiful aerial video of people searching, and you could probably make an amazing, beautiful video out of that.
We're gonna do it. They're gonna do it for real, because last year what really bothered me, and I'm not going to call out any names.
I'll come there to search, and I'll also get my certification. I would like to help. Awesome. I'm serious. I would really love to. I want to do something that's actually productive and worth it. I don't want to just come out there to take a video or go live. I want to do something. I want to help look for her. So I would absolutely go to Tennessee to do something like that, to help search for her and spend a day looking or two, whatever.
I've already got it stuff planned out to have printed up for waivers for private property owners to sign, saying that they are not responsible if anybody gets hurt or anything, because that's one thing people that own lots of property worry about. They don't want anybody on there because if anything happens, they're liable. So you have that. We caught a lot of flack early on last year because we weren't filming everything, because that's not what it's about. It's about trying to find summer. So we didn't have, first off, you don't show areas that you're searching a lot of, because if there is a suspect watching you, you don't want them to know, hey, they cleared this. What if they went and tried to move something back to an area that was cleared already? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's,
So Cam, are you gonna tell people please do not film what you're doing and put it all over the place? Like, you can't be doing that. Like, they're gonna know that, right?
Yeah. 100%.
That would be amazing. Imagine if so much could be accomplished if everyone that cared about summer, who covers summer, who's able, of course. I know not everybody would be able to make the trip, but with all of the people that want her found, think of all the area that could be covered. We've got thousands of people in this community.
Yep. And when I first brought this idea up, that the woman that sent that super chat and asked about it, she knows, when I brought up this idea, I was just brainstorming. I had so many people volunteer, and it was amazing. And people that actually emailed me, it was like, I've got my certification. But Benny, I want you to explain this. What happened?
Thank you, Murder Candy. Thank you.
In December, what happened as far as people going after the people that were licensed divers, drone operators? They backed out because there were certain people attacking their livelihoods. That'll never happen again. As long as that was bullshit, because it doesn't hurt me, it doesn't hurt that person, the diver or whoever. It hurts Summer.
That's it. It's the only one.
And I was so pissed off, man, that people that were, it was just flat out like, it was about jealousy and people getting pissed. I'm like, it's not about that. You're trying to go after a certified diver and say that they're this and that, and they're not what they say they are. For what reason? About got a guy fired from Nita Diver, and Nita Diver backed out and never came back. That hurts Summer.
Do you know that Nug is coming to search?
Yeah, I've reached out to him. He talked.
He is amazing. This man could be everything that Summer needs. I've been watching him for a really long time. I almost fell off my chair the other day. He is so kind and so humble, and what an absolute talent he has for finding. I mean, I'm so happy to hear that.
I was too. People were like, Cam, this
He's
Adventures
incredible.
was bringing you up in his chat. I was like, what? People were like encouraging him to get in touch with us.
Yeah,
they
were.
And I gave him my information. I wanted to reach out. I just hope they encourage somebody else. And I was like, please don't let him go that route. Because if he does,
You know what? I don't think he's gonna fall into any kind of traps like that. Listen, this guy does not want to be reaching out to he wants to do his own research. He wants to do his own research. He's not trying to look at speculation lives. It's kind of like, I feel bad when I watch these chats, because here you've got this guy who is incredible at what he does. He's got how many? I don't even know. It's a crazy amount of subs, I think.
3,000.
Yeah. So he's got all these people in his chat like, contact this person. And he's like, all right, let's pump the brakes. Like, I'm just trying to get a feel for what's going on, what happened. I'm not 100% familiar with the case. Like, I don't want to really get too crazy about this, but I am going to be going out there. Like, he's not trying to get hounded by a bunch of people in his chat. He really could be what breaks this case wide open, and a fresh set of eyes that is not somebody who's tainted or polluted is so vital at this very moment in time. And if he contacts you, you're right there and you can show him things or whatever, go for it. I think that it's the best news I've heard in a really long time since like EquiSearch going out there.
And somebody just said in the chat, and I know why people think this. They said they think Summer's a lot further and where they search, but law enforcement did one 13-day search, then in June, then waits till November, does a 2-day search, and then March of this year a 1-day. Now you tell me that's enough time to clear all that vast area? No, it's not. And it's so easy that you miss something in this. I mean, because it might not look all that, Benny, it might not look all that from a map, but when you get out there,
like on the map, it looks, I mean, for instance, just take a look at it. I mean, you get a little reference to
them out.
You get a little reference to the hills, but like you really don't have any idea. Like even when you've been up and down, like, so if you're not 4-wheel drive and you go to Don and Candace's, you're going to park at the bottom of the hill. So even like when you're pulling up, you're like, oh, there's no problem. You go up and down that hill because you forget something in your car 3, 4, or 5 times, like it becomes something. It becomes something. And you know what? After your first day there, going up and down that hill a bunch of times, when you get back to the hotel and you lay down, you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
You're like, You worked out all day.
You were like, whoa, you look like you'd seen a ghost.
I had.
Did
I
you?
absolutely felt like I had. It was insane.
I
Insane.
could see it on your
See,
face. I'll never forget watching that. I'm like, I think even the girls in my Discord are in here. They remember because I was like, does Benny look like he's spooked as fuck right now? Because he looks like he's gonna puke. And
That's
I'm like,
and
some,
I did the whole time. And not only that, I was getting dozens and dozens and dozens of death threats every day while I was there. Every day.
really?
same. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
An
same.
insane
We've been, yep.
like actual death threats, like will KILLU motherfucker, like all kinds of shit. So you're
They
all
were
the time,
following me home, baby.
yeah, you're like crazy on edge, right? You're like, is this car right here going to be the people that are going to, and they're, of course, I think they're probably all trolls. That's what I tell myself. But all of the numbers, Tiffany, all of the numbers that were threatening me were all 423 numbers.
Yep.
Yes. They were
Yeah.
trying, they didn't probably want you out there. And see, that's another thing. I've always said if I went there, I would never tell anybody that I was going. I wouldn't want it to be known. I would want to go completely quietly. You know what I mean?
Tiffany,
What?
Let-
Yeah.
I got to tell you this, and Benny will verify
What?
this too. We didn't tell anybody on some of the searches when we were going, where we were going, and this same person she ends
Yeah.
up being in Jody Sue's chat, but they were threatened. They would comment just wide open and say, "This is where you were, saw you. This is what you were driving. What time? Don't let your kid be the next one that comes up missing." And then they were following me home. I have them on camera.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah,
who you're
definitely
talking
all day long, Red Lotus. Like just trying to get you, like it just made me feel like every comment or every text they sent me, they were trying to get me to just say, okay, this is enough, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Like that. It was insane.
When you pull up at your house in a car,
Thank you, B.
follows you from the gas station, and they creep and stop and crack their window this far. I said, what you gonna do? I said, get out of the car. I said, get out of the car, pussy. Because I was ready. I mean, it's scary.
Oh, I'll get crazy on somebody if they followed me home. Oh, you don't want to do that. You'll probably leave on a stretcher. I'm just saying.
They were
You
at the gas
follow
station
people
with me.
home.
They were
Oh, they
inside.
followed you at the gas station?
They were inside the gas station with me. I didn't think anything about it.
Really?
Walked out, it was a man and a woman. I walked out, got in my car, came home, and here they come right behind me and cracked their window just enough to like let me know their windows were all tinted out, couldn't see. It scared the shit out of me.
Did you get a good description of that
Yeah.
vehicle and did you
Yep.
report it and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, that's very, very bizarre. And that person does have a connection
Holler
to
boy.
Brad Wishin. So, I mean, right, am I correct?
Holler boy, I'll call your ass out right now. I got your number, dude.
Who is it?
Holler boy?
Holler boy is his screen name.
Is he in here right now?
He's not in here right now, but he shows up in Jody Sue's chat. He knew everything about me, and it's almost things that he would put out to say to me that only a cop would know. It was strange as shit. It's stuff that like, oh, I can't. He lives in Beach Creek, and because he's in Jody Sue's chat bragging about it, he did it to Scott H too.
What did he do with Scott?
Same thing, same kind of stuff. But he told me he was the one that threatened my children. He said, "Why do you think TBI and FBI left so fast? Everybody around here knows what goes on." And then that's when he said, "Don't let your kids be the next one come up missing."
Yeah, I got the strangest text. Like they would never call me. I mean, I would call them just being a smartass. They'd never answer the phone, but and then I had the situation where I was out there with Don and Candace out in the middle of the night, and Voldemort and a car full of people pull up, and
Yep.
it's just, man, this is a lot, man. It's crazy. So then it was like you had to create some boundaries for some rules, and like one of the rules was like, don't get separated from your car. Don't be out there way crazy after dark, right? If the sun's going down, like the sun starts going down, man, you got to make it to the room. Like you ain't got no business being out there after dark if you're not from out there.
I got a Kevlar vest now I showed you on that for next time I go searching, because that's how scary it got, because I felt like somebody gonna pop me off.
Yeah, I mean it's just it's
You
a
gotta
lot.
be careful. You really do. And Cam, it's almost like to the point where you don't really want to broadcast when you're going to do anything, because it's just not a good idea. And if you do go out there, anybody at any point in time, always make sure that when you're leaving there, nobody's behind you. Don't go back to your house, circle around, get on the highway, be smart, be street smart. Don't put yourself in these positions to be preyed upon by anybody or snuffed out by anybody crazy, because like Cam, when you said that people have gone down there and really pissed people off, I'd be fucking pissed too.
Yeah.
I had a bunch of people showing up, in my town, like taking over or trying to invade people's privacy. And people don't want that. They'll go like postal on you for that. So you got to be respectful of other people's space.
We had built great relationships with people down there, and these are the people that came down here. Those same people that were so kind now don't want anybody near their property.
And you really can't. But so, Miss Luda, from what I understand, the vehicle with the license plate that starts with an E, which suggests, so in Tennessee, the state of Tennessee, if the license plate starts with an E, it's emergency. It could be anywhere from volunteer policeman, fireman, all the way up to a trauma doctor or nurse. The contention is, and I have categorical proof, I have photographic proof, the vehicle with the license plate that starts with an E belongs to Jody Sue's mom. So it's very interesting. You have to ask yourself, where does all of that play in? Like, how does a vehicle that is registered to Jody's mom, how is it also the sort of vehicle that it's recognized by law enforcement as an emergency vehicle? I don't know the answer to that. And I don't know that anybody does. I certainly would like to know why, but I don't. So it's an interesting dynamic, though. Yeah.
And I'm not going to get personal about anything, but Benny, about how far these links people have went to try to screw with us and people.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even if you look at the very least, the network of people that got jammed up in the 32-piece indictment with Jody Sue, it went all the way to the East Coast, like literally North Carolina, South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? It was multi-state. So it is a group. Like she knew of people. She could walk in and at least give a head guy that could then get in a jam and then tell all the rest of the people. I don't know the way the dominoes fell exactly. The way they make it seem is Jody Voldemort got jammed up.
Yeah.
Next thing they create a piece of paperwork that says that these names and these people are in an indictment altogether because of an investigation that started in Beach Creek in the same month that Jody Sue got pinched, right? So, you know what I mean? It's like, does Jody Sue know all these people all the way to the East Coast? Or does she just know one person in Beach Creek that she jazzed on and they knew everybody else? We don't know. We'll probably never know that. Hopefully we'll never know that. But that's what you're working with is actually a multi-state. It's an organization.
And you got Lawson saying there's not a drug problem down there, and then you've got Jody Sue saying "F you, Lawson" in that Facebook post, and then she's worried about Lawson, and then she like confirms to us that she's a confidential informant before
not.
we even asked. She goes, everybody says I'm a snitch, but I'm not. I'm like, when did anybody ever say you were?
You think she's a snitch? I don't think she is. I mean, she might be a snitch, but I don't think they rely on her. I don't
worked her and worked out. I think they used her up and threw her to.
I do too. I think she's already been. I think she's been through. I think she's probably been around the block a couple of times, maybe, and they're all done with her. So, Jody, you might have been a snitch, and you're not a confidential informant. A confidential informant is actually far more reliable, and they will rely on you for a very long time. Like snitches, though, they throw you away pretty quickly, usually one and done. So she's very far from a confidential informant.
And they don't call your claims unfounded, which means
right?
No basis in fact, pretty much bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. So crimes, I received an email that dictated to me that someone was in town and happened to cross paths with JSV, and they recited the license plate to me, and then giving me the information at the beginning letter of this license plate, what it means in the registry system for vehicles in the state of Tennessee, is that the E, it signifies the vehicle as the occupant, the driver, being involved with emergency services of some kind, whether that be, again, volunteer fire, all the way up to trauma activated nurse or whatever they call that. So it is interesting.
Go ahead, Cam.
I was going to say, I want to clear up one thing. There are two Gene Allen Wishens, and there's a junior and a senior.
Yep.
And Andy, on your live there, they tried to say that Gene Allen Wishing lived in the trailer park.
If you want to talk about that, we can.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because me and Allie did some deep diving on that, and 333 Snaps Ferry Road is a house. 375 Snaps Ferry is the trailer park, and they are quite a ways apart. Gene Allen Wishing's address was 333 Snaps Ferry Road.
Hold on. Cam, 333 is 8 units. There's a house and the trailers. That is all one parcel. I promise you, I went through it with a fine-tooth comb, literally months ago.
Can I show you?
Get up, pull up the tax assessor, go to Tennessee. You know how to get through that website? Do you know where that is?
Yeah, I got the lanes and everything on that now. I have all that.
Okay.
Let me show you this real quick.
Okay. Because it's all one parcel on the Tennessee tax assessor online. 333 is a house. There it is. And then by the highway there, see those trailers?
Hold on. Okay. Yeah, but this is.
What? Go ahead.
Let me show you where. Let me turn this around.
333 A B C D E F G, like that, right?
Yeah. So it's all.
I'm not trying to trick anybody. This is 375 Snaps there. There's 7 units here. You can see on top of the trailer. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. Yeah. All right. This is. I got to go back out real quick.
That's all 333. I swear to you.
Look right there. It says 375. Shit. It's 375 Snaps Ferry.
What's the address of the house across the street?
Now look at it. It's saying 375 Snap Ferry.
That's Snaps Ferry. Now right here is 333. This is the 333 right.
Fuck the Google Maps. Go to the Tennessee tax assessor, because I don't trust this. There's something we can come back to it, but I need you to see the actual property, because legally that parcel, go to TN, tax assessor, pick Snaps Ferry is in Sullivan County, put in Snaps Ferry Road 333, and then hit address. I want you to see it because all of those units are on that very address and they're all part. So there's 8 units on that one parcel. If you have trouble, let me know. I could pull it right up like in 2 seconds.
No, tell me.
I don't know why they've got that listed as 375 on Google. I really don't.
It could be another situation like how Ben Hill, when they rearranged the emergency system, remember how that kind of shifted?
Yeah, that could be. They do stuff like that.
Yeah, they do weird stuff.
This is what this is what I was going to show you real quick this is the other thing that I got to kind of back that up. I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay.
I ran a Ben verified on him.
On the GIS map, because it's going to pop out another screen, and if you share the one that pops up, when you click on the GIS map, it's going to pull up another screen. So you're going to have to stop sharing and then share again if you don't wait for the last one. Yeah. I was going through this about, I think with Jenny. Jenny was under the same impression you were also, I believe. And then she started digging further, but we talked about it because of Chase's brother living there. Now,
I'm listening to you.
Andy says he doesn't know him, but he also says he lived in the house. So
yeah, that's why I brought this up. That's the whole reason I got into this. If Benny will click on what I got shared down there, I can show you. I have the lien reports here too. So
okay,
this is been verified on the 333 Snaps Ferry. Now I'm doing this is the property part when it loads here. So located Sullivan County, constructed in 1954, effective year built in 1989, 880 square foot building, 177,725 square foot lot, property type single family residence, 1 bath, market value of $246,000.
There it is. That's the company that owns those trailers.
Yeah, family partnership. I was like,
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about, and their website is really shady. I'm not even gonna lie. I went to their website and it's sketch.
So George, right here, go below. This is the people that live there. George, Eddie Bernard, 2009. Now these dates might vary, but Jody Sue Brown, 2009, 2010. Then you have Gene Wishon, 2007, 2010. Now there's a senior that's 74. And now look at the dates there from Jody's 2009, Gene Wishon 2007, 2010. You got 2009, 2014. It's weird, and this is
maybe he was just getting mail there and then stopped because he said definitively that he
he lived in the house.
That they didn't over.
Gene lived in the house, like he was like the head dog out there. Those trailers were overseen by that house.
Right.
The house was the main building,
Look at the lien on this. This is what it's saying about it. It's a single
lien on it right now.
Right here. This is constructed. It says it's only an 880 square foot building.
Yeah.
Property type single family residence. 2 deeds found. So I'm going to pull the deeds up to it right here. Hoyt and Bradford, H. Denton, which is to family, whatever.
That's what was sold to them.
Yeah, county record. Sullivan, Cincy, 6/6/2007. Resale, unknown. There's a document number. I need to look that document number up. Filing date 2007. And then March 23rd, the new loan record.
Mm-hmm.
And then a lien. Here's the lien filed in Tennessee. Debt identities. Name Gene Wishon.
He filed a lien against it?
Yes. Amount $1,647 in 2008. Small claims judgment lien docket, Kingsport General Sessions Court. He is also a convicted rapist.
Yep.
Yeah.
Funny, but is that just in there? I was looking down. Was that just in there like that?
No, it's in his background up here.
I thought it was like that. I was like, dang.
That's funny. Well, it should be. That's a crime in itself. Anywhere his name is online, a public record, it should be on his license plate. It should also be on a sign out in front of his house. I believe all RSOs should have tags on their license plates and signs in front of their house stating they are such. That should always be a term and condition of their existence in society, if you ask me.
Check this out. This is going to scare y'all. This is going to scare y'all right here.
What?
Look when I go to the bottom of this property information on 333 Snaps Ferry. Well, hold on right here. It tells you the amount of SOs, homeowner association, okay, county assessor records. Hold on. That's okay. I thought I found something else. There's building permits on it, deeds, and then look, there's another lane. There's that lane, and then so he had two of them. This is a different. There's two of them been filed. A lien filed in Tennessee, 2002, in
Not that
December.
much. Like
Sounds like
$1,000.
a deposit or something.
Yeah,
It looks like he's late on rent.
but for $1,000, yeah, might be. Assessed value as of 2020. Land value $9,500. Yeah, you're going to tell a property that owns 8 trailers is going to be worth more than $9,000.
No, not if each. So look, this is getting strange because this blows my mind, actually, quite frankly, because what you've got here on Ben Verified is not reflecting the legal document. And Cam, can I show it to you?
Yeah.
Would you be okay with that when you're done?
I just wanted to show you the SOs.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought it up.
There are 67 closest sex offenders within a 5-mile radius of this address.
67?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Within
5 miles.
Within 5 miles. Look at this. Look at this guy right here. This one is a cop, another cop, or it says a guy. So let me click on his charge right here. It says Theodore Jeffrey Hicks. He says his charge was something. Oh, right here. SB by an authority figure.
So that means he actually beat somebody during an R and he was an authoritative figure. So this could mean that it was a child, and that's why he was an authority figure. When it's an adult, like they'll list it because that's an authoritative figure.
But they usually charge that if it's a pastor, a doctor, or a police officer.
But if it meets a certain criteria, Cam, they will put it as an authoritative figure because the child is so young and the adult is so much older that it's an absolute. There's no. I don't want to say too much on Benny's channel. They put them as an authoritative figure. It doesn't have to be a cop. It doesn't have to be a teacher. It doesn't have to be a minister or a priest or anything like that. I swear I'm not lying.
Here's the definition of it. It says, occurs when a defendant used their position of trust, supervisory, or disciplinary power or you're right, parental or custodial authority to accomplish unlawful contact with the victim.
Yeah.
And then, so I wrote,
You mean like a Boy Scout leader or babysitter?
yeah,
Or
just like Mr. Hass, Randy Hass.
a music teacher,
But it
so
makes it even worse because the whole part that matters is that the victim trusted that person. That person was supposed to protect them. The authoritative figure was supposed to protect them. That is somebody that the child trusts.
maybe that
Terrible.
must change. That must change the sentencing guidelines, I'm guessing, or something.
It does.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
There was a name in here that was the one that we all might recognize, is why I was still scrolling.
Rabbi.
Do you see all the? Look at this list. Look at this.
Damn.
Dude, what is going on in that county, man? In Sullivan and Hawkins County, and
it's a hotbed.
Dude, it is gross.
So let me see what you got, Tiffany.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll take us down now.
Okay, I'm right here. Hold on. So let me pull this up for you. Where did I put it? Let's see. Okay. So perfect. I got it already pulled up too, so hold on. Parcel list. No, property viewer. Okay. So here, I wish I could get rid of that. I don't know why I can't. This here, Cam, is one whole parcel.
It's 22 acres?
22.
No, it's 4
acres.
4.08. Now, if you, okay, so you can see that right here. That's Interstate 81.
Yeah.
It's right on the highway. You can literally see the trailers from the highway. If you get down on Google Maps, unfortunately, there's a tractor trailer truck that's passing by, and it's so long that you cannot see perfectly, but you can see there's visual of those. I believe what you were seeing, Cam, the 375 is this address. I could check on it, but it doesn't even matter. I want to show you. There's in front of this house right here. There's, I believe, 8 mailboxes. I have to pull it back up on Google Earth. But hold on a sec. Click here for the most up-to-date ownership details. Is it going to show up in the same screen? I hope. Hold on. Seeing it. No, it opened up a new tab, of course. Hold on. All right. This is important. Sorry, Benny. I apologize. You good with that? Can I take it down? Cam, I can absolutely send this website to you. Have you ever used it?
Mm-hmm. I think I got it. I was trying to look.
Just put in TN tax assessor, and then you get to pick. So, and this is what sucks about it is every time I click on one of these, it's going to open up a new tab. But here, I'm going to show you. These are all the trailers. So the HHMM Family Limited Partnership, look, 333 Snaps Ferry Road, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you've got 9, actually. That's why there's 9 mailboxes. Where the fuck is the 9th?
Where's the 9th? Because they're only showing 7 trailers there in the house. Would be 8.
Where's the other one? That's what I was 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's a spot here in the middle of here where it looks like there might have been a trailer and it's gone. The grass is completely dead. If you pull it up, we could go back to it in a minute if you want. I think there's a trailer missing. I think they might have gotten rid of one. It might have been like beyond help. These are old.
I'm zoomed in
The
on the
house. Ooh, Sorry, what'd you say?
There's not an address number, but there is numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then there's two little yellow paper boxes. Then there's also
Let me send you this article that I
send me that
There
article.
used to be a trailer. It's not there anymore. So it's here on the actual property viewer. So
Allie, what's the name?
This is from
Oh, listen to this.
This is from 2011, but it's about a man who was arrested, and the address is 375 Snaps Ferry Road.
What does it say, Alan? What's it say?
It's a whole article.
Here, I'll email it and I'll read it, or you can read it. Just read it.
Here, let me send it that way that you can
pull it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
375. Hold on a minute. 375 should be right across the street if I recall correctly.
Andy says he knows the guy with the cars, the junkyard, in that interview with you the other day. And he said that Gene lived in the trailers. He didn't know him because he lived in the house.
I always heard he lived in the trailers. I don't know if he lived in the house or what. I mean, but that's what Andy said. Maybe Andy was confused.
Yeah. He's confused, been confused about quite a lot.
375.
Sorry.
All right. So 375 shows up as that trailer up front, which is so bizarre. Doesn't make any sense.
Maybe it was like the grandfathered trailer.
This is good, though. I'm glad that we're doing this, working through this lot, because this is cool. This is how it should be done.
This would have shown up, though, if somebody purchased that and they made it an address. You know what you could do if you really want to know? Call the town hall in Sullivan County.
I will.
And they can tell you what's going on with, ask them, say, I'm just calling to inquire about a property, give them the address and say, when I pull it up on the Tennessee Property Viewer for your tax assessor website, it shows up that this entire property is 333 and that it's 4.0 acres. But when I pull it up on Google Maps, it's telling me that the front trailer is listed as 375 Snaps Ferry, and ask them why. Maybe it's for I don't know, like a legal purpose or zoning I have no idea. Who knows?
It could be the 911 address too. Allie said, Benny, will you share that right there?
That could be too.
I'm sorry, sir.
Can you click on that thing I just shared right here? This is the article Allie just found too.
It says it's from September 25th, 2011.
September 25th, 2011. Kingsport man charged with kidnapping and assault. So a Kingsport man has been arrested after allegedly holding his girlfriend against her will and hitting her with a gun. The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office reports responding to a Holston Valley Medical Center emergency room on Saturday. A patient, Tiffany Hobson, claimed the incident began Thursday night at 75 Snaps Ferry Road. Look at this, where this is. This is the interstate. There's Snaps Ferry. Right behind it. Is this a clip?
I wouldn't want to fucking live on that land right there next to that highway. It is literally in their yard. Like someone could
see somebody drove off the highway. You see it?
Drive right into your trailer. Like a tractor trailer truck could just plow right into your whole trailer park. For real.
Yeah.
What the hell?
That's scary. It is. Let me get this little ad through and then we'll. No, it's not the same thing. This is Dad. So it looked just like it. Wow. But yeah. Was that the whole article? No. Where'd the rest of it go?
Al, the trailers have letters. They're all letters. So she says it's a trailer park. The office is 333. Well, 333 is an actual house.
Yeah.
Like it's an actual house. And I don't know. I'm not from there. Maybe somebody stopped living in there, but from all of what I can see in records and data, Jenny knows because Jenny, Gavel, remember when we were on the phone like a couple weeks ago talking about Snaps Ferry? Do you remember what was your question? Cam keeps talking about 375. Were you talking about 375 as well? I could have sworn Jenny was talking about the same thing. And I'm like, no, I swear. What did we come to the conclusion on? Did she? I almost feel like she might have said it was an emergency. It was like the, what you call it? What do you call that when for zoning?
The 911 that'd be the same 911 address, but
okay.
I've actually got a picture of this. Benny, if you hit that one more time, and I'll leave you alone.
Okay.
So, okay, this one right here is the one that's saying it's 375.
Yep.
But here, this is your. So I'm going to look at the timeline pictures here from the street view. We'll see. Here's the mailboxes. They're listed just with the numbers 1 through 8. Let's see if we can get a older timeline pic. Yeah, we can. So that's from March 2008.
Can you go aerial and see that there's a trailer missing? You can see the gaping spot in the middle of the park. And on the tax assessor online on the property viewer, it shows all 9.
Here's from, okay. Yeah, I'm just looking. I kind of doing this for the first time. I was just looking through the pictures of, look what happened here.
Yeah.
There's the old red truck in 2012. Yeah, hold on. And then this one's there. Let me go aerial.
They were nice at one time. That place is a dump now.
Oh, there is a big gap right there.
There's literally
Right
a
back here?
huge square. No, in the middle.
In the middle, like you see the 4 in a line.
Right here.
Yeah.
Go up above. Come up above it, right above it. See if you can see that way. I have an even better picture than that.
Let me go 3D with it up here and let me see.
There's
Now,
one missing. It probably was dilapidated.
before you
It's been around since the 70s. They're all falling apart.
check this out before you go off this one. Now, this is 375 Snaps Ferry,
Yeah,
and it
that's
has a picture. This is the, or not 375, but 333. I moved a little farther. Hold on. Let me go back up here. Okay, so here's the house. Now, check this out. It's got a picture of 2009 when Jody Sue and
That's it.
them allegedly lived there. So check.
Wow.
This. So we got all the kids' toys out here. This is in 2008. Now, if they live there now, I'm not, but they have 2009 here too.
I thought she lived in a trailer. She lived in the house.
Yes. So this, look here. Now we got to find out if in 2009 did they own a white Ford Taurus or a white Sable and a Oldsmobile. Because that would be the July 2009 is when this picture was taken of 333 Snaps Ferry.
Yes, Miss Arkansas. It sure does.
Here's 2012. Somebody's. Is that a Dodge?
No, it's a Chevy short bed. Baby.
Yes, it is. I didn't know if it was an old Dodge. It's a gray Dodge. I'd never seen the Dodges they had.
That was like a gold Buick Oldsmobile. And what was the other car, Cam?
It's either a Mercury Sable or a Ford Taurus.
What's up, baby?
Hey, babe.
What you doing?
Oh,
baby?
you came up.
I did. We just finished. So. Yeah, you should go check it out when you guys get done, Benny. And Tiffany. We talked about you guys a little bit.
What was it, hon?
It's wonderful things.
Was it Daniel or Adrian's?
Oh, when I left here, I went to mine, and we
Yours,
did.
okay.
We just did Sherry Papini tonight in an
Oh,
interrogation.
you did Sherry
Blast.
Papini? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
great.
It was fun.
That's a really I'm very interested in that case. I'm glad you're covering. I didn't know you were covering it. I would have totally been there if I wasn't here.
I wasn't. I was. We were just kind of. We watched stuff about it. We watched the interrogation and made
Yeah.
fun of it with gifs and.
So interesting, isn't it? Wild.
It is. But so you guys were just talking about Snaps Ferry, right?
Yeah. I'm like, Jenny can tell you, we were on the phone with it about this for hours one day.
We were. The interesting thing is that Gene Wishon never lived there with them.
There's two of them, Jenny.
He never lived with them. But
Okay, I'm not saying that. Just saying the address is lined up.
they don't. That's so. First of all, Ben Verified. When you live somewhere, they have the original date that they found that you live there. Until they find another date, they continue the
It just
time.
dormantly stays there.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
for instance, it says Andy lived there till 2015. We know Andy did not.
When
There's
did he
another
live?
address.
No.
There is a separate address for Gene Wishon from January 2009 to December 2009. Yeah. So he did not live there. That is just the way Ben Verified has it set up.
There's two Gene
And
Allen.
I have to make an apology because that came from me. I'm the one that spread that rumor.
I know. We all thought that.
If it's
Yeah, we all
not
thought
true,
that.
I need to retract what I said.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean-
No, I mean, this is, I think, I just wanted it to be corrected because it does,
Well,
it keeps
yeah,
on
no, because I don't want to. If that's true, and they did not have any kind of even in passing on a property or whatever. Listen, I just want to know if there was a connection between Brad and Jody or whatever. Now,
Oh,
but
yeah, I think there is.
There
I
is.
think there is.
Probably is.
It's
There
just
is.
not this. Yeah, it's just not this.
But Andy
Yeah.
said that he lived, that Gene lived in the house, which
he did.
I don't personally believe. I think Gene lived in the trailers, but maybe that's me judging. I don't know.
He did
Um,
it. They lived there beside each other. He said he lived down there, and I lived. Andy said he lived in
He
the
said
house.
he must have. You
in
guys have to be
Gene lived trailer
careful
park.
with. We have to be careful with words. He said he must have.
he said he must
He
have.
doesn't know Gene Wishon.
Yeah, like he doesn't even know definitively.
Just like what he said about Brandon. He said, I don't know, maybe I saw him at a gas station or something before. That's not a different thing. It's not separate from saying he doesn't know him. He said, I don't know him. I may have seen him in a gas station before or something. I don't know. And Brandon said he didn't know Andy either.
He said he didn't want to talk about him.
He did not. He said,
Play-
I don't
Play the
know
clip.
him.
Then he played the clip of what Brandon said about him. He said, "I'm not going to talk about him." It's at one. I got the timestamp for it too, right here. Hold on.
Where'd Cam go?
He's here. Oh, where'd he go?
Did he drop off on accident?
I don't know. I just think, I mean, that's what we all want the right information. And it's
Oh, yeah.
difficult sometimes with the way people word things. Oh, why are you kicking Tiffany?
Oh, I did it on accident. I'm sorry, Tiffany. Shit. I thought I was.
I was like, why'd you kick Tiffany?
I thought I was only kicking her screen share.
Oh,
My
no,
apologies.
no. Come back, Tiffany, come back.
Come back. I'm sorry, Tiffany.
It fucking threw me out.
You got thrown out?
No, it did. Like my whole thing froze up. My maps and everything. It threw me out. I had too many things open.
But Cam, I'm not trying to be ugly. I think I just want us to understand and have the right information.
Okay, it booted her.
Yeah, it booted both of us.
Okay, because all I did was kick out her screen share.
Let me find the.
Could have left her in here, her user.
All I took is how it was in most of the people in chat and me that the way that it was perceived, like he got angry when I asked him that. It's the only reason why.
What's the timestamp?
Well, there was somebody in the chat that was talking about Rue.
That after I asked those, they did. It was called Big Mad, and I even thought that person might have been Jody Sue.
It could be
Trying to set him off. I don't know. I'm trying to find. I'm going through my emails trying to find where I got that timestamp.
Oh, damn it! I hate that it kicked her out of here. What the
She'll
hell?
come back like I did. It was like my whole thing shut down. It was weird.
No, I thought I did, but I don't think I actually did because we had a bunch of screens here. She was here, and then she had the tax assessor screen here as well.
Probably just had too many things trying to share from me and her.
I think that's what it did. Hey, Lila.
Live guest link from tonight. Want to do it? Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find this. I have a lot of emails. Blue van.
I hope she's not having an issue.
Can you get back, Tiffany?
She said she got disconnected.
Oh.
Love you, Nico.
Allie, help me find that. We need both of us to go through this emails. I can't.
Thank you, Mr.
No subject.
Yeah, I'm not loud and bossy, guys. Or person. Somebody in the chat's like, the loud and bossy lady ruined the panel.
Oh,
no, guys, the truth is the truth.
This is all I'm gonna. There's two Gene Allen Wishons, and they both have. There's a junior and a senior. I have the Fort Henry addresses, and I have the Stanford. They lived. If there's a 74-year-old one, and there's a 54-year-old one, and
the dad is 74.
Yeah, the one that was on Fort Henry. How old was he?
I don't remember. In his 40s.
Because the one that this lived out here is 54. He's a convicted rapist. He's the junior.
Yeah.
On the Snaps Ferry address. The one out Fort Henry that I have was 74, but also Junior has lived in Kentucky. He's lived in North Carolina. He's lived in Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah. He's lived, yeah.
No, I hear you, Cam, but it was the 54-year-old that lived in both places.
Yeah, hold on. I'll show all of it. I got all this.
Don't though. We're not supposed to show like been verified and Intellius because we're not. It's not supposed to be used for this.
Why?
That's why I didn't show it on my community post when I was correcting it.
The only thing I showed was the deeds, and that was the only thing. And the RSOs just now.
Is it possible? Okay. Is it? I mean, and I'm just asking a question. Is it possible that maybe he used his dad's name when he lived places instead of using his name? Maybe he didn't put the junior on it.
Well, I've got Intellius, and it was the same 54-year-old guy.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I'm out of the loop.
I've got some. I've been working on this thing because I'm putting all these reports together. Did you find that, or did you fall asleep? I'll just look in that Brandon's video because I ain't got time to search for that freaking timestamp. Is it in a text?
I want to try to see if I can find that portion of this guy's situation here. That was just he was talking about. So what I found interesting, Jenny, is that this guy sort of banded everyone in that area together.
Yeah.
And excluded the Bernards and the Wells.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's like, hold on now. Like, this guy, and like everyone's saying,
this guy's only been there 8 months, and he's
Yeah.
already in his mind created this sort of banding
Yeah.
of the community that excludes two people that have been there 10 years or more longer than this guy. It's like, who is this guy really?
Yeah.
It makes it seem like, I get the feeling, I don't want to say it makes it seem, I get this feeling that maybe this guy has spent time here before, maybe, but only has just moved here permanently because, he just, if you think about, he paints it, makes it seem like he's been there a lot longer than 8 months. The way he can maneuver the woods, where he knows stuff is at. He's built this banding of the community that excludes the Wells and the Bernards. You know what I mean? He's very, very outspoken.
He knows the property very well.
He knows the property very, very well. Now, I'm not trying to suggest this guy. All I'm suggesting is that he's a busybody to have all of this built up in 8 months. Right.
He also has a reputation of being a thief.
He has a what?
Reputation of being a thief.
In only 8 months of being there?
In Beach Creek, yes, he carries a pistol the whole time on him. I don't know. These are things that I heard from people that live. I've asked them about that live there and know who he is. That's if you'll push play, this is where he talks about it.
Huh?
Right around there is where he talks
I
about
said
it.
at the beginning because I was filming down this road. What's this road called? Light Holler. And I was like, I haven't heard anyone search Light Holler. You got to keep in mind, if Summer
is he carrying the pistol?
Yeah, it's on his shoulder holster.
In his little man purse there?
Yeah, yeah.
What the hell's in his hand?
was taken from the
The
parent
sole
Don
of his shoe.
Huh?
The sole of his shoe.
in the truck.
He's carrying part of his shoe in his left hand?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
For Candace, they would go to another road near their home, and try to dump her, possibly.
I can go barefoot, go up all these hills. I've never seen investigators or cops trail these sides of these hills.
He's full of shit.
They walk these paths and then try to figure out where things are. I try to show them jump on my day. And then they're like, well, when do you find out about the loot? I'm telling you right now. People around here, we come to baby.
Miss Jenny, do you have a commentary that you would care to share about this guy and what we know about it at all?
With Brandon?
Yeah.
I don't know much about Brandon at all because I don't think it. I don't know. I don't know anything about him. I know what Canna said about him stealing and having that reputation and stuff, but I haven't dug into him.
We have any context on, does he have any digital video recorders on his house in any way, shape, or form?
I have no idea.
Do you know anything?
Cam's talking. I think he's muted.
Oh.
My bad. Yeah, I didn't know it was muted. So I muted because I didn't want it to echo on that video because those shit.
I do that all the time. Yeah.
So right up, yeah, that dude right there, that property, like I said earlier, Frank Light stays at that trailer. That's where Nita Diver had an altercation with Frank Light. Brandon's dad is married to the Lights. That's how he comes in to it. He also
He's just married and he's not actually a Light though.
But he moved from another part of Beach Creek to that part to Light Holler in 8 months. He didn't so he's resided there longer than what he says. He moved from Indiana years prior and there's nothing dude, it's weird.
Okay, so he actually has been living in the area for a considerable amount of time,
yes,
but only right there for 8 months.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And there is cameras all over the bottom. Now the house that he was snapping that bullwhip I was telling you when we were searching, he leaves out. That's what's weird. He says nobody searched up and down the side of those hills. That's a flat out lie. And he knows it because he tells, if you keep playing this, he tells the whole story of everybody searching. His stepmom tries to say EquiSearch was done. It wasn't EquiSearch. It was us. And that's when we found that potential evidence that then his cousins wrote all over and tried to destroy, because law enforcement didn't come pick it up for 3 days. If you'll get, I think it's just right a little bit after this, he'll play
Yeah.
Heat and all that.
On everything I stand for. If I know a child molester or somebody, look,
If he knows a child molester,
Why does he bring that up?
Isn't his fucking uncle one?
Yes.
So if he knows anybody that's a CM, as long as it's not Frank Light, he's got a problem with him, right?
What makes him say that though? Like
It is kind of out of nowhere.
if I know a child molester or somebody,
Benny,
Yes, ma'am.
it looks like it's about 15:45.
15:45.
Thank you.
Does that sound right, Cam?
I don't know. I think somewhere in there. I just know that he was in some part of the woods.
Somewhere
I
everybody's wondering.
did yesterday. I don't know his name offhand. He owns property on Ben Hill, and he was just like,
Shurfy,
he's
right?
saying the same thing. Don and Candace are guilty, for sure. He's like, none of the neighbors. He was talking about Jody Sue and the Bernards, that they're good people. The Bernards were.
look, I don't know even none of them. I know David Bay. I got friends up and down the street too.
He said, I don't even know none of them. I got friends up and down the street
Keep
too.
going.
None of
Keep
us
going.
associate with them. None of us know.
Nobody associates with them motherfuckers. None of us know him.
I know Chad Arnold and Billy. They do that. When Dawn said that Bill was there to children or some children, that's all a lie. I know Bill. We call him Wild Bill. Dude, that's a lie. So the first thing I know is this. Dawn is lying about, he says, oh, there's somebody. Bill and Chad.
That fool's carrying a pistol in his hand, bro. I knew he was. Look in his hand right now.
It's in his hand now. In the bottom of his shoes, under behind it.
Look, he got the banger in his hand right now.
Dang.
Keep
I knew
going.
he did. Like, I could see it. I'm like, this fool got a banger in his hand. But no, he does have something else too. But bro, he got the toaster right there. Like,
And that's
he's
a straight up
spooked, bro.
man purse.
He's spooked, bro.
He is. Keep going too, because Andy's name comes up directly. He
Look, that
asked him.
fool, it's like he's showing it too, bro. He's showing it.
Oh, Tiffany's backstage.
Oh, okay. He's showing the pistol right now. In my opinion, he's showing that pistol for a reason to that
Yeah,
camera.
he's scaring him. It's intimidation.
Huh?
Intimidation factor.
Absolutely. I mean, that's my opinion.
Up there in my life. Never been up on the hill.
And I'll also say that in my opinion, his tattoos look they look of a penitentiary style.
Yes,
so
they do.
that's
Do
just
we
my
know
opinion.
do we know who Chad is?
I looked him up. Chad and his brother. It's funny that he name drops these people and he calls Wild Bill. He says Don says Wild Bill was up here trying to F the kids. That's not what Don said. That's what Hunter said, that he overheard somebody that Don said Andy told him.
Or he said some that dude named Andy.
So say it again, Allison.
Some guy named Andy.
Yeah, that's say it loud. I can't
Well, you heard what I said.
I can't hear you.
Some guy named Andy.
Some guy named Andy. That's what. And
He
I don't
listened-
know.
He listened
Good.
to Hunter's interview, guys. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what he's talking about.
He said
Yeah,
been-
but he switches it up. He changes it up to Don. Says Wild Bill, and he said that's a flat out lie. Like he's straight. Why bring up this Wild Bill and his brother Chad? And I looked them up. They live on both. One lives on the other Light Hollow Road, and I'll have to pull up that report again where I
could've
found them.
sworn that they were talking about when Hunter did the interview with Chris.
Yeah.
I did not know. This is only my perception of it. I didn't take it as that. What I took away from it was there was a weird guy named Bill that used to fall asleep in the shed, and he was a drunk. But that did not come from Hunter. It came from Allie. So when
Chris
when
McDonough
Chris-
asked, and he changes it.
when
They
Chris
changed
was doing but it was all right. So Allie, Leslie, all of that went on. It kind of makes so people will remember it like Hunter told the story, but it was really Allie.
Yeah.
Allie was the one who spoke of
She
Billy.
said he had the hots for grandma too. Remember?
Yeah, well, Hunter.
That's how she said it.
Hunter says the story about Andy, and then Chris McDonough says, "Who this Andy guy?" And they were like, "No, it's Bill. This guy. No, he didn't do that. Bill was dating grandma and slept in the shed." That's what Allie.
But that was when Allie was
Yeah.
with Hunter. So, but
Yeah.
when Hunter was talking about the guys, the guy that was up on the property when Candace got the phone call from Don allegedly, Hunter did not talk about, if I remember correctly, I don't think so. I could be wrong. Geez, I mean, I'm burnt at this point, totally burnt out where I forget, but I could have sworn it was only Allison that brought. Thanks for doing that, Benny. I was going to ask you to zoom in on that. I could
You
have
seeing
sworn
that?
Yes, I am.
It looks like a skull, and then if you look right here, it looks like a chin with some lips behind it. I'm just checking them out. I'd like to know, Cam, if you do know his last name, please don't say it. But do you know his last name?
Yes.
Have you ever ran a check on him?
Yes.
Is he a felon?
He is.
Why the fuck does he have a gun in his hand if he's a felon? That's 2 years right there,
They
minimum
all do
mandatory.
that. They're all felons that walk around with guns.
here.
They don't care.
He can't have that gun in his hand right there.
If his felony was within shorter than 10 years, it's a mandatory minimum of 5 years. And then if it's before 10 years, then it's what is it? How's it, Allison? Before it's 10 years, and then it's a mandatory.
Before 10 years, it's a mandatory minimum of 5 to 10 years, I think.
Yeah.
And then
So what's going on that this dude's so committed to this situation that he's going to get caught on a camera with a banger in his hand? And I'm saying that so that I'm just changing up the verbiage for the YouTube, but why does he got that in his hand if he's a felon and he ain't worried? Like, he should have that in his bag, maybe unzipped where he has his hand tucked in there so he could get in there quick. Like, this dude is spooked, in my opinion. He's a
Look
felon.
at his pale lips and look at.
Like,
That's-
he cannot have that gun right there. Like, they are locking rappers up all over Tennessee, Memphis specifically, for having guns when they are not supposed to. That is a crime right there. And in fact, it could be a
You're not even
federal
allowed
crime.
to be in a house with them. Like, you're not even allowed to be on a property that has a gun. Any firearm, if you're a felon, say you live at home with your aunt, your uncle, your grandfather, your grandmother, and they've got guns, guess what? They have to move those guns off.
I got the charge. That's one of my charges on my past. I got that, so I
Like,
know
this is kind of serious. And you got to ask yourself, why would this dude get caught in this scenario? Now, I think that there's a lot of contributing factors you could potentially factor in that could give you an end result here. This is wild. Like, I knew I saw a gun. I knew by looking at the tattoos there's something more going on with his criminal background. I'm just telling you what I can see. You guys know definitively he's a felon. Like I just said, if he gets picked up for that, if the feds get there first, this could go federal. That could be a federal case he's looking at right there.
and this same dude right here is the one that's talking about he deflects from everything. He talks about the scenario with his cousins on the motorcycles, about everything. He tells the whole story. He leads JLR away from the one pond to the pond that doesn't matter. He also then and
I mean, let me keep it real really quick, man. Let me keep it a little more really real. Like, I know there's a contention, and I've heard even legitimate researchers say that JLR is still on federal supervision at this point, right? Like, now, is that correct?
I don't know. If it is, that's a problem.
If he is, he can't be in the woods with another felon that's holding a gun. That ain't going to work either. And this ain't about that, but this whole thing just all of a sudden turned sour. Like, this ain't what
and I don't know if anybody's ever broke it down like this. Hopefully people have. Like, this is a problem. This is a real problem. Like, and I don't even know how in the hell does JLR feel cool about this situation.
He admits to running. They admit to running Don off of that road with guns pointed at him.
Can I ask why that was not a featured story on WJHL or WBIR? I want to know why this was not a featured story in the news that the father of Summer Wells was searching for his child and was ran out of a neighborhood with firearms
That he lives in.
Why was that not public? There should be outrage over that.
And you have it talked about, and it's corroborated by this guy and who else talked about it? Somebody else talked about it. Was it Don?
Outside of statements from, Don, or is there anything that did Don take a photo, a video, any cameras? Or did is it all just hearsay?
I agree, Tiffany, because what I hear from this Brandon guy, and that's why I don't really care about him, is because everything he says came from YouTube interviews or news interviews. There is nothing.
But he's got a pistol out.
He twists everything on purpose.
Now, I'm not trying to make this dude somebody he's not. All I'm saying is there's a clear potential federal firearm situation right here.
Oh, no, I agree with you.
Now, you also have the situation where Cam's opinion of the situation is that he leads him. So, like I'm going to take an armed tour with a felon in the middle of the woods who's holding a piece of his shoe.
He don't come out behind Fred Hill's house where if you go straight, they say at the beginning this comes out. They come out on the driveway that runs behind where Jody Sue and Andy lived, and he brings them out there, and they go all the way down that driveway to where it forks.
So he also trespassed with them and the gun?
Yes.
What the hell is going on here? Like, I also understand Jenny's point of view, saying, well, this guy's, I get that, but like, so like, who does he feel like he's going to encounter? I mean, is that for a snake? He didn't say it was for a snake. It hasn't yet. Like, who does he feel like he might encounter in the middle of the day?
And he invites him. He invites JLR. Let me show you something.
I don't understand this.
I wouldn't have gone, man. No way. No way.
You understand what you see? You know what I mean? Like, he very well may be nothing and highly probable. But what actually? So it also gives you. This dude lives right across the street from the Wells,
and he lives on Light Hollow Road, which is still just a mountain.
Yes. I'm sorry.
It's the next hollow over if you go left out of Ben Hill Road.
Correct.
You go up toward the church. Light Hollow, right before the church. Is that right around across from, right across from Fields Road, just about? Well,
other side.
Other side.
On the other side. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, when you look at it from the map, like it's just a very little piece of forest that separates Ben Hill and the end of Light Hollow.
It looks bigger on the map.
It looks bigger on the map than what it actually is. But then you also have Allie tell him about his cousins on the motorcycle. They scared the shit out of you, didn't they?
But they scared the shit out of all of us.
They did. He admits to that.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying that he doesn't have anything to do with Summer's case. I'm saying what he says here is all of what he says is garbage. It's all comes from what other people have said. It's not like firsthand knowledge.
No. What Jenny's saying is that she thinks he picked up a lot of the stories he was telling from YouTube. So she feels like it came, a lot of the things that he spoke about were stories he had heard online, and that she feels
is interesting.
He brings Kelly Arnold and Chad Arnold's names out to the forefront, and then says, I know them firsthand. I've partied a little bit with them, but not up there. I've never been to Don and them's house. He starts throwing that kind of.
He lives so
how
close.
long has he lived there? Do you know how long? I don't remember how long he said he has lived there.
8 months.
8 months.
8
Why is
months.
this dude adopting stuff from people on YouTube that don't live there when he does live there and he knows what's going on?
Because he just
That's
moved.
true.
That's the
Doesn't know
interesting
about
part about it to me, Jenny, is that
Yeah.
for me, like when I deduce it, it's like, okay, bro, like you live to an adjoining property to Ben Hill Road, basically, and you're adopting stories from people online that don't live there. So are you
Right.
adopting the portions that make the machine run smooth for you? Because I know this dude,
Right.
look at him, where he's at with that gun like this. He knows what's going on the ground right there.
How
But he's
convenient?
purposefully saying the wrong shit.
How convenient is it that when this video was shot with him, that it was exactly 8 months from the time we were out there searching too?
Like, and the guy has a gun, right? Like, let me tell you what, we think it's not really a big deal, but why is Don sitting in jail right now for a probation violation?
Mhm.
What is he on probation for? Illegal possession of a firearm.
Yeah,
They
but
take that shit seriously.
that was a plea deal for DUI.
Violation of that
Well.
big charge, though.
No, but I'm saying like his initial charge was
Yeah.
for the illegal possession of a firearm. So like this guy, so in all actuality, depending on his situation, his legal situation, he could legally own a handgun as long as it's black powder. That's a gas powered semi-automatic handgun. He can't have that.
Yeah.
So again, like I am completely stumped.
Right.
What?
So we don't know his situation with the gun, right? We don't know if he's had his rights reinstated because we don't know what state. And I know that like Andy looked at having his rights reinstated, and it was because it was a marijuana. Marijuana has to be legalized before he can even try to get.
I have a DUI and can't get my license back for a firearm. That's what my charges are for a felon.
That's right.
I have
Yeah,
all
but
my other rights restored except for my gun rights
in Virginia.
in Virginia.
Okay. In Tennessee, like Andy can't get his unless they make marijuana legal.
Right.
Right. But I don't know what was this guy's felony? Do you know?
I don't know.
Well, so I mean, in Texas, for instance, 11 years after the disposition of either your release or the end of your probation,
Same here.
You can own one in your home. You can't ride around with it, and you can't also go purchase one. So it's that gray area where like you could get a hand-me-down or someone could give you one for home defense, period.
Allie's allowed to own one, like with me, she's allowed to have one as long as it's under lock and key and
Correct.
I not have access to it.
Right. Now I can put one right in my pants and carry one all around my property if I want. I just can't go in the world with it. It's only for home defense.
Yeah.
So you're
I
right.
don't know
You're right.
what state, how many years, what his felony, like there's a whole lot of things that play into that. Because I have a friend who was in prison in Arizona for methamphetamine charges, and he had his rights restored. So everything has different rules. I just don't know if he's even.
If he has any kind of
I doubt it.
burglary, if he has any kind of burglary or anything like that, he will not be able to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be excluded.
It's
just a very
I
interesting
noticed they all do. Yeah, they all have guns and stuff out there.
They
I
do.
mean, I think we probably know, Don didn't just have a black powder gun. I mean, you know what I mean? Huh?
He had a shit ton of BB guns hanging up in the window.
Well, I mean, I know
Yes.
definitively that Grandis, she, of course, she owned one. And then when Shannon and I were there, there was like when we first got there, and it became kind of public knowledge that she had one with her. Grandis was like, "Oh no, you can't have it up here. Like you can have it up here, but I got to hold on to it in case the police come." So she was actually cleared to hold the guns.
Wow.
Yeah, Grandis was.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, or at least that's what she relayed to us. She held on to the gun when we were on the hill.
Probably true.
Probably true. I don't know.
The only thing I was going to say is that if you put, I don't know exactly. I'm going to go look for the timestamp. I will do something to. I got to get off. What time here? What time is it?
Yeah, I've probably got to wrap.
3:12. I got to roll. Shit.
Ooh, we've been going at it. Anybody have anything that they want to say in closing? I mean, I really appreciate you, Cam, for stopping by.
Look, I don't want to do. I'll agree. This is all I'll say. I'll agree to disagree. I think that we're all. I'm seeing different stuff from different things. I want to. If I'm wrong, I'll research it and we'll see what's up. If they're Gene Allen wishing, I don't know. I just think his name. I don't really think it's a big deal. But if he did live there next to him, that's an issue. Then if he did know him, then 423 Chase, they all, and that's enough. I wanted to add that they're all their middle names are Allen, Brad's, Gene's. Weird. I was like, it's not very.
It's clearly a family name, right? I mean, it's, or at least for that wing of the family, that branch, you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna look into the stuff more, and I'm gonna try to go. I know about being verified because if their address is one thing with, like, if we look ours up, it'll say, like you said, it'll put it like, it finds the other one.
Yeah, it has him till 2018 living there, and that's not. But I just Intellius has 2018.
Oh,
I just sent you that what I have. It actually shows both dates together, or both addresses with the dates, so you can see what I'm talking about. I mean, it was weird. It's weird that, I think it's weird that Gene Washon currently lives behind somebody that is very involved in this case.
Yeah,
I think that's very strange. But you know, I just wanted to try to get that out there because we're really stepping away from this, and I just wanted to get that information out.
Finished their sentence.
Do what?
You know who was just released and finished their sentence?
Brad.
Yeah, and he was transferred from Sullivan County to Washington County, but yeah, he's still on probation.
What do you mean he's already out of jail?
Yeah, and it says sentence complete on VineLink, where it says sentence served, but yet he's still on probation. Your sentence ain't served completely if you're still running paper.
Man, I bet you he allegedly told, bro.
That's what I said. He went in there and he freaking flipped.
Yeah, he told his way out.
He was sentenced to a lot more than 2 weeks, 3 weeks. How long?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. He came in the front and walked out the back, and that's some bullshit. You're supposed to walk back out the same door you walked through, buddy.
Did he have charges in? So, what I didn't get is
it was a Class D felony, or was it Class C or D, Jenny? I want to say Class C felony.
Why was he arrested in Sullivan County and then transferred to Washington County, Tennessee, to be released?
I mean, he could have had traffic tickets or something silly, you know. But I mean, on a case where it, I mean, when you read the statute for what he was charged with, it's a 10-year felony.
Yep.
Right. So, I mean, I'm sure the low end of the minimum of the guideline does not start at 3 weeks. I'm sure it probably starts at 6 months or 1 year or whatever. Like if the cap is 10 years, like, come on, man. You look at, definitely something going on, I would say, in my opinion.
I still got Homeboy's number. I might try to call him.
Be careful, bro. He probably tried to tell on you for something you didn't even do.
Can't tell him. So if you didn't do nothing wrong, be like, hey, bro, is it true? What'd you do?
I mean, I don't know, bro. Like, let me tell you what, for that sort of slap on the wrist, like that fool would just go out and find another old man to steal $21,000 from,
bro,
or $20,000 from.
When we reported him to TBI over the stuff that he said about that is he said all somebody have to go up there and get shoot a pair of needle nose. That is conspiracy to pretty much tamper with evidence.
Tamper with witness, all kinds of stuff, probably. Lee Rochelle, thank you so much for your contribution this morning, Queen. You know me, the word to me, baby. Tiffany, do you have anything? You were my guest of honor. Tiffany was my guest of honor this evening. I just got exposed to a lot of different ideals today
and I was like, man, I gotta get Tiffany's take on these things. And so, I sure appreciate you. Like, Tiffany has legit been here for 8 minutes less than 6 hours. So, Tiffany is like a for real soldier for Summer Wells, y'all. Like, don't ever forget that. So, do you have anything you want to say in closing, Tiffany?
You are too. So isn't Jenny. I mean, listen, like you braved the Ben Hill experience. I'd say you're a fucking warrior too. But
Thank you, love.
like I know it's funny because sometimes I forget that like you, and I'll look to at like when Cam comes up, I'll always have questions about, all right, so if you walk up here, right, go to the right, what do you see? Like, because I know he's been up there, and sometimes I forget you've been up there. I could ask you some of the same questions that I can ask him. I don't know why I don't think of that. It's so strange to me, but no, I'm so happy that I came up because I thought it was a wonderful live, and I'd love to do another one because
absolutely do it on your channel.
Well, I don't care where we do it, but there was stuff that we were talking about in the beginning that really, really mattered a whole lot, and things that hadn't been brought up in, geez, I don't know,
10
15,
months.
16, 17,
Something.
like how long's it been? So like if you figure, if you start talking about the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, the first week that Summer went missing, there were a lot of really interesting things that took place. And you know what I'll do, Benny? I can go through my all of my screen recordings, my photo album. I can go through some of my stuff, and there are so many other things just like that we can talk about anytime. And if you ever like on a whim, like you did today, like, hey, you want to do a live? I found an old live of Jody, which by the way, we never watched.
Oh, you did?
I found an old live of Jody's, and I'm like, all right, let's do it. And
It
then,
was really like, you know what? I'll it's a really short piece, and maybe I'll send it to you in the morning. It really,
yeah,
what it is.
it was great covering that with you tonight.
Yeah, it was a little comedic relief. Like we were just kind of just harassing each other a little bit, but there is like there's some good stuff in there. You know, towards the 3/4 point, and then towards the end, like she put some stuff out there, and I've got some other stuff too. In fact, I've got
The stuff from anything that you have, if you would keep this in mind, anything you might have from Facebook in the beginning, let me know. That goes for anybody who might be listening, because I'm missing some things from Facebook that I remember, and I really, really would like to have them to look back and refer to. And I mean like her Facebook lives, that kind of stuff in the beginning. When Jenny said earlier that, she's walking away from the loaf situation, I know exactly where she's at. The switch is off. She's had it. She's over it. And that is going to happen to me too. It's going to happen to everybody. And even people you think will never give up on, going through all these, people get burnt out. And there is going to come a point where I completely shut down on the Jody stuff too. I have a guarantee it's going to happen. So before that happens, as you can see, like the last couple of days, I've been trying to go back through some very like early happenings. There's a reason for that, because I know it's literally knocking on my door. That light switch going off. And that's why I've been trying to go through that stuff, because I want to go through it and boom, 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 be done with it. The only things that matter, truly matter, they're all in the beginning. Everything.
I've got about 60 days, 45 to 60 days of Facebook messages that I have on an unlisted video. And if you'd like to go through them, it's
With
I just
Dawn,
took
you
a
said?
video of scroll. No, me and Jody Sue.
Jody. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's some very, very interesting things in there, and maybe I'll send it to you too, Jenny. You probably
Thank
would
you.
want to take a look at this stuff. Actually, Fizzle reminded me that I had it, and it's a full, comprehensive video copy of all of our interactions from day dot when we started talking for about 45 days, and it is very, very comprehensive. She talks about different areas in the area that would be good for concealing. There's a lot of stuff in there, a whole lot. And I want to thank Red Lotus so much for your
Absolutely.
contribution, sweetheart. It means the world to us. I'm sorry, Tiffany, you got it, babe.
No, say it again because I talked over you. That was
Oh, no.
important.
Red Lotus, thank you for your contribution this evening or this morning. It means the world. She says, I want to help with Summer's search. Tiffany, I love you, babe. You always have been a beautiful soul.
I love you too, Red Lotus. Benny, Red Lotus is one of my friends from way back. She comes from actually like OG true crime. Long ago, before we ever found the drama community that everybody thinks I come from, that I don't. Red Lotus and I go way, 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 way back. I did not expect to see her in here. Red Lotus, thanks for coming and supporting the stream. It's so good to see you. I'm happy.
And she's been here for a while too. So thank you,
Yeah.
Red Lotus. Thank you.
It means the world to
It means the world to me, baby. We got Zippity Doodah. Thank you so much for your contribution this morning, lovely. It means the world to us. She said, this was a fantastic live. I've learned new things I hadn't known and revisited important information too. Thank you at Tiffany Marie, Benny Cam, Allie, and Gavel Geeks. Much appreciation to you all. Thank you for your contribution, lovely. Thank you.
means the world to.
It means the world to me. So I guess this is as good a spot as any to shut it down. What I will do is when I get all wrapped up here, I will forward both of you as soon as I can find it. I will. I think Fizzle sent it to me, so it should be pretty close to the top. I will send you over the information, the messages between me and JSB.
Thank you, Benny. That's awesome.
Thanks, Benny. I'm gonna head out. Thank you so much for having me, and let's do it again soon. And good night, Jenny.
I'm gonna send you a message here after I get wrapped up, Tiff. And again, thank you so much. I mean, we are like literally at the 6-hour mark right now. 6 hours, 15 seconds. So
It was a great one, Benny. It really was.
It was.
Great live.
Thank you so much,
Benny,
Tiff.
for letting me pop in and out.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. And I'm sorry that the lives overlap. I had like I just had the tingle, and I was like, let me do it. And then it was like, whoa. I took a survey of who was doing what, and it was like everybody was live streaming. So
Yeah.
I apologize
No,
for
don't
that.
worry about that. Don't. You'll be at the next one.
I sure will.
All right. Thank you so much.
All
Thanks,
right, baby.
everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And then there was one. I sure appreciate all of you coming out. It does mean a lot. I mean, we really kind of all of us that joined together in the beginning were the ones that hung all the way through. Swamp Beast, Dietz, Tragedy, Crimes, Thomas, Lila, Bridget, of course, the beautiful Tiffany Marie. I mean, so many, Bridget, Lily, Luda, so many people that came over to listen to Tiffany tonight over here. And I really appreciate all of you. Miss Yogi, Autumn Haynes, she's always Red Lotus, the High Priestess. Thank you so much to all of you. And I think that there's a lot, like so many people said, there's so many things that we've revisited and maybe some new ideas that have clicked together. But one of the things that I think is a beautiful testament of the community, and one of the beautiful things that came from this particular stream, is the potential search and the people that would all be willing to get together to try to make something like that come together. And that in itself is like, this is selfless, right? Like I you know, I can't wait. So with that being said, I want to thank all the contributors this evening. There was so many, you know, Avery, Red Lotus, Zippity Doodah. I mean, it's so many. I sure appreciate you. This was the maiden voyage on this channel. I know we've done a few other small things, and this is the maiden voyage, and I feel like this is a beautiful thing. So we want to build and expound on this. So with that being said, what time is it? Holy cow! You probably be looking for me around lunchtime. I love all of y'all individually. Let me try that again. I love all of y'all individually. Remember, the absence of evidence, not the evidence of absence. If you were here with us this evening, make sure. I'm probably going to go over and flick on Jenny and Adrian. They're live tonight and get caught up on what they got going on. I suggest the rest of you get caught up too. That was probably the one to be at. Anyways, I'll catch all of y'all tomorrow. Peace.